Wild thoughts. We've got wild thoughts right now of this market. Let's go. If we can get back up to the upside right now, we've got a big win right now on NVIDIA. So hopefully this name can keep on going back up to the upside. We said that we would want to be friendly with it, and I think we were. Let's get some more out here. I just was waiting at 90s. That did not give me that. Yeah. Give me that bid. All right, 142.97 right now is where I'm going to wait. I'm going to take another piece out. We're only out of 40% now, so maybe we celebrate a little too early there, but we were trying to wait for a bounce back. We got some great fills there on the upside, but only out of 40% right now of Tesla, of NVIDIA. So here we go. We're going to get some more out. There it is. Okay, good. So now we just got layered out on the upside right there. Took some shares down there. So we'll wait to see. And again, a little bit of a revenge trade, but more of like, where's this stock going? And, you know, I was saying that we were at a spot right now on the futures where we could see a little bit of a bounce. What's going on with the banks right now? I don't have time. Normally, Neil and I, if you're with us for the first time, hit the like, hit the subscribe. Okay. Here we go right now. We've had a couple of these today, especially with Tesla, but now we're on it with NVIDIA. Right now is now $2 in the money with PLTR, and we're now $1 in the money with NVIDIA as this is starting to go back up to the upside again. So there's JP Morgan now going up 10%. JP Morgan's up 10 damn percent. Palantir's only up 5%, but JP Morgan's up 10. We own JP Morgan. We also own some Goldman Sachs. There goes some NVIDIA to the upside as well. Wow, oh wow. It's a big day. It's a trophy day, and it's a big one right now. Good day so far here. Let's just see what winds up happening. NVIDIA's been tough, though, to trade. That is for sure. Yeah, market reeling right now to the downside, but I still think there's life.
Yeah, Tesla just made a bounce off at 280. The original long that we had came out, that last 10% that we're holding on to for a break of 290. That came out, and then instantly there was a bit of a bounce. Let's just throw up a 1-minute chart. It's just going to be easy. You can see what the price action is doing. So right away, it broke that low. Going to have my stop underneath. Immediately recovered back above. So I'm right back into it. Mara's still holding on to the line as well. As Mara tries to get back into VWAP. I know I should have been short in Amazon, but all you got to do is wait. It's back above that 200 level, so the opportunity to short it off 2150 or 201.50 is now gone. It's still setting up that we can break out that top on Amazon. And one more to get to, just to show you guys what happened in DJT. Open back up immediately to the downside. You're now trending down again on DJT. That 36, though, is holding on rather nicely. I said I would take a step back and then wait for the opening rush to look at SMCI, and SMCI is now trending toward 20. So any false break of $20, and I'm looking for an SSR bounce on SMCI. That's when we knew we wanted to wait for, and now that it's down here, it's getting to that point where it's close to time to pounce, looking for an SSR bounce. Again, just a gimmick play. If it gets to VWAP on a bounce off 20, that's good enough for me.
Yeah, I like SMCI a lot. Good play there for sure, looking over there. All right, Palantir's come back in. I think it might be time just to get rid of this trade, to be honest with you, PLTR. I mean, I like it, but we haven't really been able to do too much with it. So, well, we've done a lot with it, but just recently it is making that move back down, and now we take out VWAP. So watch out for a downside push. I'm just going to punch out some here. Oh, we missed it. We missed the punch there. I was trying to get 20s there. Okay, well, we're offering now. Hopefully, there we go. We got 19s. And then since NVIDIA and the market right now is trying to bounce a little bit, I'm going to take the best pieces we got out were like 143.20s or maybe 143. Let me give you guys exactly where we got out. Our best out there, yeah, 143.08 actually. So I'm going to take a piece out again here on NVIDIA, see if we can get some, there we go, 05s. Nice out there for NVIDIA, but again, just trying to play off that dip down in there. Again, I am like through the moon with these banks. I didn't realize they were up that much. I mean, XLF now, $48, $49. What was even the high of this ETF? Up 5%. Wow, nice gap. Yeah, gapping. There we go. So there goes XLF. Like I was like, okay, I knew we were beat up there. And it's just like, to have that crystal ball, right? I mean, a lot of you probably made a heck of a lot of money on this election. And I mean, if you were in the right spaces, man, MSOS was the marijuana ETF. That's, oops. Here's OX, so that should be bad, just as bad. Down 46% right now. MSOX, MSOS was down 20. It should be double, right? So 24%. Bad name right there. A name that should be agnostic to whoever wins. Netflix. I mean, no matter what you're doing, you're Netflixing and chilling. And right now, Netflix down a little bit today. That could be something that winds up getting bought at some point. But yeah, for right now, lots of moves. Sonnet shares are now resuming. DJT also trying to go go as well, $38. Remember, this name was halted on that upside and downside already today. So another very violent name to go here, Neil, in the day. A couple of halts there, and then as well as Sonic.
And it won't be the last one for sure. Just by the way, SMCI is going to make a trend break soon, but I'm now out of Mara. It lost 1740. That was my line in the sand. I'm not getting off. I don't want to get off the SMCI chart right now. But Mara lost. Tesla lost the low, so we got out. The break was the only good long. It's all red since. And then Mara as well loses that support at 17.4. So the early look good, and then on the back end, you're falling precipitously here. But looking for a trend reversal next on SMCI. It's now set up where it's lower highs or lower lows the entire way through into 20. If it makes a trend reversal, I'm looking to punch long and give to the prior low and then play into VWAP. Adara, what's up? Was that Adara? No.
Like and subscribe.
Keep an eye here on TMQ. This is Trilogy Metals. This one was a penny stock earlier today, now up about 95% and above $1. We are basically not seeing a specific catalyst on this, but it is in that mining and industrial space, so that's something to keep an eye on here. Market cap of $178 million. I'm seeing float of 84 million shares for TMQ. And if you're enjoying this content today, make sure you like and subscribe.
Thank you very much, Adara.
Yeah, thank you very much, Adara. All right, so NVIDIA just went back up to the upside there, and we did not have an offer, so my bad on that one. We're going to have to start putting some offers up there and just say, you know what, if NVIDIA goes, it goes, but there's a good chance here that we do not. So, all right, so 142. We are going to buy a little bit more if it does dip back into that play. All right, so what else do we want to look at here? You're out of Tesla, okay, and into SMCI. So I just want to, again, it's 9:58. There's lots of day left. Join the midday show today. Satya, wow. Good job on that one because Bitcoin today has been moving around. So we'll hear some opinions on crypto with Sharif and Satya today during the midday. So make sure that if you like this trading, thank you. And we do have more coming. And that's going to be the midday. So that's SMCI. Brother, sell Palantir and put into Neo, says Shakib. Nah. Hard pass on that one, my guy. Although we are now, we're well in the money. I mean, our Palantir logs are below $10 in our own account, but what we're trading for here is a completely different story, as many of you know. We're going to get out on that bump up. We have a very, very small position left here in Palantir, but again, looking for some more trades, right? I think that Tesla maybe on a move down in. I was just like, Randy brought me another coffee and I didn't even have a drink of it yet. Now it's going to be cold, which was the main reason why I wanted it in the first place. Okay, so we're going to watch out for Tesla. Tesla's bleeding now. I know you're out of it already. Just want to give people an idea here that Tesla is making that move back in now to that downside. So be careful if you're on this name. It does look like it's losing some steam. Our spot for this was 275. So that's going to be some. It already hit that? All right, well, my spot for that was 275. We should have been bidding there. We talked about that in the middle of the day or in the middle of the pre-show there. So good on you if you had that. Bad on me because I was not bidding there. So 275 came into play there for Tesla. Let's put a bid down there in case it comes again.
All right, so SMCI, that happened very, very fast on SMCI. That trend reversion, and again, I have to hit save for the trend line to hold. So there it is. It broke the trend from VWAP. It broke out above. I gave it to the prior low, like right in here, 2050. It's already at VWAP, so I'm out of 80% actually right now. We're going to hold on to see if we can get to 22 even. So simple mean reversion trade here on SMCI. Went over down. Like obviously, it was down way more than 10%. It got close to 25% to the downside. I'm not thinking this is some kind of a save for SMCI. It's just a simple relief rally that you want to take advantage of here. So now that it's above VWAP, I want to look for a push into $22. Obviously, this is a much beleaguered stock, to be sure. And it hasn't really broken the longer-term trend. Look at a 15-minute chart or a daily chart if you don't believe me on that. But it is headed now to $21.50. I should have had an offer in the 40s. I'm just going to get one in there now as it heads through 50. So SMCI definitely giving up the ghost early and getting it at least half back. Here in SMCI. So grab a quick buck in there on the next tick to the upside when it gets through 2160. But you're right about Tesla in 275.
Yep.
But you got to pick your spots. Like once Tesla was underneath the pre-market lows, I mean, it was getting close to that 275 level, but SMCI was making that mean revert as well. So you had to, well, not you, I had to pick one. And I was on the SMCI chart looking for that SSR bounce. So that's the one I went with. But really, you could have just also had Tesla at $275. But you can only trade for that type of a trade one thing at a time. You're not an algo. Although if you were an algo,
yeah. I mean, I'm I should have been on that trade. There's no reason for me not to be there. Like, we were bidding Palantir. I mean, it's just like this one right here. Look at this. Give some props up for this one at least, guys. There's NVIDIA. NVIDIA is now screaming. We said if the market ever rebounds, we want to be long one name and one name only, NVIDIA. I mean, there's lots of names, but the one name that I was looking at there, NVIDIA. So there we go. We're sitting in the money right now. $2 in the money on Palantir, $1.50, $3.50 right now in the money totally on these markets. So $3.50 in the money ain't bad right now with the big boy with NVIDIA. So let's just watch this one screen back into all-time highs. Let's put an offer at 144 just because, and then we'll deal with it after that. So 144 and change. Let's see if this can go meme crazy, and let's go find out what's happening, not then, but now.
What isn't happening right now might be a better question. We have lots of sectors and stocks here today in play on the eve of the election, or I guess after the eve of the election. We do have Republican candidate and former president there, Donald Trump, elected president of the United States, 47th president of the United States. So keep an eye on a lot of those Trump-related sympathy plays. DJT, TSLA, RUM, PHUN. In terms of sectors that are moving up after this, we do have eyes on crypto actually surpassing that 74,000 and hitting a new all-time high around 75,000 for the first time. Bank stocks very strong as well amidst some hopes of deregulation. So good look there. Then we have the NASDAQ slightly edging out the S&P 500, but both are up just under 2% on the day, despite pretty nasty move down on that last 15-minute candle for both indices. In terms of stocks on watch, other than those sector-wide moves, we have things like Celsius to keep an eye on here. We're going to go over some earnings plays that are not SMCI. CELH here, down about 6%. They missed on sales, missed on earnings per share. Actually had a pretty significant move to the downside on a year-over-year basis across the board on all their metrics, with the exception of international revenue. So big miss there for CELH. Then we have Novo Nordisk here. I have LLY up because they're moving a bit more significantly here. Eli Lilly down about 4%, but Novo Nordisk getting a bit of a hit here as well. They missed on sales, but they beat here on earnings per share. And last but not least, CVS Health. This one actually up after earnings, up about 11.5%. They missed on earnings per share. They beat on sales under their first report with new CEO David Joyner, who also said the company's not going to be providing outlook as of right now. So mixed report, but nice upside move for CVS. And we are brought to you today by Firefly Neuroscience. Firefly Neuroscience has taken a bold step in advancing brain health technology. In collaboration with Bright Minds Biosciences, Firefly's innovative AI-powered platform has successfully analyzed data from a groundbreaking phase 1 clinical trial, using advanced EEG technology to track brain activity. This data unlocks new potential in treating neurological and mental disorders, reinforcing Firefly's position at the forefront of brain health innovation. As they prepare for phase 2, this partnership signals exciting developments for the future of neuropsychiatric treatments. Firefly Neuroscience, shaping the future of brain health.
We brought thank you, Adair, for that. We brought you this control, this Edge TI, now trying to break $1. I just want to bring this to everybody's attention right now. We had these guys on Jim Barrett the other day, and it is right now trying to break out through that dollar. We've talked about dollar breaks and how much those can work. So just watch out for that one there. And thank you for Firefly as well. Adair, AIFF, I believe, is the symbol for that one, down to $3. So we'll have a quick look there as well. But excuse me. Palantir. All right, nice move to the high side right now, and that's not why we coughed. We're going to have a quick look at this and get out another piece. There we go. We get out some at 80s. That's probably going to be it for me now on PLTR. We'll wait to see if it does continue to go upside, but we did take advantage of this dip. Not take advantage, but when it broke, we got out at VWAP and came back to the downside. Let's take advantage of the move up now and get out. We have less than 2% left on this trade. So not like it's we're setting the world on fire here with a lot of risk. So let's wait to see what happens there. I got something stuck in yield throat here. So
frog in the throat, what they call it. Like little frog in the throat happens. That's what happens when we're live. We're talking all day, and we will be here all day for you guys. So back in through VWAP on SMCI, we talked about that 21.6. So when it got to 21.6, took another leg out, now only holding on to, and again, each their own 5% of the position, and that's because it lost VWAP. The one that hold on to 10% above VWAP, once it lost underneath, now 5%. And again, the stock is what it is. This is not some, let me there you go. I like to use the multiple desktops for you, but that one's showing on all. The daily chart and the trend trade on the 15 is obviously intact to the downside. So I don't want anyone to think that because it's bounced and because it's worked, that this stock is going to do some kind of a huge recovery. This is just an SSR bounce play on SMCI. And if it makes a fresh low, I want to jump out. I knew this was going to be something that would happen as we were looking at Tesla off of the open on that initial breakup, but Rivian did lose $10. It's underneath VWAP. It's trending down. If this can't get above VWAP, the idea was for the last little bit that if Rivian lost $10 in here, exactly 10, just under 10, to look for shorts. Well, if it wants to consolidate underneath, then I got to be looking for short trades in Rivian. Down 7.5%. I do not believe it has hit short sell restricted, where the uptick rule would come into effect with Rivian. That's not for a little bit here. So any pullback into VWAP, which it's trying to do, that fails to break above, I'd look continuation shorts. Unfortunately for Rivian, as you guys can see. Nasty one for a lot of stocks in here today. Rivian, some people might have been confused by that because you would have had Tesla up. But remember, Tesla makes money when they sell vehicles. It's that simple.
I know it is. We like Tesla for that exact reason. I have no idea how to skip this ad, but all right now we have 1.1K likes. Hurry up, ad. Get out of here. I don't even have ad block on. So here we'll go. Oh no, still showing an ad. All right, we'll do this in a second once that's over. Right now. All right, I just want to say if you are part of the stream right now, like the stream, please. I mean, we have 1.1K likes. That's a good number, but we have almost 10,000 watching. So hit the like and subscribe ASAP. I mean, that Palantir trade off the open, make it sing for sure. And we were going to look for some more. So I'm trying to look at the chat here to see who's looking at what now. There we go. We can go skip right now. Now we're back on it. Here it is. All right, hey, 9,300. All right, let's get this going. I want to see this. There it is, 1.3. Let's see if we can get this to 2,000 likes right now. I mean, look, if you voted last night and your guy won, why are you not hitting the like button? This should be an absolutely fantastic day. So if you voted for Donald Trump, hit the like button right now and get that going. I mean, let's see exactly who's out there. 1.3K right now. I mean, I'm expecting this thing now to get to like 5 or 6 grand, right? I mean, 50%. He just took down the popular vote, 70 million to 65 million, making that look like a shamble right there. But 1.4K right now. Let's get that going. I'm going to check back in just a couple minutes and see where we are. Now 1.5, thank you so much. So right there, we've added 50% since we started talking about it. Good little look right there. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We're going to check back in a minute and see how many of you exactly did vote for Donald Trump. All right, Palantir upside. We're still $3.50 in the money, man. We've got $1 on NVIDIA. We've got $2.25 now on Palantir, and we're going to wait to see if that wants to continue to go higher. All right, what's up, China? How are you guys feeling today? FXI right now, downside. So I don't think they're feeling that great, man. Down 3%. Donald Trump has said tariffs. You're not going to produce any cars, NIO, are you? You're not going to be able to build that factory down there in Mexico and then ship the cars right back up north without a tariff on it. No siree. NIO down 4% today as that's been getting hit, which is why I kind of like Rivian. I mean, Build America, they have that plant in Georgia and everything like that. I mean, I know we got to get some money back into that name, but FXI, NIO, downside. And then the name that I like, we sold some of this at yes, sir. Let's go. We sold some Alibaba at 117. I still like the stock. I mean, I'm still in it. I don't want it to be down, but I'm waiting for it to fall just a little bit more. We had Mitch on the other day from Trade the Pool. He was talking about being long 99s in this name. Not talking about that trade, but there are opportunities here, especially if you like the name with sort of the political landscape right now. Maybe you can pick up some Chinese names on this move down if you do your research and believe in what's been happening. There goes NVIDIA, man. I like 143.50. I mean, I'm waiting at 143.80 to see if we can get those fills. We've already taken fills up here, so it's been just a really big day. Palantir is now at Neil, the intraday highs again. So we're getting close to that right now. I mean, it's not at the very highs, but we're right back up to 54, looking to break longer through that again. So we called this, not only did we call this bottom, I mean, it's easy to do it when it's bouncing around, but we picked NVIDIA, and right there now, NVIDIA is $1.50 in the money. So definitely working out for us right here, NVDA, as we watch this name continue to climb a little bit higher into those levels. And there's that number right there. It's now a $2 winner. We said we had $3.50. We were holding $3.50 worth of winners. Right now, we're holding $4 worth of winners. $2.50 on Palantir, $1.50 on NVIDIA, and we continue to climb higher. Oh boy, this has been a great day.
Yeah, and speaking of great, Looks like we're getting a bounce everywhere now. Tesla is holding higher, but it is actually Mara that we just jumped back into, as this one did another bit of a trend reverse. It was up early, then trended down. You can see it just made the trend reversion break. I just got 65s in, but Amazon, gone through the Bezos barrier. It's gone. It just broke that 201.50, I should say. Looks like it's going to be screaming higher. I mean, pick your poison. At the time, we're looking at this SMCI and Mara in here, which just made its reversion as well. But Amazon is now through that 201.50 top. And why do I call it the Bezos barrier? Well, because he sold a boatload of shares here last time, and it couldn't get through 201.5. I think it's a blue sky setup here for Amazon, especially given the fact that the market hasn't broken those highs. So I want to be buying dips into the prior high. I want to be buying dips into VWAP. We already mentioned SMCI to you. So unless that holds above VWAP, there isn't a huge change. It's trying to challenge it right now. Mara, I'm just going to show you the black chart. Mara here now trying to hold above VWAP. I entered when it obviously broke the trend here at 65. I wanted to play back into 18. If we start holding VWAP, we go scalping between 1775 and 18. But until then, we're taking profit out in front of VWAP all the way to the 18 area where it did find resistance before. So going to get some offers out into 18. You can see it failed that price earlier here on MAR. Want to make sure we take some profit there. SMCI is trying to get back to that buck. But as you can see here, yeah, VWAP again, a little bit of a challenge for SMCI. So I'm going to stick to my rules. On an SSR bounce play, if you start failing VWAP, it's a place to take profit, so just take another leg out there. I still want it to hold higher for the dream of 22, but every time it fails under VWAP, got to take some out. SMCI is what it is. Even if we get a bounce, trend is still kind of down on it, so you want to make sure you're grabbing your profit where you can. What an absolute crazy run there on Amazon. This was while the market was breaking lower.
Love it.
The market was breaking lower when Amazon did this, so it kind of catches you off guard, but that tells you it's a relatively strong stock. I don't wonder if he has more to sell, he'll probably be able to take advantage of it. Maybe look at some of the big even dollar levels. If 200 was one, maybe 205. But until we breach 03s, I got to still be waiting for that previous 201.5 and see if we can get back into it. So just in the same two name, well, back into Mara and still in SMCI as of the market. I mean, the NASDAQ's right back to the highs, almost.
Guys, Amazon is the Katina vacation stock. Maybe multiple. We talked about this before, like how much we love this stock and that we were buying some on this dip back in there. And we did that, man. We bought this dip. Off earnings, this missed down in here into 160. Excuse me. Bit that banana there. 170 downside, 180, trying to go back upside right now. So 205, 204 breaking out right now. We like that stock. But look what's happening with NVIDIA right now. The more we continue to hold these longs, just quite frankly, the better it is. There we go. We're now at 144 again right now. Now, the key about all of this is, for me anyways, is that when this came back in, we only dropped out of 75% right there. So it was a bad trade for sure, but we were able to buy back better. So that was a good play. We were able to do that. We're at the high of the day. Palantir, we just got another piece out. We're almost out of Palantir. All right, let's check out DraftKings. Some of these lower names, we've seen IWM move today. So IWM, a big day for sure. All right, so DraftKings, nice move as well. 3.5%. I like that move. But again, running into 39, possible good short right over there. I'm still looking at my scanners. I have a bunch of scanners going right now. Here's the hot list that we have through eSignal. So these are the names that are really starting to bump through. Let's see what's happening with AMD right now. So these are names that are doing a lot of volume right now. A lot of trades going through on the tape. That's what the trade rate indicator is. So this is one of the best things that I look at through eSignal. Look for the names that are moving. The trade rate will give that to you. So Neil just talked about Amazon. Obviously, we talked about DJT as well. We can have a look there, $36. Yikes, that was up almost 40% or something at its highs. Now coming way back in DJT. But I love me some Amazon. I also love me some Robinhood, man. I mean, obviously, this has been one of those big names. We've talked about Amazon for a minute. The reason why I like Robinhood is, especially on a day like today, more trading, right? You guys got to get out of your options. You guys got to get into positions and all this kind of stuff. A lot of traders using Robinhood these days, so that's a nice move there. And then here's all the 52-week highs. Look at this. MCBS, whatever that is. Palantir, new 52-week high. Lumen, new 52-week high on earnings. Spiders, brand new 52-week high in the broader market. Congratulations. Amazon, let's go on vacation, baby. That's a new high as well. IBIT, new high for Bitcoin today. Everything bumping right now. NVIDIA, new highs. So yeah, I mean, whether or not your guy won or lost, if you are invested, then it should be a decent day for you, unless you are just in oil, which most people are not. Hopefully just get diversified a little bit. But at the end of the day, good day here today for the markets. Many names at all-time highs. A good day to open up your 401ks, I would say.
Unless you're a Boeing shareholder.
How much are they down, man?
3.5. Boeing just broke the low. It just, you know what, Boeing, they can't win for losing. Or is it the other way around? Lose, whatever, it doesn't matter. It stinks right now on Boeing. Let's just leave it at that. So it is right now on the precipice. I sometimes call these things the Alamo. If you ever hear me say the Alamo, I usually just mean the last line of support. For anyone that doesn't get the reference, I know everyone in America probably gets that one, but in case you don't, the Alamo is down here at the 145. I mean, 146 would give it an extra $1. If you can't hold on to that, it's going to get pretty nasty for Boeing. Down 3%. A lot of things are strong today. It stinks when this is the kind of day where if you look down and something that's in your portfolio isn't performing well, it's a bit of a sign and an obvious one. And I think for Boeing, a bit of a surprise. I think you would have thought in a protectionism scenario that it could have done a little bit better. I'm very shocked by that. I thought Boeing would have been good based on the results. So as a shareholder, I have to ask myself what the heck is going on and maybe evaluate that at the end of the day. But Mara keeps on dipping underneath VWAP in here. And I wonder, like, some of this is going to have to do with what's going on in Bitcoin, because there's a bit of a battle happening on BTC. I know I have a 15-minute up here. See the battle going on in BTC where you're trying to make another run at 75 and you're just cresting 74.5. So what clearly has to happen here is a hold above 74.5, which gives us a run into 75. So if we fail and start retesting lows, punch out Mara, if we hold this, start looking to places to add on the way up before we get to the 75. So got to have eyes on, I mean, if you're watching IBIT or you want to watch spot Bitcoin prices, it's a distinction without much of a difference. So Mara's working, but I think it's going to need us to hold above 74.5 into the 75 on Bitcoin. So make sure you have that one up. And Amazon is absolutely going ham. And I'm not going to unpack that one for you. You guys all know what it means.
It's Hamazon. So there you go. Yeah, that's all right. All right. Remember I was saying before? Yeah, it was okay. Before I was like we were $2 in the money, then we were $3 in the money on our total holdings, and then all of a sudden we were $3.50 in the money. Well, right now we're almost $4. My bad. We are $4 now in the money on our position. So yeah, there it goes, man. NVIDIA back up to the highs of the day, and again, glad that we discussed this and why we like this name, NVIDIA, as it continues to go higher. Again, a name that takes out 52-week highs and retraces off of it. Or all-time highs. There's no doubt that a play like this happens, and it happens all the time. Obviously, it coincided with the market right there, and today's a little bit of a different day, as we'll play momentum a little differently because it can carry forward, man. I mean, the Nasdaq being up that 2.13%. Wow, we are already at these crazy highs for the Nasdaq. I want to think at one point. I mean, I'm going to refresh this, but over 2,000 likes almost right now. So thank you so much for everybody for that 1.7x change on that. There it is. So there was that level that we were like, is it going to hold? Is it going to hold? It does not hold. It's trying to go back up to the upside. But we wicked 20,800. So this should be close enough too. If not, all-time highs again. We didn't see that the Nasdaq made them. Let me just go over here and just quickly double check. I'm going to type in here the QQQs just to see where we are exactly on that, because intraday levels and stuff like that are going to matter. But yeah, we're basically at all-time highs right now. We have it here as 503.52 on eSignal. So let's just see what we're at exactly right now. That's not the right exchange over there. NQ, there it is. What did I say it was? 503.52. So today's high, 503.46. So you came within basically just someone pushing bid and getting this Nasdaq back up to all-time highs again there today. Oh boy, man, $2.50 now in the money on Palantir as that continues to go higher, and then NVIDIA as well, $2. So yeah, man, so far so good. I mean, I've only traded those names. We want to look for some more Netflix moving around. You're in Mara. I like that. Marissa sent me a tweet. Oh no, says Ozan. I'm going to go have to check that out. But for right now, I got to pay for all those bills that my lovely wife keeps racking up. And congratulations to my daughter. Got picked for this like Canadian elite hockey team. It's like it's absolutely insane. So we had to put down a deposit yesterday, and it was 180. Yeah, we had to measure her jerseys and all this stuff. I'm very, very proud of her. Anyways, the deposit was 181 US. So it goes down, hits the credit card. I look down on my phone because I get all the notices there. Yep. 267 Canadian. I'm like, what? So we talked about that earlier. Brendan was mentioning the US dollar at all-time highs again, or relative to certain pairs. At the end of the day, wow, making a lot of money there goes currency exchanges. And you know what? I was actually thinking that we should be probably trading, or at least maybe looking at some Forex. But you know where you can also look at some Forex, and that is with our friends at Trade the Pool. I mean, right there, Trade the Pool. Scan it right there, get 10% off, get funded. We like it. Trade the Pool allows traders like you to get evaluated and trade real shares while using company capital with, believe it or not, no PDT rule. That's the edge. Here's the exciting part. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program for stock traders. One-time fee of just under $100. You heard me right. $97. You will receive a $20,000 in buying power. All you need to do is reach the profit goal. And if you take some of these trades that I'm putting on today, that profit goal will be pretty simple. The best part is the limited edition program now has reduced profit goal. Even better. And it'll show you minimum trades required to reach the funded phase. Plus, the profit split is upgraded. Now keep 70 points. That's a nice one. Of the profits. Don't miss your chance to explore this limited time offer. Don't miss it. Get it right now. And without any further ado, thank you to Trade the Pool. Let's go over to Miss Adara, who's been waiting patiently at the big screen with Sector Watch.
What a gap up here for the IWM. Russell 2000 actually days highs here around 239, right now trading above 235. Though since that gap up, we've been in a little bit of a downtrend here with lower highs and lower lows on the 15-minute chart. First two small caps today are going to have a little bit larger market cap, but they're both components of the Russell 2000. We have Lumen Technologies here, about an $8 billion market cap for LUMN, about a 7% short float as well. They reported earnings last night. They're up about 10% here. EPS miss, but a sales beat for LUMN. Next up, we have HIMS up about 17%. This is a day two earnings move for Hims and Hers Health. No new news today, but they do have an 18% short float, also a larger market cap, around $5 billion. Last but not least, ARB IoT, ARBB. They're actually going to be a penny stock, so complete other side of the spectrum here. Yesterday, they announced they signed an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, with regards to this AI deal, global AI acceleration here with Advanced Server Solutions. So server-related AI deal, setting penny stock ARBB up about 80%, guys.
ARB.
You gotta ARB that trade for sure.
You definitely have to ARB that trade if you can. So just a couple of quick.
I liked Amazon.
Well, Amazon is easily like that because it is absolutely, it's insane on Amazon. Let's be real. It just got to $205. So
what?
That Bezos block or whatever the heck we were calling it. I feel like
Obi over here.
I know, I keep changing the name every 5 seconds because who cares? Look at the acceleration through 205, through 201.5, and now you're up at $205. We love some Amazon in here. And it's now carrying, like, it's the bigger cap tech names that are carrying things. Like, I go back over to Tesla. Tesla's trying barely to hold on to 280, still trending down and underneath VWAP. It's been a bit of a sea change here. Early on, it was some of the Trump names going, for lack of a better term. You know, Tesla was strong in there. As Mara just came back out underneath break even. Apple is at the highs, just giving you an idea of what's going and what's not. And as Mara was starting to work again, we entered on a bit of a trend break. It gets into VWAP and then right back out under my entry. So Mara, nice move, don't get me wrong, but the first move is the best. You're still putting in lower highs and trending down and lower. SMCI hit the exact same, hit the same wall again. It's a random price, but $21.60. Truth be told, somebody's just sitting there and it's not getting past that price. So every time it gets here after that bounce, you can see it almost like a wall forming. It happened earlier as well, like right at 9:30. It started rejecting with a few wicks above. Yeah, this needs to break $21.60. If it can hold this higher low, I'm giving it to this prior bottom since our reversion trade. And now it just needs to break 21.60, and then maybe we can look for longs above on SMCI. And that could at least take you into 23. I still think $25 is a short on SMCI. I don't think it's going to get there, but in case it did, I want to have eyeballs on it. Amazon, I don't know where you're going to be able to get, but I'm not chasing Amazon at this point. You got to give some kind of a reasonable dip buy in here. Once, I can slap the fail on myself for not having that breakout trade. I picked a few things that I wanted to have. I actually love that NVIDIA breakout, which stunk at 144.5. And ultimately, you pick and choose. Amazon 201.50 ended up being clearly the better opportunity. But you had to stick with the ones that you liked. So we knew we wanted SMCI. We knew we wanted NVIDIA breaking that top. And Amazon now flying. I want no part of buying at these highs. I want to see it do some kind of a... it's only green candle since 9:48 on a 3-minute chart here, right? So let it do some kind of a simmer move. It's at 205 now. I'm not shorting it. It's probably a mean reversion play. I bet you Obi's looking at the mean reversion here. It's so far away from VWAP here that I think any kind of a pullback, a reasonable one, is certainly going to be in play.
And we are very, very excited about Amazon, that is for sure. I actually used some, it was funny, we're having a good time here pre-market, and I actually used a little bit of aggressive terminology, and I was like, Bezos can shove you-know-what, his sell wall up his you-know-what, and then I didn't even trade it. So good look right there on that one. I didn't think there was going to be anyone standing in the way today of anything, but you know what's no one standing in the way of? Wow, these bank stocks, geez, man. Like, I mean, thanks for putting this in the chat again to us, but JP Morgan, I don't, like, even on earnings, it doesn't go up 10%, right? So a huge move up there for JPM. They obviously are going to like whatever sort of policy is now going to be in place. Like, I'm so surprised. I did not see the banks moving the way they're moving today, but they are. And again, like, look at JP Morgan take out that top. Just stay with the best banks. Like, just stay, forget about banks. Just stay with best of breed everywhere. Like, I'm sure if I look at Palo Alto, I'm sure if I look at like all of these stocks, look, what? WFC right now up 11%.
11%.
Like, some of these moves in the banks, what are my guys doing over here? Come on, Bank of Nova Scotia. I mean, Canada's probably getting killed. What a surprise.
No, they're not doing
Yep, flat. Okay, that's nice.
So Palo Alto, by the way, is 52-week high. It broke.
Wow, I mean, I was just saying that, and there you go. So, like, I didn't even look at that. So there you go. Best of breed stuff, right? Let me guess. Costco's ripping like crazy today as well. Here goes Costco, $892.50. Again, this was just at 800 not even too long ago, Neil. So nice little move right there. All right, yeah, Capital One there in the chat. Yeah, Western Alliance in the chat. MU is ripping. I mean, everybody in the chat right now is talking all about these financials. So, again, thanks so much for all of that as we continue to go. I mean, I think another American name that could be really benefiting from, again, just more positivity around Walmart. I mean, up 1% again here. It can't just be all tech all the time. And then the one that I brought up earlier today as well was Nucor. Wow, Nucor. Okay. I mean, again, steel name really ripping up 14.5%, 15%. Remember we talked about this? I was like, where's that 200 period? I thought it was at a 160 break. Nice move up there for Nucor today as well. But wow, man. I mean, monster moves. Tesla for a short. Neil's just in SMCI longs. We don't have any shorts on right now. Wow, we missed that again. Like, I'm bidding down here, but we missed that one, and I guess I was still bidding 275. But yeah, Tesla could be setting up for a short here. I actually don't mind that play. Maybe something to look at. I'm going to cancel my Tesla orders and regroup this. But NVIDIA's right back, man. We're 450 in the money, total trades combined. So it is hard for me to look at other names, but we'll try our best.
Yeah, and we'll try to look at pretty much everything. I know another one that got named in that's actually up more than JP Morgan and Wells is Goldman Sachs up 12% at the high of the day as well. So GS absolutely flying. And good luck to anybody. I saw someone in the chat. The chat's been flying around like absolute wildfire. I just saw someone say they were taking a shot at Amazon short. Just to be clear, like, I was saying I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole short. I was looking for a dip to go long. Which is, look, just because you're looking for a dip doesn't mean I'm betting the thing is going to come down. It means I want to be buying the dip. But it's not dipping. It did not put in a red candle. It's actually going sideways. Pitch bull. Well, that's my answer. No, I'm not thinking about shorting Amazon. No. We got a couple more super chats in there. Another one from Adrian. We now are 7 of 30 towards our goal. So if you haven't checked it out, if we get 30 super chats, Randy's going to do an Ask Me Anything. Trade TV Randy, quite a character, knows He knows an absolute ton about the auto sector and the energy sector, guys. You're going to want to make sure you do that with him. And he's just an all-around fun guy. So get us up to that 30, and we'll have some fun for you guys, because that's what we're all about here. And we do want to look at everything. And I've seen so many people in the chat, and shout out to everyone in the chat. You've got to be a subscriber to be in the chat. Don't short Amazon. Coinbase. Coinbase is
I think you
up
can short Amazon.
18. Well, I mean, you can trade. I mean, any trade can happen. Coinbase up 18%, and right about to handle those highs if we get one more little bit of a breakout here on coin. There is a little bit of a wall here at the 231, sort of similar to what I've been seeing over there on Mara, where it can't get through 17.8. Mara is the one that I like, but I mean, you can't really go wrong. The difference is Mara's trying to get through VWAP. Well, I just got out under break even, but it's still trying to trend up. But it's lower highs and lower lows forming a bit of a wedge. What it needs to do is break the wedge to the upside, or you have to wait for support at that bottom. Amazon continues to fly. I mean, SMCI is still holding and looking good. But wow, there's Amazon. There wasn't even a dip to be bought. But this is why we said we don't want to touch it short. It is one of the. This is basically just algo buying in here when you see that. Yeah, there's no red candle.
We're short Tesla. Just quickly before we go to Adara. Okay, we're in this Tesla short. Let's go, baby. Maybe we can make this really matter. Let's make Tesla great again. But for right now, bang! There it goes, man. Big trading alert right now for Tesla, guys. Here we go. Wow, big move. We are now $6 in the money, total trades combined. We've got a monster on right now, $1.70, $2 now in the money on Tesla. Boy, oh boy, we get excited. And you guys know when you watch the show, you know why we're excited right now. We've got risk on. Put on your risk on hats right now. We are in this name right here for Tesla. It's $2 in the money, and we just put that on in 1 minute there, Neil. $2. You have to trade the right names. There's absolutely nothing else about it. There goes Tesla to the downside. Put risk on, get rewarded. Tesla, ciao. Big day alert. Tesla, let's see where we can go from here. Nice move to the downside. Now $1.50, $2 in the money. I'm going to take another bid, but let's see where Tesla can get to. Maybe we get even lower. If the market cranks, this name's in trouble. We're out of half at least on Tesla. Adara, kill him.
Only one thing to talk about here in crypto, and it's going to be Bitcoin making new all-time highs. Of course, we have Coinbase up about 18%, strengthen a lot of these other miners and crypto-related stocks as well. So keep an eye on crypto stocks. But if we want to talk about Bitcoin itself, we've had this rounded bottom ever since we had this nice push up here starting at the start of the year, culminating in these new highs in March. Then we curl here, rounded bottom, and the election of Donald Trump, who's really proclaimed himself here as the Bitcoin president, the crypto president, pushing this entity here, this crypto, Bitcoin, to the upside. Bitcoin right now trying to hold on to 74,000, but at highs here, looking just below 76,000. Great look for BTC with its highest volume candle since August 5th. That's going to be Black Monday. Highest candle since Black Monday, and highest positive or green volume candle here since March 20th. So really great look here for BTC. Lots of buyers clearly interested in this name. Ethereum strong here as well, up actually more on a percentage basis than Bitcoin, up almost 9%. No new highs, but reclaiming here that 2650 level. Solana up about 12%, BNB up about 3%, Dogecoin up 10%, Cardano up 6%. Not going to go through every name here, but it's clear that there's a lot of positive sentiment right now across the crypto space, regardless of what token or cryptocurrency you're looking at, guys.
Yeah, the exuberance is definitely there. So we talked about DJT and every $4 earlier on this morning, 44, 40, and now 36. So we just lost a $36 level on DJT. There was a halt up. I did play in and out. Essentially flat. It was about a few cents because I got out on the reopen. Because thankfully, and shout out to Real Trading, when you can see where it's going to open up at, within seconds, you can decide, hey, it's going to open a little bit lower. I wanted it only if it was going to open higher. Let's just take the opening print and get right out. And I think that's a decided advantage, because if you're blind there, I can assume it's going to open up and it ends up not. There I could just get out on that actual open and not have to worry about it bleeding in. But back into 36, I'm shorting it back into that price. Looks like it is. Look, as long as it holds underneath 36, there's 32 to the downside. You guys can see that's where the bottom was yesterday on that huge flush you saw in the afternoon that Sean had. So 32 is an obvious one. It's every $4 has been pretty significant here as well on DJT. SMCI is starting to lose the bid. a little bit. So I got more out in front of that wall at 2160. But if we lose 2170, we're out of this. So we're down to underneath the last 5% of the trade. It was good into VWAP. It broke the trend. But now SMCI is resuming basically what it was doing before, which is bleeding, down 25%. And this one's on earnings. Remember, this has nothing to do with the election. Although
that's the other thing.
I mean, you could spin it. This is different. Like, it's one of the few stocks out there that's going to be going on its own, and it's resuming trend. So it was a trend reversal, but I'm not holding it past that 21 or 2065 level. We're in at 2060.
I like all those looks. All right, so by the way, guys, I mean, honestly, remember we were talking about how much we were in, and this is not, I'm just trying to show you that there's possibilities here to make multiple dollars every day in the market. Like right now, I'm in the money $6 in total. We have $1.70 on NVIDIA. We have $2.50 on PLTR. Now Tesla's trying to go up. We actually got out of more of this. I'm gonna take another bid right now at 281 if we can, as this works, there we go, as it works its way back in. But again, now we're $1.30 in the money on this name as we continue to go. I'm waiting for 280 to break. That might be a little bit much right now. I mean, we were in underneath VWAP, underneath all of this. So now that we're playing with house money, I'm gonna put the stop up at 283. Big time trade alert right here, guys, on Tesla. That's about, you know, the best that I can sort of tell you without giving away and doxing share size and all that kind of stuff. All right, because we've decided not to do that. What we're going to do is, and I want to thank Adrian right now for busting out all of these right now. We do have a goal right now. If you want to hear something about Randy, ask him anything. It's going to be probably a lot of automotive. If you're interested in that, that would be a good thing as well. Get this. We're almost there, man. 7 more super chats. And we don't have too much time left, right? The goal ends in 1 hour. So get that going there. The midday show always gets super chats, so I think that'll be cool too. But let's get it ended on this show right now. And then we'll have Randy back. I don't know when, but maybe the next couple days we'll organize him to come on. And maybe he'll come on just for a little brief time today if we can get that goal. So let's try to make that happen for everybody. All right, I mean, NVIDIA, we just have 1% left of Palantir. So it sucks. I wish we had more than that, but we do not. So 1% left of Palantir, very, very small trade. More just holding on to it to see where we go for that one. And again, NVIDIA, we have about 7 or 8% left of NVIDIA. And then for Tesla, we have about 20% left. So we do have a decent piece left on there for Tesla. I am bidding right here, 280.05. Let's take a bid here if it does want to test 280. I'm not sure it's going to hold it right now. Sharif, over $7 in the money now in total positions. So we're really making it work out here for us today. You know what? There, Tesla sort of, I'm going to take a bid there. I took some out there at 280.45. I was not sure. We just bounced off 280. It's been a good day. Let's just keep it that way. Right now, Tesla, all good on this side of things.
Yeah, and by the way, we're going to get to handle some business, but Amazon now is testing the trend to the downside. So this is the first time that it's actually breaking the trend underneath. It just closed prior bar underneath the trend line, which means we're going to look to get in here if we can. Give me something in the 30s. All right, we're engaged at the quarter level. Give it to prior bar high, which is 205.70-ish. And again, you got to find your strategies. We like this one. This is similar setup to SMCI, although SMCI was an SSR bounce. It was short sell restricted on SMCI. But you know what? If you want to find trading opportunities, if you want to execute trading opportunities, then one of the things you're going to want to do is check out eSignal. Because eSignal is the place to go if you want to trade smarter, if you want to elevate your trading game. Whether you are scanning for opportunities, whether you are executing trades, whether you are back testing and forward testing your trades, what you need is reliable data, an easy-to-use platform, charting that changes the game, and that's exactly what eSignal has for you. Sean's been using it for over 20 years. I've been on-off myself. Traders on this floor have been using this as long as I've been on the floor. Every symbol that you could possibly want and every single indicator you could possibly want in a vast array of markets is available to you
vast
here.
Array, I like that.
I know, the array of symbols here.
Slow down.
On eSignal. So
hey
shout
now.
out to them. They do have a 30-day free trial, so check them out. Like we said, reliable real-time data. They never, I shouldn't say never, but let's be real, they pretty much don't go down.
I don't know.
And your data has been unbelievably
That's
reliable.
how I know like our internet is down. If I ever see the charts sort of get a little wonky.
Internet, yes.
Well,
sometimes it happens, but eSignal, absolutely not. So shout out to eSignal. Want to make sure we shout them out. But it is 10:40. We do need to go over to Adara. I believe it's Sector Watch already.
We are going to look at some sectors, and we have a lot of strengths. We're going to start here with sectors that are a bit weaker. Health technology lagging a little bit here, led to the downside by a 4% move in its largest constituent. Eli Lilly looks like this is a sympathy play with Novo Nordisk, which reported earnings this morning, a little bit mixed, and traders not reacting super positively to those results. We also have a lot of weakness here in consumer non-durables. KO, Coca-Cola here, and Nike notably red. We also have utilities with some weakness here as well. Consumer durables, with the exception of Tesla, up on a Trump sympathy play, are pretty weak as well. Now let's talk about these Trump sympathy plays, because there are a lot of different sectors where you can find them. We have finance here to the upside. Banking names that may be getting a bit of a boost from a Republican administration due to a lack of regulatory concerns. That also could impact these tech names. We know that there have been a lot of regulation of tech, specifically in the EU. So that's something to keep an eye on here as well. Commercial services, much like finance, benefiting from potentially these regulatory things. Visa particularly strong as well. And then we have technology services strong here with the exception of Meta. META, which is also getting impacted potentially by that Trump trade. We know Donald Trump has been a little bit more supportive of TikTok than what we were seeing with the previous administration. So META and SNAP, both of which would benefit from a TikTok embargo or ban, are trading a little bit lower today, guys.
Yeah.
I can tell you, yeah, I mean, that makes some sense there for Meta. Look, I think ultimately, like, they still print money. I think they'll be good. That might be one of those stocks that after the dust settles, Meta might be a buying opportunity, and therefore now, like, it is what it is. So Amazon, again, wait for your execution plan. You can see the trend since VWAP. When it broke, got in. Immediately, it's holding at first support. I mean, let's be real. Like, Amazon clears it, 205.5. I don't get into the quarters, and it's holding on to that first support at 204.5. So I did take another leg out there. Realizing it's a strong stock, this getting to VWAP would require a leap of faith. So I don't think it's getting to VWAP. And to be honest, if it gets there, I'll be looking for longs somewhere before that price regardless. So if it can't hold on to 204.5, I'm sitting every 50 cents underneath this. So Amazon did give us that mean revert trade that we're looking for. But let's be real, the stock is still a strong one. You got to pick your spots for that entry. Pretty much the same thing going on. SMCI is still doing the exact same thing. But now it's consolidated underneath, and my stop's underneath right here. So I guess I'll be out possibly soon. Like I said, we're holding on to now less than 5%, but SMCI looking like it wants to retest those lows. I did want to go over Rivian because sometimes it is what it is. Rivian bounces, goes right back to $10. Should not be ignoring the stock. Goes to $9.96, right back to the lows. The $10 level on Rivian in the wrong way is a huge one today, where it's just Rivian's bleeding. It's down 9%. It is it is likely to go short sell restricted, in which case I'd look for a similar play like on SMCI. If it goes down 10% and the uptick rule comes into effect, I'm just going to look for, at that point, a mean reversion trade where it breaks trend and then bounces. That's it. Once the Rivian hits 10%, which will probably be in the next 15 minutes or so, the way it's trading, I'll look for that reversion trade on on Rivian. That's been Amazon doing it, SMCI doing it, and Rivian is probably going to be next. Whichever direction they happen, don't fight the trend, allow it to reverse or join it. Nothing in between.
I just want to thank everybody for watching. It's been a monumental day. I mean, it's been an absolutely monster day. We got that fill on Tesla at 280. I mean, we talked about bidding there, and that's exactly what we wound up getting. So it's a good trade there for us on Tesla down to the downside. So I just want to say that we got that 280.05 fill. So, like, Randy, you're almost on the AMA. We've got 29 of 30.
One more.
One more. And we are there, and you are coming on. But I don't know if you can give people $3 winners on Tesla, but that was a good trade right there to the downside, as we did not break through 280. Tesla still, a little bit of a dip in there. No problem. We held 275, but we did not bid 275, although we mentioned it. Tesla trying to hold forward. And then the name that you got some explaining to do, my guy. And we can't control what happens with prices, but look what's happening to Rivian right now as it continues to sink down in and break the hearts of everybody that trades Rivian to the downside. Those of you that did not get out at 18, tough. I mean, we were able to get out at I'll go back and check. I thought it was probably about 50%, might have been a bit more, but Randy, right now, Rivian going lower. I do want to thank you. There it is right there. Let's go. It's awesome. It's bang. It's bang. It's bang. There it is, Randy. We have an AMA all scheduled. We want to thank our big guy for that. There it is. The goal is achieved. Thank you so much for that. And it's mostly due to, where was he right here? Adrian, a lot of super chats. Thank you so much for all of that. Vinu is here as well, saying thank you. And then Adrian Petrus here. Started with your channel 2 months ago. I couldn't find a better live trading show. You cannot. It's because it doesn't exist. But I mean, I do appreciate you trying to look for it. But right now, you're absolutely awesome. Thank you for all of your effort. You are damn well welcome. I mean, again, right now, we're going to be, great stuff. Thank you, Randy, for coming through. And we'll have you on ASAP. But yeah, man, I mean, we're up today. And I mean, there's a lot of traders going to be flat, a lot of traders are going to be up, a lot of traders are going to be down. But at the end of the day, it's a positive trading day. And whenever it's a positive trading day, you got to give props to that. So I don't know how many of us are all positive, but I want to thank to everybody for watching the show here. And then just, big shout out to all the supporters. And again, thank you for the super chats. Thanks to Randy, Neil, everybody here making this show great again. So here we go, man. I don't know if anybody saw what I did there, but all right. Tesla right now. We've been sitting here in this position, and I think this may be what the super chats are about and things like that, is like, we've been sitting here, $3 in the money, and I've been announcing the position, $3 in the money, $4 in the money, $5 in the money, and it's just like, that's just trying to show you that you can be the trader that you want to be. And I mean, I've really worked pretty hard over the last little while to develop all of these plans and how to properly trade, and it's really, really starting to hit. So again, congratulations to all of you that, love it the way I do, and have that passion to succeed, right? And so that's what it takes in this game. And just keep on going with us. And I want to just thank everybody for coming through, right? So again, you guys can ask us at any points any questions. And I know I've only traded 3 names today, but NVIDIA, Palantir, and Tesla. Those are 3 names that I've traded, and I'm going to be 2 and 1.
Yeah, and just so by the way, I am out of Amazon. The trend down is now already reverting here on Amazon. The idea was to be long at 201.5, but it got down to 204.50, found first support, and then now you're going to get a bit of a break. There it goes. It just got into 204.50 again. So I did reverse looking for a long back into the high. We'll take it out. SMCI also just came in as well. So unfortunately, SMCI does not hold above VWAP, does not break 2160 at all. Whoever was selling at 2160 on SMCI, like clearly there was a brick wall all morning long. So I'm out underneath 2060. For an SSR bounce play, there is no I want it the second time through at the same price. It has nothing to do with that. It's simply a trend reversion. So unless it tries to do it again at a fresh low or off the same low, you've got to pick your spot and you've got to wait for it. The other one that we are looking for here is going to be Rivian next. Rivian did not break 10% down, so I'm not really thinking the reversion trade on Rivian, but we'll wait for it. I do think it can get to the downside, obviously. And just to go back over to I believe MARA now trending up. So Mara, good look early. Did like 117.4 was my Alamo. I got back in on a trend revert, but it couldn't hold beneath VWAP. I held on to 5% for break even. Now it's headed higher. So the trend's still working on Mara. And Coinbase is also making fresh highs. So this one never gave the clear out of the top yet. But when you start thinking about where it's coming from, you're back above the 50 period. There's room to the 200 at 19 even, which I think is going to be resistance on Mara. That does give it VWAP retracements. That gives it an 18-20 breakout as well. So I want to be involved in Mara if we can get back on into it. So we're going to be in Mara if we get a VWAP drip. I'm still looking at SMCI, but the only thing we got to wait for SMCI is either a bounce off of the low or a trend reversion. Not going to be catching a falling life. This is not a trade where you're sitting on the bid. This is a trade where it trends down, it reverses a trend, and then you get in with a tight stop and a quick execution. Let's get on over to Adara for Money Talks.
Really quickly before we get to Money Talks, just keep an eye on DJT. I'm seeing some circulation here on social media that Kamala Harris is expected to deliver a concession speech around 4 p.m. Eastern. So keep an eye on DJT and some of those Trump trades with that in mind. Not confirmed yet, but seeing some circulation of an expected concession speech from Kamala Harris at 4 p.m. Eastern. Now we have the DXY, which is extremely strong, blowing past that previous resistance area that we ran into first in late July, then again here in mid to late October, blowing past that area to trade around 105 currently for that DXY. We got as high as 105.50 earlier today, and the next area of resistance looks like it could be that high we got in late June of 106. Lots of strength here for that US dollar after the announcement here of those election results. Republican candidate and former President Donald Trump winning once again here to become the 47th president of the United States. Looks like there's some support here too. If you look below after this most recent move up around that 103.4 area, we bounced here after 2 straight days of downside to kick off the month of November for this DXY. So lots of strength as we head into what could be a bit of a tumultuous time for this DXY and this market, because tomorrow we do have the FOMC meeting. It's actually on a Thursday and not on a Wednesday as we usually have due to the election. So FOMC, 2 p.m. tomorrow, we'll get that rate statement. We are expecting across the board here a 25 basis point cut. We'll have to see if that's what comes through. Then at 2:30 tomorrow, we will get comments from Fed Chair Jerome Powell, guys.
Almost forgot about the Fed.
Who is this guy?
Am I live?
You're always live.
Are you live? You're the one
got a mic.
pushing the buttons out.
This is a reminder to like and subscribe. You know, make sure to click that like button and the bell icon so you don't miss any notifications. And also, it looks like we reached the goal.
We did reach the goal. That's what we were talking about. It's a big time goal over there.
So I'm going to let Randy know that he has to come on. Stay tuned to the midday if you want to reach that.
Ooh, okay. We're happy with that. We're happy with that. Thank you, Fabian. There's Fabian right there. The man, the myth, the legend, the man pushing all the buttons in the back there. And listening.
Oh, most of them.
Yeah, and just listening to whatever Ramin tells him to do. So there we go. As we all do.
Let's be real.
This is not a shot.
As we all do.
Besides Sharif. Sharif is a man about himself, and then until Ramin eventually sets him straight, and then we'll see how that goes. But enjoy us for more and more fun. But the thing about it is, you know what? We can all do whatever we want around here because we have a lot of fun. But the more important thing is, a lot of people want to know, like, on a day like this, what's for lunch? You know, is it going to be something American? Like, is it going to be like some hamburgers or something like that for USA? So on and so forth. Well, let's have a quick look right now at what is for lunch. All right, it's pesto roasted cod fillet. Okay, with a white cream sauce and steamed rice, asparagus, broccolini, and salad on the side. So that is what's for lunch. A little bit of fish. All right, we'll take it. All right, just real quickly right now, this is how you stay positive. Neil and I will not only hopefully give you some winning trades, but also talk about the losing trades and what to do with them. So Tesla just ripped all the way back up. Now, I'm calculating what we're doing. We've reloaded this position at 283. Why? Because that's where VWAP is. We got to give this a little bit more room. I'm only giving this a 283.50, so $1 worth of a hit. We took multiple dollars on this. I've already calculated the math. If we take $1 hit on this name, we will give back 25% of our day on Tesla. So it looks like that's about what's to happen. We try to reload again on this name. It may or may not work. I don't have any bids out on this one. Let's see what happens right now with Tesla. I'm here for it, and we're just going to see what happens. So that's Tesla right now, 283.50. If we break on that, that'll be that $1 hit, and we're gone. All right, so that will be, there it is. So that's the end of that trade. So again, we've already know the math. We calculated it. We did give back there 20 to 25% of that trade as we got stopped out. And of course, it comes back. But at the end of the day, have your stops, right? It's how you stay green. And that's the most important thing, right? You want to stay green. That is the most important thing every single day, to look down and be able to be like, I'm green, because this trade can happen again. Like, even if this tanks now, you got to stay in your just risk parameters. And if that was too risky, and I was like, you know what? I'm not sure about the momentum. Let's get out of Tesla. So make that change and get out there. So that's exactly what we did there on that Tesla trade. Still up on it. Obviously, as we just said, we'll give back 20 to 25%. I think it was worth the risk there with only 5 minutes to go. Thank you for watching. And again, we're pretty fluid here, right? I mean, any kind of stock that you guys want to look at, we did ignore some of the banks. We looked at them, but not really being able to trade them. I stuck with my plan and everything that's on my list. So today, Palantir, check. Palantir, number one. Tesla, check. NVIDIA, check. The only thing we didn't look at was Intel or Bitcoin. So those were two things we looked at. I mean, in Intel, I'll throw it back to Neil in a second. Intel, I wrote down $24. That came twice. So we should have been on Intel long down there at $24. Whether or not we missed the boat or not now, we'll have to reassess. But that was the trade that we had written down on the sticky note. So that would have been a good one. But for right now, is what it is. I still love Amazon, man. I mean, I talked about, you guys were just joking about, is the short there for Amazon? And yeah, at some point, shorts.
Oh, it was on the reversion.
Yeah, 206, nice play. Now into 204, maybe it's there now.
Yeah, it was definitely there in the very top reversion, but when it got to 05 was just a round number. And look, I'm back in SMCI, but it's the same plan. So black chart doesn't have the trend line, so there you go. Like that's close enough. But when it broke here, that was, to me, the short entry. And it's a similar plan over in SMCI. Like you want an execution strategy, like this broke a trend to the downside there. It's short sell restricted being down this much. It just did it again. You might have missed it by a few cents. Like you could punch it in here and I'd have 69 instead of 73. It's just a little bit of how fast you're going to be on it. But I want to play it back into VWAP. And respecting the fact that $21.60 on SMCI, sell, 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 sell. It is a brick wall. If SMCI clears through 2160, then that's a different trade. This is a trend reversion SSR bounce into VWAP and that level, scalp out to that level. If it wants to break out 2160, I'm for it. I think it can absolutely ramp job to the upside. But, it's been a wild morning. And this Amazon, I mean, it's now trending back in. But, like, where is this going to stop? Like, it still was the strong program trading on Amazon. And it's, remember, 201.5 is where it broke out from. It's at 204. Like, you're valid, when I say I mean your breakout is still valid to come all the way back into VWAP.
Oh, Tezzy.
And it's still flying. It could drop $2.50, and I'd still want the long at VWAP in here. So there hasn't been much of a consolidation yet on Amazon, but it's still a strong stock, and I think the mean reversion play might be on, but if it gets to VWAP, let's be real, got to look to engage again. The market is a little bit of an inside and now pulling back in. SMCI does not have the explosion that it had. Like when it reverted last time, it was a rocket. And every time someone threw a bid on the offer, I joined them on the way to VWAP. This time, it's a little bit slower heading on. So let's be a little bit careful with this. It blasted the first time. It's not exactly blasting now, so I want to be cautious with it. I know we got a lot going on, and we haven't covered absolutely everything for you. There was some banks I wanted to look at today. Rivian, it was a miss. I'll slap the fail on myself for that $10 twice on Rivian. Gave you the $10 trade. But Supercars with X, thank you for the super chat. You guys should put Ram on the show. She is lit. I'm going to hit the like on that. You guys should hit the like on the stream. You know what? You don't get to just hit the fail, Ramin, on this. This is for the viewers, and clearly they're interested in hearing your thoughts. Fabian has come on, and everyone wants to hear Ramin. Ramin and Fabian do a fantastic job with our team making us look and sound good pretty much every single day that we're here live for you with the markets. Ramin is the best. Because she gives me treats every now and then when she brings them in. But with only 1 minute to go, for now, the only re-entry was on trend in SMCI. Amazon, I feel like we have big fish to fry if Amazon gets all the way to VWAP. I'm looking for a potential curl on Amazon that doesn't wait till VWAP, but it's still trending down for now. Bezos wall broken.
All right. Again, thank you so much to everybody. This has been a real special show. And thank you for watching. Thank you to everybody. I've tried to get Ramin on the show many times. I think that would be a great idea. So we'll get her back on. I mean, quite frankly, Fabian could put her on right now if he wanted to. And there she goes now ducking. So, I'm here for you guys. I'm the people's producer. So you guys get ready. You want to know anything, let me know. Hit me up at Trader TV Sean. And we'll make things happen. So thank you so much again for everything here today. I mean, we're still in Palantir, we're still in NVIDIA, and then look at that out on Tesla. Sometimes your outs are actually what matters, like we said, and that saved us a little bit of money there, making it back up there to the upside. So yeah, man, so far so good here. Banger of a day. Probably more to come. And that's why we want to tell you to join us all day, every day. 8:30, we're here live. Now we pass it on to Learn to Trade with Sharif and Sataya today, which should be a lot of fun. We're going to come back at 2 o'clock, which will be there. I'm going to just delay until they get ready over there. So we don't.
All good.
It doesn't matter. Well, yeah, the timing doesn't matter. We'll go over when we are ready for that. So again, thank you so much. We have over 480,000 subscribers. So keep that going. We right now have likes on the stream. We have over almost 2,000. So if you haven't hit the like right now, let's hit it right now. 1.9K. Hit those like buttons right now and let us know that, hey, you've made money today or you haven't. again, not everybody's always going to make money. I think we've displayed that. But at the same time, take the risks where risks are appropriate, and you'll be all right, right? And so, again, there it goes. Now now Tesla's coming back in as the market's dripping a little bit. So let's just review what we're doing right now on NVIDIA, and then we'll figure this out. So there's NVIDIA. I'm going to take another piece out right now at 81s. Why not do that? We're right at the 50-period moving average. We did have a nice move back, and we are uncertain on what the futures are doing exactly. So, all right, looks like we are ready to go right now. Thank you again, everybody, for watching. It's Midday Madness. It's with Satya, it's with Sharif, and we're back at 2 p.m. We'll trade then.
Ciao.
Beautiful people, welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That is your girl, Satya, the crypto queen. And what a day to have you on. Come on.
Yes.
That was good luck there. Yes, and I'm Sharif as well. And let's see who's in the chat. We already have a couple of people already hanging out with us in the chat, so we're going to shut them out over here. We got my main man, Adam DeLuce. We also have Fat Figure. We got Chase Bands, JF Trader. We got Mr. Two Pimps. Shout out to Darwin, one of the OGs. Matthew Booth, The Piper. We even have a Dara. Shout out to Dara. Day Trader Sky. Other Zinc, my man. Let's go. Manjinder Manny. We got Chucky. We got Oscarito, Aaron, and Joanna Brewster. Not just Aaron and Joanna, just both. We got T-Man. We got Capo Lees, Christian L. Esu Redmon. We got Ezekiel, Mary L. I'm not reading that name. You know who you are, Mr. COO. And then, yeah, Trader Rob, Bretson Burrell. We got Chansey, Ronaldo Luis. Oh, man, this is moving too quickly here. We got Brandon Townsend, New Mexico Misfit. That's one of my favorite names. We got Adrian Petraeus, capital E, Melvin Tejada, Bazinga, yes. Yes, from Oscarito Luis Suarez. Not the Luis Suarez, but Luis Suarez. And last but not least, we got Bilal Khan. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? I'm doing excellent today. Today is a great day to talk about crypto. We have the president himself talking a lot about crypto, and so the market's pumping. And so I'll let Sharif get into the lesson, but we'll be back and we'll have some other tickers that we'll be looking at.
Absolutely. We are in the midst of earnings season, obviously, so we're going to keep everything kind of focused on that. Let's talk about the earnings whispers and leaks, because sometimes these things happen. So the financial world is certainly a complicated ecosystem where information is certainly power. Understanding, though, the role of earnings, whispers, and the leaks can provide you with insights into market dynamics. Let's just get right into what we're talking about today. What are earnings whispers? And it's a website, but that's not what we're talking about right now. They base their name on this principle here. So what it is, earnings whispers are unofficial estimates essentially of a company's earnings per share, so the EPS, circulating amongst investors and analysts before the official release. These estimates, though, they often originate from anonymous sources within the company or industry, so leaks in other words. Their impact is far-reaching and sometimes can be substantial. Whispers can significantly influence, the stock price, especially when they diverge sharply from the official estimate. So, for instance, let's take a company XYZ, where an unverified whisper of a significant earnings beat led to a pre-earnings rally, only to be followed by a sharp decline in the actual results as they fell short. So that is a bit of a tougher look. Now, we have a very interesting example. The Q2 of Facebook back in 2018. So this is before Facebook's Q2 2018 earnings report. There was significant anticipation regarding the company's financial performance. Analysts had consensus estimates predicting strong revenue growth with a specific focus on user growth, which might be impacted. There were whispers, though, that came out and leaks suggesting that Facebook's earnings might not be able to meet those expectations, but they weren't official, right? They did start to circulate amongst traders and investors. And then when Facebook actually reported their Q2 2018 earnings, the company reported revenues and user growth figures that were way, way lower than the consensus estimates. The market obviously reacted sharply, with Facebook stock plunging over 20% in a single day. Until that point, it had been the highest drop on Facebook, now Meta, obviously. That is, of course, until 2022, when they dropped huge from $300 some odd into 88, but that's beyond the scope of this lesson. So it basically, that drop of 20% wiped out $120 billion in market cap in the span of a day. It was one of the largest single day losses in market value in U.S. history. Obviously, it's been outdone since that time. So very, very clear case of when earnings whispers can go awry, especially when relied on heavily by the market. And here's a little, screenshot of the CNBS's post of that event. Facebook plunges more than 24% on revenue miss and projected slowdown. So how do we use these earnings whispers? I mean, it's great to know about them, but how do you use them? Well, first and foremost, I want to tell you to treat them with skepticism, a healthy dose of skepticism. While whispers can offer potential trading opportunities, it is absolutely crucial to approach them with caution. Not all whispers, obviously, are accurate. And then there is the issue of cross-verification. You should be comparing these whispers with analyst estimates, with company guidance, and other available information to assess their credibility. And risk management can't ever stress this enough. Implement stop-loss orders and position sizing to mitigate those potential losses. Let's talk about earnings leaks, though. So there are earnings whispers. Now, what's earnings leak? So an earnings leak occurs when a confidential financial information is prematurely disclosed to individuals outside the company. There's legal consequences for this, right? So it's not about like ASML dropping an accurate earnings report, but just a day too soon. No, this is stuff that shouldn't have been released in an earnings report or otherwise. It's confidential financial information to the company that's only supposed to be made to, or is supposed to be disclosed to insiders. So the legal consequences here of leaking non-public information can result obviously in severe penalties, fines, and imprisonment. Some things that we talk about are insider trading. We're not going to get into too much right now, but just give you an understanding what insider trading is. It's individuals who trade on leaked information that's confidential. They can face criminal charges, so keep that in mind. There's also the issue of corporate liability. The company will be vicariously liable for the actions of their agents in their capacity in the company's role, not outside of it. So companies can also be held liable for leaks if they fail to implement adequate safeguards. And then there's a really interesting story about Rajarnatham. I can't say his name properly. Yeah, Katina Man knows what I'm talking about. It's back in the day with the Galleon Group. So this Raj individual, he was the founder of Galleon Group. It was a hedge fund that was once one of the largest in the world at its peak. The firm was known for its aggressive trading strategies, and Raj himself was highly influential on Wall Street. But in October of 2009, Raj was arrested and later convicted of insider trading. One of the key pieces, though, of evidence against him was that he had received non-public inside information about several companies' quarterly financial results ahead of their earnings announcements. This information obviously provided by insiders at those companies, including, believe it or not, executives and employees who had access to earnings data. The one that I was going to say, believe it or not, was Goldman Sachs. One of the notable instances involved Goldman. Back in 2008, Raj received insider information from another Rajat Gupta, who was a board member at Goldman regarding the company's quarterly financial results. Gupta informed Raj ahead of the earnings announcements that Goldman Sachs was gonna report a loss, and that hadn't been predicted by the street, nor had it been guided by the company, which was obviously contrary to market expectations. Raj used that information to make trades and netted millions of dollars in illegal profits. Needless to say, he paid the price. That's this good-looking gentleman over here. He seems like, well, I don't know if he's still in jail or what, but whatever the situation for him, it did not end well, Satya. And to kind of add a little bit, social media context here, the amplification of whispers and leaks is made even greater by the role of social media is playing in trading these days. So they've accelerated the spread of earnings-related information, both accurate and inaccurate. And there's also the influence of sentiment. Monitoring social media sentiment can provide additional insights into market expectations. However, it's essential to filter out the noise and the misinformation. And last but not least, if you're going to do that kind of thing, you're probably going to garner the regulatory scrutiny that comes with that. So financial regulators are increasingly focusing on social media as a source of potential market manipulation, which is where a lot of these whispers and leaks that they seem to find their way onto. I hope everybody prints up a... There it is.
Let's go get that money.
How's it going over there?
It's great today. So I actually wanted to address a question in the chat. JLI, he asked both of us, Sharif, Satya, any changes for your long-term accounts due to elections? Just curious. I think, honestly, the uncertainty is kind of over. I feel like a lot of people, tried to sell off their bags, before the election because they didn't know, who would secure the spot. And so I think that now that Trump is elected now, I think that the market will stabilize a little bit. So I feel like, if this was like a week or two ago, then there was a lot more, volatility and uncertainty. But I think that, the storm is kind of over now and we'll see a lot more stabilization there. So, I think that is going to stabilize there. But some things that I wanted to get into today, some tickers that I was looking at. I'm looking at DJT, I'm looking at Amazon, I'm looking at IWM, SPY, Coin, SMCI, Tesla, and then two earnings names, because you did mention earnings. We have NVO and then Qualcomm. So those are the ones that I'm looking at. So DJT, I feel like what was interesting about DJT was the fact that we had this rejection off of that around 54.90, and then we're kind of selling off here. And so we are below VWAP. It's kind of breaking through the 9 EMA a little bit, but I definitely think this is going to be on my watch list. Don't necessarily know what I want to do with it yet, but I'm going to keep this on watch for sure. And then something that I wanted to look at is Meta. Sorry, I didn't mention that as well, but Meta, because Adara shouted it out and then so did Sharif. So Adara was talking about this distinct level around 573.43, and that was very interesting as well. And so that we can see this rejection here. And so, oh, are we good?
No, you're good.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so we see this rejection here, and so this was very interesting. And even today, so from Friday, November 1st, we had this rejection here, very distinct. It tried to get up here, 568.70, rejection off of there. On Tuesday, we had a rejection around 573.66, rejection off there. And then we also have it today, distinct around 573.04. So this is pretty interesting on Meta. And then obviously we have to talk about Coinbase just because, Donald Trump, he's been endorsing crypto a lot. And so I've seen a lot of volatility in the, cryptocurrency kind of sector. And so Coin, I think, is very interesting to look at as well. For the RVOL, it's doing about 2.65. So that is pretty interesting as well. Broke through the day's high. So looking at that as well, this will definitely be a play for me as well. And then NVO, this had earnings in the pre-market today. This is very interesting. What I'm looking for is the break of this day's low around 106.65. It is rejecting off of VWAP, so I really like that. So want to see what it does there. And then Qualcomm as well. At first, I didn't like it, and I wasn't going to mention it. But what I do like is it is approaching this day's high. This is coming out after the bell in terms of earnings. And so definitely think that this is on watch as well. And then someone in the chat said NVIDIA, because you guys know I love my NVIDIA. And what I wanted to bring up about NVIDIA was the fact that it's doing below, average volume. Right now, it's around 97 million. And it usually does around 290 million. So pretty, undervalued in terms of that volume. And so I think that that's something to consider as well. How about you, Sharif? All
right, we're in Apple, Satya. I like the double bottom off that 223.5 close. Scalped out substantial amount already. Where'd we long? We're long at 24s. I've wet my beak all the way up into 50s. I'm now waiting at 55s, and then I'm waiting at 69s, because what is life without whimsy, right? So we're going to see if this one wants to continue to pump. Apple only up 0.4, and I'm not really enthralled with the Apple trade, but let me tell you why I'm in it. because of the double bottom, and it's a lot better reflected on the 5-minute chart. Let's zoom in a little bit here. We weaseled down into 223.44, which is yesterday's closing print. Lo and behold, we come back into that level, 223.75, worst we could do this time around. So I said to myself, look, this looks like a bullish double bottom, or at worst, another higher low. In either case, I like it. So I'm getting in right now. Now, we're having some issues, obviously, ascending. Apple is not really benefiting nearly as much as, say, Tesla, NVIDIA, or even the Zon today. The Zon's been flying. So it looks like they're doing a little bit better, but I did like what I see on Apple there. And we just got another print at 55, so doing well on this one. Next little beak wetter setup at 69. 63 is now showing up, Katina, man. So good look here, looking for this one to move up a little bit more. I'm also very interested in getting into the rounded bottom that's happening, that's manifesting right now on AMZN. Look how beautiful this is, and we already know this is strong as hell. The Bezos shelf got blown through. We're at 206.08. This is all-time highs by, substantial amount. I think $4 or $5, if not more, here. And we had a healthy pullback. So that top candle that we made at 10:30, a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, let's say 6 candle pullback, and now we're in a 3 candle retracement, possibly to the high side, knocking on the door of 204.5. There isn't too much in the way of like local resistance from this 204 1/3 that we're at right now to the 206 high a day. I mean, you could kind of look at this 205 maybe as a little bit of resistance because we chopped and churned it, but I don't really feel like we're going to encounter too much until we get into that 206 level. So AMZN certainly on watch for me here. I do also really like to look at it at a micro level, this hammer candle that manifested right at 11:10. That's what you want to see, a bit of a dip. This made a new low. Why am I looking at this candle? Well, look at this candle did. We had clearly here a higher low situation. This candle bamboozled you because it made a new low relative to this last candle over here, but boom, bomb. We bought up right quick, and now we're knocking that 204.5. So I'm packing my patience over here. Let's see what we can get into. We're already involved in the dead one Apple and looking to do a little bit more. So still no prints at 69. Still whiffling and waffling right now is Apple at the $0.50 level. But I've only got one more out on this, so I can really breathe easier and just give it room. So we're going to be looking to set up on some more trades. I'm going to go through my small cap gapper list, of which there are a few. It's not the best day for small cap gappers once Satea lets us know what she's looking at.
For sure. So as of right now, I just got into Qualcomm. So what I liked about it is it's approaching this day's high. I like the fact that it's trailing the 9 EMA. It's above VWAP. Really like that. I like the fact that there was a rejection at 10 a.m. As I've said before, and I will say it again, around 10 a.m. I find that there is a new setup. So from 9:40, there was a little bit of a sell-off here, and then we are just continuing to the upside. There was a retracement back to VWAP around 169.43, but then the bidders just really came up at that VWAP level, and then it's trailing this 9 EMA and going to the upside. So I really like that. I have my take profit level around a bus stop level. 172 is my bus stop level, but I want to make sure that I do get filled, so I have my take profit at 171.90. So I really like the look of that, and so I'm just going to hold that, keep that going there. And then I also was looking at coin as well. I really wanted to get involved in this one, but I think it's just a little bit too overextended as of right now for my liking. I'm looking for a little bit of a pullback here at this local high here, not necessarily the day's high, because the day's high now is around 238.10, but I'm looking for this pullback. I'll make it orange. And so I want to see a hold of this level around 233.35. I want to see it get there. I want to see a little bit of a base, maybe a little bit of consolidation before it goes back to the upside. I wouldn't necessarily do a dip buy as of right now. What I want to see it do is I want it to get to this level, kind of bounce off that level, and then I would start to get involved as it starts to break above the day's high again. But I do want to see that action happen before I do get involved. So that's what I'm looking at in terms of coin. So that looks really good. NVO still waiting. This looks good for the short. So really like that, like the fact that it just curled off of that VWAP and it's continuing to the downside. I feel like I did say that I was waiting for this day's low, but I feel like even getting involved here isn't a bad look either. So I'm looking at that as well. And then what else do we have here? NVIDIA kind of still doing that choppy action. And then something else that I wanted to look at is Tesla. And so this was very interesting. I was actually trying to go short from yesterday. Luckily, I didn't get filled. I was trying to get filled around 249.90. That was like the look. And I thought that if it could break through there, then I want to get involved. But it didn't necessarily get to that level yesterday. What had happened was it bounced off of that VWAP around 251, and then it just continued to the upside. And so I didn't get involved there. Kind of glad that I didn't get involved because there was a crazy move in the aftermarket and then also in the pre-market as well. Things are starting to stabilize a little bit more here. So looking at that as well, what I am looking at is we do have this rejection here from the pre-market and also in the morning, which I think is very significant. 290.05, we had that rejection there. And then I'm also looking at the day's low. So that was around 275.62. So this is kind of the range that we're working with as of today, as of right now. And so if it does break through that VWAP, I am looking for the short as of right now. But one thing that I would be aware of is we do have a little bit of this uptrend here. Not to put too much focus on it, but it is something that I'm looking for because I want to make sure that it doesn't just continue the trend and then go forward. I want to see what it does around this level. But if it does break this 279.77, then that is a little bit more confirmation for me. And we're going to Adara.
On a day where we have a really strong sector board, what I wanted to do is take a look at some of these names that are not performing as well. So we're going to take a look here at the S&P 500 names to the downside on a day where we have a lot of intense strength. And if these are any other tickers are on your mind, you want to know different thoughts, make sure to vote for them in the chat, !join, space $sign in your ticker of choice. The top 5 tickers will be gone over by Sean, Neil, and Sharif during that afternoon rundown at 2 p.m. You have until 1:50 to vote. Our first name on watch is going to be LLY, Eli Lilly, down about 4%. And actually right now around its earnings lows on Wednesday here, or last Wednesday when they reported around 770. Eli Lilly looks like a sympathy play here to the downside after Novo Nordisk reported their earnings. They missed here on sales, or missed on earnings. Yeah, they missed on sales here. They beat on earnings per share, and they tightened their guidance. So LLY to the downside with that Novo Nordisk sympathy play. We also have Boeing here, BA. Howmet Aerospace during their call basically said that they had to restrict their aerospace part supply to Boeing during the strike. That they said they're happy the strike is over. BA trading lower could be because of that. Last but not least, we have solar, including FSLR on watch. For solar down to about 13% in that S&P 500, but keep an eye on ENPH as well as SEDG, the latter of which is reporting tonight. This looks like a post-election play here with Donald Trump's victory and the Republican victory, making some investors wary about solar due to some of these policies with regards to renewable energy, guys.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Do you want to finish your thought?
Yeah, so I was looking at, I think I was talking about Tesla, was it? Yeah, Tesla here. And so, yeah, I just want to make sure that it's not going to just hold this trend line here around 283.08. And it does look like it's doing a little bit of that action here. It's bouncing a little bit off of VWAP. If I look here on the 15-minute, it looks a lot more distinct. So we bounce, keeps rejecting off of this trend line here. And so I was looking short, but the thing is we have to keep in mind that it did so much price action, in the aftermarket, in the pre-market. And so I still think that the long is still in play until we're proven otherwise. So that's what I'm looking at. How about you, Sharif?
I'm short right now on Wayfair. Oh, no. Yeah, Wayfair. 14.5%. They're dropping today. Is there a reason for this? Trump tariff concerns, I guess. What's the reason that we're dropping here on Wayfair? Yeah, I'm not really seeing a whole hell of a lot. I guess we'll look at that in a second, but yeah, it caught my attention just because it was at the 10 exponential on the retracement. So we're going to give this one the old college try to see if we can take some more blood out of this one. I'm looking for a 10 hold up with the ultimate out above 38. So we'll keep tabs on that one. I'm happy with how the Apple trade manifested, though. I didn't get the full move, obviously, because, well, it pulled back at that 60 penny level, but it did find support at 224. Now, if it wants to make a new high above 224.60 or thereabouts, which is where we kind of rejected last time, then that'll be a higher low and a higher high. So that sets up well for me if we're going to do that. So we'll keep tabs here on some of these Mag 7 names. But yeah, I'm not going to jump into this one too quickly. I am looking at Tesla. I am looking at Amazon. Amazon is setting up in kind of the way that I like, but I was talking to Darius Golden in the chat, and he doesn't feel that, this is going to go. It feels like, this might be the beginning of the pullback here on AMZN. I don't know if I feel that way, Darius. I respect what you have to say, but I kind of feel that we're putting in a bit of a base here at 203.5. If that is the case, then anything above that 204.50 looks awfully good, and we could look for this kind of basing out pattern and then the making of higher highs and higher lows with an ultimate goal, obviously, of taking out those pre-market highs. Adara just sent me a message regarding Wayfair. It is day 4 earnings and not seeing any specific catalyst. 23.5% short right now is Wayfair. So we're going to keep tabs on that. So that is the look there. So we just got stopped out of partial some of our position here on Wayfair as it did breach. So I'm gonna leave the de-risking here. Now, if it rejects 38 and drops again, I'll add to the position. And I'll have a better price as well. So, but right now we just got stopped out of part of our position. The other part, and we're going to take out entirely if it breaks above that 20 penny area. Well, there's a reason for that 20 penny area being in my purview. There was an obvious area of bouncing there, and once we dropped quite aggressively at the open, we did find our footing at 38.20. We found our footing again once we got into that area. We consolidated for a period of 5 or 10 minutes at 38.20. So 38.20 to me is a line in the sand where I'll take out the entire thing, but I wanted to de-risk a little bit at 38. So we are in an L right now on Wayfair, but I like what I possibly, I like what I see here. I want to be able to manage risk effectively. Back to Apple, there it is. It just took out that 60 penny area. So Apple making a higher low and a higher high now on the 1 minute and obviously on the 5 as well. Be on the lookout for this. I could possibly move into 226. 226.07 is the high of the day, but it could be quite honest with you, I don't want to be playing Apple if it's not going to be the strongest name. If Amazon is going to have the best pump under it, if Tesla, NVIDIA are going to do that, if they're going to be the ones that are running today, I don't want to be fighting with Apple. Higher lows and higher highs, aside, and we want to trade the stronger names. So we're going to keep an eye out. Where did I put my Amazon? There it is. Amazon right here. Going to keep my eye on Amazon as it sets up in and around that 204 and a quarter. It's still not above the high of the candle that we printed at 11.15. So let's see if it's able to take that out in the way that Apple just took out that 60 penny level. So packing our patience there. There's Apple. It's at 80 pennies now, and it worked up to looks like into the mid 70s there. So continuing to watch Wayfair, looking for that rejection before 38.20. I'm really interested in adding to this position, having already de-risked. We'll see what this one brings, though. Satya, what are you looking at?
Awesome. So I was just looking a little scroll through the chat, and someone said Mara. And so someone was asking if they should short Mara at 81.40. And so I don't think that is a great look as of right now because, listen, we have this strong trend up here. Like, look at that. Very, very strong here. I feel like you're trying to time the top yet, and it still hasn't given you confirmation, whether this will be a short. I do think we are starting to get to, extended levels, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the train is going to slow down, right? So we definitely have to, be aware of that. We did have that bounce at 10 a.m., which is usually confirmation, for a new setup. So we did have that flush from 9:42 around 10 a.m. Then we have this strong trend up. And so I don't necessarily think that this is a short as of right now. What I think that Mara could do is possibly a little bit of a pullback here to this local high around 18.15. And so I want to see what it does from there. I feel like, if there is a break of this level, then that might be a little bit more confirmation of the short, because around here or a little bit higher would kind of be your top. But trying to short it as of right now, I feel like you're just going to get blown over. That train is still, going to the upside. And so I don't think it's time yet. And so if we also look, on the higher time frame as well, you could just see strong green candles on the hourly chart. Boom. 1, 2, and so we don't see any red candles yet, right? And then we are also, approaching that pre-market high, and so that is usually, when, at least for me, I start to get long and really get heavy, because it's giving me more confirmation that it came down, it held this 9 EMA level, broke through that VWAP level, and then so the continuation of the long is still in play for me. So that looks good as well. And then I just wanted to show you guys my Qualcomm trade. So I did a little bit of a scalp here. I got in around 171.07, and then I wasn't liking what I was seeing on the tape around that 171.30 mark. I was seeing some rejection there, and so I still think that the upside is still in play as well. But just for me, when I start to see a little bit of rejection there, I just like to hop out, and then once there is more confirmation, then I'll hop back in, just because we have cheap fees, right? And so I do have the flexibility to do that, but I just wasn't liking what I was seeing on the tape. And so, and we are approaching, those days highs. So I want to make sure that it just doesn't liquidity grab from that level and then bang down. And so I don't want to get caught up in that mess. So I took a couple of pennies there, and then I'm going to hit the bang for my first trade of the day.
Like it.
Yes. And I was a little bit scared, not going to lie, because when I got in, it did retrace a little bit to around 170.68. But then I was going to give it to around 49s, 48s, because I felt like that was a level that I was wrong. But it did bounce from that level, and then we're going to the upside. So that looks really good as well on Qualcomm. So really like the look of that. And then someone said hood in the chat. So I'm just going to take a little bit of a look at that there. This is something that I don't necessarily look at usually, but for you guys, I will do it. And so I will, let's see here on the 15-minute chart. Really like the look of this. I like the fact that it is above VWAP. It broke through the pre-market high. It does look like we are struggling a little bit with this top here around 29.22. It came to that level. Is it 29.22? 29.28, let's say. And then it's coming down a little bit as of right now. And not necessarily to say that this is a reversion trade as of right now, because the trend is strong. But if there is a little bit of a pullback, I wouldn't be surprised if we see around 28.25. And then I want to see a hold of that level for the continuation of the long. If I don't see that, then I would be a little bit wary. I feel like getting in here is a little bit, I mean, you can risk it, but I think that you might incur a little bit of drawdown there. And so I think that just being a little bit patient is a little bit better in this instant. Wait for a little bit of a pullback and then get involved as long as we're staying above VWAP. So that looks really good as well. And then we have a poll in the chat. How would Trump react to major market dip? Blame the Fed in all caps. Buy dip, he knows it'll bounce. Declare it's fake news and move on. Start planning his bailout. I mean, I don't know, to be honest. What do you think, Sharif? What do you think about this?
Look, I don't actually. I thought I was just doing this for fun.
Oh, that was you?
No, I didn't put it. It was the production team.
Oh, okay,
but what I chose was declare it fake news and move on. I mean, like, come on, so character.
I could see him saying that. Fake news. Exactly. So I think that is definitely the answer that I'm going to pick. So that is kind of funny. So I'm just going to exit that there. And then we have a super chat. SP Williams, he has a question for you, Sharif.
Okay,
Sharif, what is your opinion on DATS?
DATS looks awfully good in the morning. Let's have a look at what it's doing right now, because I haven't been trading these small cap gappers yet. Anyway, let's have a look at DATS. Ooh, that's not what you want to see, my man. Look at this big spike up in the pre. It goes up into that $5. So right away, rule number one is broken. Is there a definable pre-market? Well, rule number two. Is there a definable pre-market high? Yes, there is. 546 or whatever. Okay? And then if you don't even want to base it on the 5 a.m. print, you can look over here and look at that 457 double top. Then Is it trading above the definable pre-market high? The answer to that is no. And then the third rule, is it trading above VWAP? That is no as well. I personally stay away from DATs as a breakout trade. If you find a good range like what it's doing right now, finding a base at that 2/3 of a dollar to 3/4 of a dollar, 273 seems 255. It's trading at right now 273. The low is 255. Then have at it. If you want to take it as a range trade, have at it. But to me, a breakout trade, no go on this one. I'm staying away from this bad boy over here. I'm also not doing that well on Wayfair, but I still like what I see. So here's a look on Wayfair. Now, I did very well, and I'm doing very well. We're $1 in the money, Katina, man, on Amazon. Bang! We talked about this one, curling, the rounded bottom. We're long 46. We're printing 51s, Katina, man, and I'm not taking it out here. I'm gonna I like how he's answering back.
Nope.
He's like, nope. So we're gonna wait at 69s. Yeah, no worries, Ram. We're just gonna put the 69 out and we'll do the Firefly ad read. No big deal. So that's where we're gonna leave that one. Let's see if this one cooks or not. What the situation is with AMZN. I like the look of this one's jib. We'll see if this one can continue through that 2/3 of a dollar. But until then, we do have bills to pay, Satea.
Yes.
So let's get to that right now. Are we ready, Ram? Firefly Neuroscience has taken a bold step in advancing brain health technology. In collaboration with Bright Minds Biosciences, Firefly's innovative AI-powered platform has successfully analyzed data from a groundbreaking phase 1 clinical trial using advanced EEG technology to track brain activity. This data unlocks new potential in treating neurological and mental disorders, reinforcing Firefly's position at the forefront of brain health innovation. As they prepare, though, for phase 2, this partnership is signaling exciting developments for the future of neuropsychiatric treatments. Firefly Neurosciences shaping the future of brain health. Shout out to our sponsor for that one. All right, let's see what we're doing here on AMZN. Still whiffling and waffling with that $0.50 area, Ram. We haven't been able to break through that 205.60s quite yet. Still doing the fight here with Wayfair. I might have to actually get out of this. Stop trying to fight this one. If it makes another new high above that 25 penny area, we're going to take the hit on this one and call it quits. What are you looking at, Satea?
For sure. So I was talking to NY Cent, my guy, and he was asking about Palantir. He was asking about, where he can get involved here. And so for 2NY Cent, honestly, I'm looking at this day's high here. I'm looking at 54.19 for the break of that to see if there's going to be a break for my long. So I would be posting up there. I wouldn't necessarily post your order there yet, though. Maybe put an alert there, see what it does. I want to see at least a break at like 54.25, 54.29 for a little bit more confirmation there. Just because, what I do like about this was the fact that we did have like this strong wick here, 51.62 to the downside, and then it seems like we are still trying to hold this level here around 52.90, so that is a good look. But we just want to make sure that we're not caught up around this range. And so I think that the day's high is a little bit more confirmation for me for the long if that's what you're looking for. So that is what I am looking at in terms of that. And then I was also looking at Meta because I keep going back to it, but what I really like is the fact that it's holding this VWAP, it's consolidating here. I typically like, to get in once it consolidates and then breaks through the break of that consolidation. And so I was a little bit wary, but I think I'm gonna hop in there on Meta. What I'm looking at is around 570.54 as my take profit level. So I think I'm gonna put that in there real quick. So I'm just gonna go to Meta. Do that there. I'm going to get in here, so I'm going to put in around 568.19, and then hopefully we do get filled there. And so that's what I'm looking at on Meta. Hopefully that is a good look as well. And then I think too, NY Cent was talking about, he said a firm, I believe. And so this doesn't look, too great for me as of right now. I'm not seeing a lot of volume, only about 1.67 on the RVol. And so I'm not really seeing, too much volume there. So I wouldn't necessarily get involved in this for a day trade. So, I mean, this doesn't look great. And then someone saying Scott H, Mara looking good. So we could hop back on to Mara here, but we're going to Adara first.
We're going to take a look here at our earnings segment, which we do every day around 11:40. We're going to take a look at some day one earnings moves, names that reported last night or this morning, and then we're going to take a look at what's on the docket for tomorrow's session. We have Celsius first here, CELH, down over 10%. So this one is short sell restricted, missing on earnings per share and missing on sales. It's worth noting not only did they miss on sales, but their sales dropped 31% year over year. So what a miss for Celsius. 33% decrease apparently in U.S. revenue. Their international revenue and sales was actually up year over year. Gross profit down 37%. Gross profit margin down 46%. There are a few, down 440 points to 46%. So very few positive notes here in that CELH report, though it looks like it's on a bit of a bottom here, just around 28. Then we have Supermicro Computer, SMCI. To be fair, they didn't even really report earnings. They were expected to report, but they ended up reporting preliminary Q1 2025 sales because they still do not have their 10K filing ready yet. They did have their auditor resign, as we know, that was announced last week. But SMCI here down about 24% with their Q1 preliminary net sales missing estimates. Their non-GAAP earnings per share here tightening that range, so it's actually within their previous range, but missing the higher end there of 83 cents. They also, a lot of weakness here. Even their forecast for the December quarter here going to be below estimates, so expecting $5.5 billion to $6.1 billion compared to estimates of $6.86 billion for the current quarter or Q2 2025. So that's well below estimates that would be an increase on a year-over-year basis. What do we have coming up next tonight for earnings? ARM and Qualcomm. This is interesting. We know these two have been embattled in a dispute over chip design licenses, but ARM and QCOM both on the docket for tonight. ARM reporting at 4:05 p.m. Analysts are looking for 25 cents earnings per share on revenue of $808.8 million. Then we have Qualcomm reporting a little bit earlier at 4 p.m. Analysts are looking for $2.56 earnings per share, $9.9 billion in revenue. Tomorrow morning, Datadog's going to be on watch. We know they've had quite the run to the upside. And mRNA as well. Moderna, that one had a bit of a dip yesterday on reports that its COO could be resigning. So mRNA could be an interesting one. Again, make sure you vote for your ticker of choice, !join, space, $, and whatever ticker you're looking at. You only have until 1:50 to do so, guys.
When Adara instructs, we listen. That is the prompt. You must enter into the chat for Streamlabs to register your vote. And if you don't enter it correctly, Streamlabs gets all sorts of upset. So you don't want to upset Streamlabs, right? No, for real though, the afternoon rundown, we got the big kahunas. They look at the names for you. If they didn't trade it, they'll tell you why or how they would have. If they did, they'll show you exactly why they traded and how they did. So get into the chat right now. Take advantage of their, I don't know how many years of experience combined together with both those two. Get it. 40 years of experience between the two. So get into the chat, take advantage of that experience, baby. Have them tell you exactly what their look would have been. And if they didn't look at it, maybe, it wasn't on their purview for a reason. So get into the chat, ! That word join, then space the $, and your ticker of choice. All right, I'm in a new position here. I'm trying to take NVIDIA north. It is really respecting the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, but we have this area of resistance keeping us down right now, that 144 1/3. I've taken a small position here with the idea that I'd like to defend into the 10 if it does give me that opportunity. I like what I see so far from it, these higher highs and higher lows, but I know simultaneously we're at 20,800 on the future. That concerns me because when we're at these 100-point levels, both as support and resistance, I often think, what if we reject off this level and 20,800 doesn't give way to the high side? Well, what is that? What kind of effect can that have on NVIDIA? Well, NVIDIA can drop, obviously, off that. We know the correlation between the NASDAQ and the Mag 7, most notably one of their largest constituent parts, NVD-A. So I'm going to pack my patience on this one. We're only 4 pennies or so out of the money on this, looking for this one to ride back up. Now, I put my order out at 69 on Amazon to be whimsical. Well, quite frankly, it gave me 60s, but no more than that. And now it's dropping into 205s and dropping in a dang hurry here, as that 20,800 may act as a level of resistance, and it is right now. I'm looking right at it on the side chart. We're down to 785 right now, and that has NVIDIA pulling back into the 10 exponential. The question for me, though, is this the add position, or should I be waiting for a deeper retracement? Well, let's have a look at the chart, the 5-minute, because that's how I chart off the 5. Well, look, when we got a little bit deeper, breaching the 10, we held up at the 20. So that 20, to me, currently anyway, is sitting in the 143 high 70s, about 78, 79, give or take, into that area. So is the money fill, I'm asking this like as an open question, are the money fills at the 10 exponential or at the 20? So that's kind of the always the issue that I always have asking myself, do I try to set up at the shallower retracement level, aka the 10, or the deeper retracement level, aka the 20? And this specifically for a trending stock, not a consolidative stock. I won't use moving averages for these consolidative names, but in any event, we're gonna pack our patience on this one. I will set up something in the 70s right now. I think I've kind of talked myself into it. I'll probably put it in the low 80s because, you know, the moving averages are obviously dynamic and they move or they ascend as the price action ascends. So packing my patience with NVIDIA, packing my patience with Amazon, looking to do a little bit better. Today, what are you looking at over there?
Awesome. So I was looking in the chat and someone's saying SoFi ? And so this is really interesting for me. What I like about this SoFi is the fact that we are approaching these days low. That is something that I'm looking at for this one here. I like the fact that it's below VWAP. I like the fact that it rejected around 930 at that 1218 level. And so that is really distinct there. But what I don't want to see is a bounce of this level, because we did have a bounce at 957. And so, you know, strong wick here, and so I don't want the same thing to happen here. But what I do, if I see a break of at least 1168, then I would look for the continuation of the short. But I would just be a little bit wary there because we do have that strong wick there from the morning. So that is pretty interesting as well. And then someone is saying Starbucks, so I'll take a look at that for you as well. This is interesting. I like the fact that it's breaking below this day's low. And so we are currently at 95.89. Don't know exactly why I had this line there. I'm just going to take that out here. And then if I look on the higher time frames, the levels that I'm looking at is, so when earnings came out on Wednesday, October 30th, we do have this bottom here around 95.27. And so I think that that is kind of a level that I would be looking at for the continuation of the short. Starbucks is, you know, not looking too good. And I thought, I was actually talking to a friend of mine and they were saying that they're still strong on, you know, boycotting Starbucks. So I still think that they haven't really recovered fully from that as well. I thought that, you know, it would have been,
it's funny how they don't talk about that during the earnings reports. They talk about, you know, the complexity of the menu and how long it takes baristas to do this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
But there is no talk about that.
Yeah, exactly, right?
By design.
No, for sure. And so obviously they want, you know, people to be optimistic about, you know, Starbucks going forward, but I still think that boycott is still looming and people, and even when I look, I was at Yorkville the other day and there was only like 2 or 3 people in the Starbucks. And so I was just like, usually it's like there's a line out the door. And so you could still, you know, see that people are still kind of boycotting it a little bit. And so definitely think that that's still looming there. But this is very interesting. We do see a little bit of a bounce here. You know, it's trying to bounce off of this level, but I think as long as we trail the 9 EMA, we don't cross this 9 EMA. It's currently at 96.28. I still think that this is a continuation of the short. But if it does break that 96.28, call it 930, then I think my sentiment would change for Starbucks as of right now. But I'm still thinking short for Starbucks. And then something that I was looking at is PayPal, because I do like the structure of it. What I don't like is kind of, you know, how like the volume is kind of reacting. But what I do like is the fact that it made this double bottom here at 80s. It is at a psychological level, which I think is very distinct. And then we do have this trail of the 9 EMA. We are above VWAP as well. I was looking to get involved here, but I think that 81 is the confirmation that I want to see. Because we still are kind of, in this downtrend from the morning. And so we do see this curve, but I want to make sure that that volume is really starting to get in there. And so something that I'm going to have on watch as well, I'm not necessarily going to put in an order, but around 81.02 or 81.01, if I see a break of that, then I may want to get involved there. And so that is something that I'm looking at. And then someone said Mara in the chat, I believe. And so, yeah, so this is exactly what I wanted it to do a little bit. So what I wanted to see is a retracement to around 1819, which was this local high over here. Retraced a little bit, made this wick here that you can see at 1145, and we're going to the upside. So it didn't necessarily go all the way back to where I thought it would. It kind of went near like this pre-market level. Not necessarily exactly, but kind of the area that I was looking at and the action that I was looking at. And I'm really liking this as well. And so I think posting around 1865, 1866, this is looking good for the continuation of the long for Mara. So that looks really good as well. And then someone is saying AMD curling swing. Let's look at AMD. Let's see AMD. Let's see here. Let's look on the higher time frame, looking on the day. Okay, so on the day, I don't really like it just because, we do have this bounce here, 141.52, but we still are kind of in this downtrend as well, and I don't like the fact that we are below the 9 EMA. What I'd really want to see for kind of a change in structure for AMD is a break above this 9 EMA level. So I'm looking at around 149.18. I think for, more of a psychological level, 150 gives you a little bit more confirmation there. But it's still kind of in a downtrend. You don't necessarily want to get faked out, especially if you are swing trading. If you are day trading, maybe there is a little bit of an opportunity here because I do see an uptrend, and I do see the fact that it made this bounce here around 955, and it's continuing to the upside in the short term. But in terms of a swing trade, I would just be a little bit cautious about that and maybe wait for that psychological 150 if you are going long for that. How about you, Sharif?
All right, so a couple of things to update you guys on here. I got into DJT, took out the majority of the position, Goss stopped out for the rest, but believe it or not, I'm actually red on it because, well, I gave it far too much room over here on DJT, but I'm looking at that 37 hold. It did breach it. It did cross to the 10 and the 20. It's putting in a bit of a rounded bottom. I think, maybe I got a little too exuberant, but it is defending this general level right now at 37. So I'm going to talk about the other trade in a second, but I possibly like something here at DJT on 37, and it doesn't give you that much time to weasel in and out because it moves quite aggressively. I'm talking like 20 pennies at a time over here on Donald John. So we're going to pack our patience on that bad boy there. Let's put that out. There we go there. Okay, so now we're back in. I'm very happy with the trade on Amazon. We took that 69s. We got in at 44s. That was a big winner for me. We're going to look to do a little bit better because we didn't have the full position on here. But there he goes. We're out of Amazon. Now the current trade that we're in. Go NVIDIA. We just took a couple of outs there on NVIDIA. Shout out to Adara and Katina, man. We just took a couple of prints there at the $0.25 and at 15 pennies. Where are we long? We're long 02s. So let's see if NVIDIA wants to keep going here. NVDA, it's chopping and churning, though. It's not giving me that directional move. Maybe the best move is behind it. We're going to have to pack our patience on that one. All right, now back to Donald John. Where are we along? We're 09, so hopefully we'll do a little bit better on this one. I'm going to hang out a little bit higher here at 33s. Because I'm looking for it to hold 37s now. So if that's the idea, then we should be testing these local highs. Let's see if we can cross that $0.25 before we even start talking about a third. The fifth of a dollar acting now right now as resistance. There goes the quarter. And now we're at 30s. Can we cross? Come on, Donald John. See, as soon as we get into 33s like that, boom, we're met with a wall of sell-in. But again, we get picked up once we dip into the teens. So you can kind of feel the tug of war happening right now between buyers and sellers on DJT. The only reason I even looked at this, it wasn't up big on the day, but it did have this kind of looking, kind of rounding shape off that 30. 30, yeah, 35 as the base, the median point being 36. Zigging and zagging right now, back into 37 as we go. The range per candle awfully wide right now on DJT. And if you're not ready to give this 50, 60 pennies, I don't know if you should be trading this. So I'm going to pack my patience over here, look to see if 37 wants to hold, but it's kind of doing the indecisive dance. A little above 37, a little bit below, kind of faking me out with every successive move, both to the top side and the downside, because we almost got filled at 33s there. In fact, I think we did get into 33s, but we know the deal with that. It's got to cross. So that's the situation there. NVIDIA is going. Here we go. We're going to wet our beak a little bit more at 30. So good look there on NVIDIA. We're long gold twos. How many? I barely took out anything of NVIDIA yet. Yeah, no. Wow, that's not true. We're about half the position out. So we're going to let this one cook a little bit, see if we can print something more maybe now in the 40s or in the 30s. All right, NVIDIA going here in the 30s. Get it, Katina Man. The Katina Man's long at 142 and change, by the way. All right, here we go. Printed at 30s, now waiting at 37s. If we can keep going here, 35s, a seller of note. 36 is now showing up on the ask. Let's continue to ascend, Mr. NVIDIA. Let's go, Jensen. Let's see what we can get with this one. There seems to be a seller, though, at 36. I don't know why, Ram. You're going to have to hit the buy button there. So pack our patience with that trade. What else we got here? Donald John, again, above 37. To me, it seems like this one is putting in higher highs and higher lows. How much I have to pay in terms of getting stopped out or zigging and zagging, that's going to be the question for me. But I am quite convinced that DJT seems to be putting in a rounded dang bottom right now and looking to make higher highs and higher lows. I'd love a 38 break and take on this one. 30 showing up again here on the ask. 23s, though, on the bid, and that is a problem. That is a bit of a spread. And why that's a problem for me, because we're going to have to cross above 33s for me to get printed. Look at this zig and zag, bro. Unreal. All right, so there we're just going to pack our pay. There's a seller of note, though, on 36 on NVIDIA. I don't know why they're sitting at 36. Kind of a weird level to be sitting at there, but there is a seller. I went to DJT, came back, and we were still at 36 on NVDA. So that's the situation. Those are the trades I'm in right now, and we'll see how that manifests, I guess.
Yeah.
Cash cow just blew up there.
Oh, I didn't even see that. I missed that one. That's sad. But yeah, I am actually in that NVIDIA as well. I have my, I guess it's not on the board here, but I got in at 30s. And so looking at that as well, I have my take profit, a little bit of a beak wetter at 144.64. Going to take a piece off of there. But I am looking for the continuation of the high break. And so that is what I'm looking at. I'm going to hold that for the dream a little bit there. But I do want to see, and then as it breaks that level, I'm going to put a break even stop, just because if it does come down to that level, I want to make sure that I'm not losing on that trade, because if it comes back, then what I wanted to see was the break of that high. And if I don't see that, then I'm just going to hop out there. So that is looking good for NVIDIA. Shout out to Sharif. Thanks for bringing that attention. I was looking, at it before. I didn't necessarily like it when, it was like lower, volume, just chopping and churning. But as it's starting to approach those highs, I think that this is a good look there on NVIDIA. And then something I was looking at as well is Amazon. And so this is really interesting as well. I really like the fact that we bounced off. I mean, it broke through the 9 EMA a little bit, but we do have this bounce around 203.35, and then we are approaching these highs here around 206.12. We're currently at 205.45, so I think that is very interesting as well. If we look here on the 15-minute chart, we can see the strong trend up. I'm just going to take this 9 EMA off for a second, but we can see this strong trend up here, and so that is a good look as well. I don't necessarily want to get in here because maybe we might see a little bit of a retracement around 204.40, but what I do want to see is the break of that day's high, or I want to see what it does at that level, if it is going to be a rejection there or a continuation of the long, so that looks really good as well. And then what else am I looking at? PayPal. I mean, okay, I'm kind of glad that I didn't get in there. I looked at it and I did post an order there, and then I was just like, I don't really like this, to be honest. I was looking at the tape action, and there wasn't a lot of green. There wasn't a lot of size there, so I just canceled the order, and I'm kind of glad that I did, because we are retracing 88, 80, 83s, and then we are looking like we're going to that VWAP level. So looking pretty, poor on PayPal there. And then Meta, I also was in this as well. I got in around this level, around 567, 78. But then I jumped out of that trade as well because I didn't see the action that I wanted to see. And that NVIDIA is printing, and I'm sure you're printing on that as well.
Yes,
Let's
ma'am,
go.
we are.
Let's go.
Very happy with this.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Katina man too. He's involved. I just want to weasel because we're gonna have to weasel over to
it is
Adira,
12.
Yeah, and Neil. I just want to shout out. I was gonna mention something. Completely forgot. I guess we'll get. Oh, that's right. You guys got to vote. I totally forgot. Ram will have my head on a platter, and if I do not tell you guys to vote, it's super easy. Exclamation point. That word join. Hit the space bar though. And then you've got to hit shift 4 for that $sign, the ticker of your choice. There is no shortage of things to talk about today, guys. Whether you want to talk banks, you want to talk tech, you want to talk crypto, the big kahunas can do it all, and I'm sure they will be absolutely, fine with talking about whatever you guys want. Throw it in the chat right now. Exclamation point, the word join, space, $sign, and the ticker of your choice. Take it, Adira. Ram.
What an exciting session it's been here the day after that U.S. election. Donald Trump was victorious, now becoming the 47th president of the U.S. after already serving as the 45th. We have the QQQ here, the NASDAQ, at almost day's highs, are up around 2.2%. The SPY, though, looking a little bit different, making these slightly lower highs here, still up about 2%, but we're really seeing the NASDAQ lead the S&P 500 for the most part. Lots of sectors and lots of areas with strength today. Bitcoin, of course, on watch after making new all-time highs after that Donald Trump victory. We're going to take a look at some other names and sectors that are strong as well. Amazon and the tech world really looking good here. Needham reiterating a buy rating and maintaining a $210 price target on AMZN earlier today. But the biggest story here is Amazon at new all-time highs. We had that Bezos selling, I suppose, clear up here. So currently around 206. Sharif trading this one earlier today. AMZN, great look. Also a great look for the banks. Even BRKB, Berkshire Hathaway, not necessarily seen as a day-trading stock here, but up almost 5% with volume. This is also viewed as a post-election play here. A lot of these bank stocks are likely to benefit from what I'm seeing with regards to the regulatory environment with the Republican victory. And now, last but not least, META, one stock that's certainly not benefiting from this election. We know that Donald Trump is a bit of a TikTok fan here, not necessarily likely to back that embargo or ban on TikTok that we were seeing with the previous administration. So META and SNAP to the downside on that. Again, if these are any other tickers on watch, make sure you vote for your ticker of choice. You have almost 2 hours left to do so. Exclamation point join, space, $sign in your ticker of choice. In the meantime, though, we're going to look at Neil and his lesson of the day.
To break out or not to break out? That's going to be the question. Not all breakouts are going to be created the same, and they're always going to include a few things. We like to look at things that have a clear, defined, significant price level that once you trade through it, that's the genesis of a breakout trade. But how it gets to that price a lot of times can matter. Apparently we're having mic issues, so we're going to head back. I'll come back and we'll get our mics fixed. My mic is giving off.
We're going to get back to Neil in just a second here. In the meantime, we have lots on watch for the rest of the week for this market as well. Fed Chair Powell in just about 26 hours here at 2:30 p.m. We'll have that FOMC rate press conference, the rate decision itself coming at 2 p.m. where we are expecting a 25 basis point cut. What else do we have on the docket for tomorrow? Lots of earnings. After the close on Thursday, we'll get a ton of reports, including Affirm, Upstart, Unity, Block, but also for tomorrow and day one, we're going to actually get both ARM and Qualcomm on watch. In the meantime, let me know whenever we're ready here, but we have so much to talk about. Let's actually look at ARM and Qualcomm ahead of that earnings report. ARM here in a little bit of a range with a base around 140, 120s and a top around 143. And then Qualcomm, which is ARM's currently battling with over this chip design license. Qualcomm looking a lot stronger here. Nice push to the upside here. Near day's highs around 172. So 2 earnings plays on watch, but also AMC. We know this one is a bit of a retail darling. They're set to report around 4:15 tonight, so we'll take a look at how that chart's looking up on the day, but pretty stagnant in terms of any chart patterns. Chopping and churning as of right now is AMC. ELF, also an NYSE stock that we're going to have on watch with earnings tonight. They're actually quite a bit down on the day, but ELF here fighting a little bit of resistance at that 100.4 level. Let's see if we're able to eclipse it. In the meantime, are we good to go over to Neil? No? Okay, no worries. We'll keep talking. Okay, we're going to see Neil over there. I hope you enjoyed that impromptu earnings segment. We're going to take a look at Neil and his lesson of the day.
All right, sorry about that. Let's try this again. Apparently the audio was okay, but we got it locked and loaded and ready, and we're just talking about breakouts and how they're not all breakouts are created the same. What they should have in common in a breakout trade, at a bare minimum, should have a key price level. All-time highs, big significant resistance. So one might be NVIDIA at that all-time high break, Amazon for the Bezos level. I'll show you guys a trend where you have a significant trend line which has momentum with it in the other direction for reversion. All of those things are important, but sometimes how it gets to that price is going to be just and equally as important. And obviously, I'm going to lead with one that doesn't work to give you an idea, and you might be able to read this here on NVIDIA. Yeah, significant price breakout, but look at the manner in which it got to this price. Now, am I going to like a breakout trade on NVIDIA? Probably 10 times out of 10 because they work out and give it to a prior high. So clean trade that respected rules. However, look at the action off of the open. It had just screamed up without a red bar from 142.5 into that high, which is very different from what I'm going to show you guys on Amazon for a break trade or on SMCI for a break trade. And sometimes you can get away from them because of this way that it worked to the upside. Amazon, on the other hand, and remember, I had to choose between these two this morning, which one I wanted to be on, and ultimately, I went away from Amazon to trade NVIDIA and to trade SMCI, which I can't really be mad about for SMCI. But here with Amazon, when you go into that 201.50, which go back to the daily chart, that is the top, it tests it without breaking, puts in a higher low, and then gives you another breakaway off that high with a higher low, with some consolidation. It didn't scream into that level parabolically. It got into that level a little bit more controlled and then gave you the big breakaway. And that's sort of the thing. A breakout is much more significant if you've got shorters that are playing in front of the level, which they didn't have much of an opportunity to do so in NVIDIA because they were getting blown away the whole way up. And if anything, you're chasing a move to take that top break. Or you can have something where there's shorts that are going to be in here, and here, maybe here, certainly. If it had broken VWAP, I think you'd have some shorts being put on there. So when it makes the breakaway, you've got much more confluence. You've just got more reasons for it to eventually run. This also works for things like I said, for a mean reversion trade. The way in which I want something breaking a trend line, it can't just be, okay, we'll slap a trend line on there, we'll slap a trend line on there. What makes it significant is, look at SMCI. In the doghouse on earnings, down 22%. So it's the fact that it's extended down into a little bit of a trend break, because on the other side of I want the long to work on a breakout, there should be some shorts that are trapped off a key level. In this particular case, for a mean reversion, I want shorts to be covering en masse on my entry point. So anybody that's short overnight or short in the pre-market is going to look at that open, say, look at the acceleration to the downside. Uh-oh, it just tried to break the low. There's the break of the low of the day, reversal of trend. You want it to work instantly. A good breakout trade, you want to have characteristics to allow it to work almost instantly. And just another point to that, by the way, SMCI is kind of trending for another breakout. Well, what did we talk about just now? Significant price level, hopefully higher lows and consolidating into it and not moving parabolically into it. So I wouldn't want a 2160 breakout here, but higher lows, consolidating, I would have taken it there. Again, we were long into it. I would have taken it there, not parabolic, a little bit of consolidative. You're getting it again here on SMCI where you're gently going right into that resistance at 2160, and maybe you don't like it here because of the manner in which it worked in. It's more covering your longs. But now all of a sudden you have a breakout which gives you a better chance for it to work. Clearly, there are people, I think, shorting this level. You've seen it now 3 times. It's putting in higher lows. It's giving you a consolidation into it. And that's what you want to see. So, I'll slap the old L. I mean, ultimately, the SMCI ends up working out pretty well in there, but we'll slap the old L on NVIDIA and be able to say, hey, with this notion, I don't know that I needed to take that trade. The way that it came in has to matter. Now you got the order in there. You got to be able to cancel it when you see it screaming in. Obviously, I didn't. Just set my stop and forget it at that particular point. The other option that you have, if you find yourself, okay, I've now gotten into this trade, but I'm telling myself, hang on, Neil. Look at the way that it came in. There's an opportunity in here to trim some. Now, I know I'm giving it 75 pennies. I'm not even offering till it breaks 145 or at least tests 145. So it's got to, if I'm going to give it 75 pennies plus a little bit of slippage, then I'm going to want to make sure that I'm not taking profit out for 10 cents. That doesn't really make a heck of a lot of sense. Like, what am I gaining by doing that? But what you could do is, if I've realized how parabolically it did go into that level, you can instantly trim some. When it gives you that rejection and this little reprieve that wicks here, relieving a little pressure and taking some out, acknowledging the fact that it wasn't that good of an entry on a normal break, yeah, you could definitely trim some. I could have trimmed some here. Once I recognized that, I did, and probably a little bit of stubbornness in there. And now it's gearing for what I think looks like a much more interesting breakout here on NVIDIA, because like SMCI, let me just cancel this. Much like SMCI, you are trending into this top break on NVIDIA. If it gets through 144.65, which it could do any second now, much different story, which it didn't break, by the way, much different story than when it was parabolic into it earlier. So not all breakouts are created equally. Certainly, you can find a way to have more of a consolidated one that should have trapped a few more shorts in there instead of having the shorts already blown out and then chasing those tops. So just a little bit of a distinction between a cleaner looking breakout. You can still have both, but your options maybe take less on the one that doesn't look as good, maybe give it less of a stop area or a tighter stop area because it's not quite the same setup, and then hunt in the wild when picking between multiple breakouts in a trending market, the ones that give you the best setup, higher high, higher lows, nice consolidative top, not parabolic where you're chasing that high of the day. So that's your lesson of the day. And one in the wild here where we had to pick between a couple. We got it right with SMCI, we got it wrong with NVIDIA, and should have had it with Amazon, which I consider a fail because I didn't have it at all. So you've got to be able to be in the right ones when it comes to these breakouts, and that lunch smells a little bit tasty, as Sean just came back with it. That does smell good. Ciao.
Thank you very much for that, Neil. Look who it is. It's not Satya, I can promise you that. That is Randy. You guys earned this session vis-a-vis the Super Chats. Welcome, my man. I always love having you on. Always love talking.
Great to be here.
You and I, we talk up a storm. That's no secret.
We got that
rapport on cars. So, Randy, let's get right to it. Tesla is up a healthy, a decent, some would say eye-watering 14% and change into that 287. Just give us some of your initial thoughts on this.
Did we not see this coming if Musk had his pause in the whole Trump thing in the last 3, 4, 5, 6 months? A lot of people predicted this coming. So here we are. He's got Tesla. He's got government contracts with SpaceX. There's a lot of connectivity here, as I mentioned this morning. How it plays out, how much of a role he can have in Trump forming a government, what position he leads, that's something to be discovered, I guess.
Yeah.
But the hype is there, and look at the market this morning. So I mean,
it's ridiculous.
It is what it is. He's always had that magnet about him. He's able to draw momentum around what he wants to get done.
Oh yeah. So $75 million to an America PAC. It's not chump change.
That's
Randy.
not chump change. No. So here we go.
Okay, so you and I were talking about this off camera. Ram, I want to show this super quick, please. So this is my EV watch list. All right. And every single name, Randy, Rivian, Lucid, even Fisker. Oh, they're are they still around? Okay, move to the other side of the screen.
No.
Okay, I don't know if I can do that quite yet. I don't know where the hell it went. There we go. Is that good, Ram? Yes, Fisker, Polestar, some others, Nikola. They're all red, Randy, even though Tesla up. Now, let's talk a little bit as to possibly why.
So let's go back to the Made in America thing.
Go.
I mean, Tesla started this whole ball rolling way back in what, like when the momentum finally took off.
When did the Model S come out? The real production, not the Roadster. That was 12,
yeah,
right?
the Roadster
12 or
was
13,
yeah. So we're talking almost a decade, more than a decade here.
Yes, sir.
So, and again, made in America. From the outset, no, the batteries came from elsewhere. Now they're doing it in-house. So when you look at the likes of Polestar, for example, everybody else is battling tariffs.
Yep.
And the tariffs are, as I've said this before, a company killer.
Of course.
To what extent you can build everything in-house, batteries, supply chain, have everything on U.S. soil, or at least under the resemblance of a NAFTA agreement.
Exactly.
We're talking labor. We're talking every little bit and piece that goes into the vehicle you're selling. Labor's a big component, by the way. This is the hump he's had to get over.
And it's interesting. It's interesting, right? Because look at what you and I were talking about in terms of, some of the contradictions that it seems Elon and Donald could have. For example, let's just go. He's not really, Donald wasn't really pro-EV at this point until Elon showed up onto the scene. Now all of a sudden, a shift.
But is he though? Is he still leaning towards pro-EV?
He's changed his tone a little bit.
I think.
Have you seen? Like he's like,
yes.
I think they're great, but for some people it doesn't work. They need more range, this, that, and the other. So he's kind of found a middle ground as of late.
Right, and I think there's a pivot point there. I really, you have to understand, I think, to some extent, that the American public is not so, maybe as healthy about the sales of EVs or maybe buying an EVs. Yes, we had COVID. Yes, we had economy issues and inflation. But EV sales are on the decline right now.
Yeah.
That's a thing. So if you're going to go ahead and become, let's pick Rivian, an American car company, sourcing their batteries from not China, from SDI Samsung, which is in South Korea, and you're skirting tariffs, and you're trying to be an upstart and joining the Make America, let's do it here on U.S. soil. You're battling labor. You're battling all kinds of other costs. And Rivian, and we're going to have their earnings report later this week, they've had to slim down. They've had to be tough. They've had to really get their efficiencies on par to become the next Tesla. Is everybody capable of doing that? No. It's a tough go. It's a real tough battle.
Let's talk about the difference, too. One is looked at as a pure car company, Rivian. Tesla is priced in a little bit differently.
Yes, of course.
So you can't really give them the P or like the PE ratio of a car company. You've had to look at them a little bit differently. Some have tried to make the argument they're a technology company, but let's talk about the fundamental difference. Rivian doesn't have an autonomous, full self-driving, robo-taxi kind story. Tesla does.
They do?
They do, or they want to present what it is they do. So here's the thing, Randy. Number one, I know you're skeptical. I'll let you speak for yourself with respect to the robotaxi. So first, take us through what your thoughts on the robotaxi, and then I want to build on it a little bit more to see, about the robotaxi possibly replacing what we perceive to be the Model 2, because there's comments about that. I was telling you off camera, but tell me what you think about the robotaxi first and foremost.
So robotaxi, again, is software. And software is a huge component of Tesla, from the entire stack down to, yes, the skateboard chassis and the hardware they make. The software that they've come up with, we all know FSD, the latest version, to have it completely autonomous, there's regulatory hurdles, there's personal trust issues, there's all kinds. He's willing to take on that challenge. There's been an untold amount of investment in this platform.
We just got to send it to Adair for a second.
Let's do it.
Breaking news.
Sorry to interrupt the auto segment. Just keep an eye here on V and MA, both of which got a bit of a volume spike to the downside. The EU is launching an antitrust investigation into both companies, citing potentially harmful fees to retailers. They're going to be reviewing their scheme and processing fees from 2018 to 2023. So V and MA on watch here, guys.
Thank you very much for that, Adair. Appreciate it. Sorry to interrupt.
No worries. You got to look at the FSD as just a portion of what he's trying to sell. It integrates with, yes, this software stack on top of any platform they build, the Roadster, the X, the S, the Y.
Right.
It doesn't really matter.
Okay.
When you introduce robotaxi, and the driver is no longer in the car, you have, I think, a trust hurdle with the general public.
Yep.
regulatory hurdles at the state and federal levels, crash safety and all the rest of it. And there have been issues in the past with FSD, you know. We also have driverless semis running the roads that are delivering our goods for the likes of, you know, maybe it's Pepsi or Anheuser-Busch who have made orders. There's, I think, a trust hurdle there. Again, regulatory issues as well. All of this is another mountain he wants to climb. Other auto manufacturers we've had, was it Argo AI and a bunch of other ones in the past that have not done so well. The amount of technology that's gone into and the amount of investments that's gone into this platform and this stack, you can put that, as I said before, on any platform you want.
Yeah.
It's a piece of software.
Or
the hardware doesn't really matter. It does not. It could be in a motorcycle. So robotaxi to me, they already have the hardware. Is it a Model 2? Fine. It could be down the road a 4-door instead of the robotaxi 2-door.
Right.
It could be a Model S. It could be anything down the road. He could sell it on top of the Cybertruck that you and I both want, and you can have us as a package down the road. I think there's, again, hurdles here in terms of state and federal regulatory issues. They're going to test it in smaller markets and try and get it out the door and try and make it viable and build that trust. And build that trust not only with the consumers, but with the regulators and the investors. The investment community sees it as, again, a piece of software. It's a key component of the company. We'll see how that plays out. I don't, you and I have discussed this at length.
Yeah. So let me just...
The robotaxi launch to me was kind of a technology showcase and not so much a product.
I didn't hear anything about the software. And like the point you bring is super important. There is a hardware component to full self-drive. There is the cameras. Tesla has made a conscious decision to use cameras only and not to employ LiDAR and other instruments as well. And that's, I'm assuming, for a cost and simplicity purpose. Because LiDAR is quite expensive, at least currently.
Yes.
So they've made a conscious choice to do that. By doing that, Randy, they've raised the ire of the regulator. You have like Waymo, who's got their Jag I-Paces all over San Francisco, and apparently they're going to be in LA soon too, which they don't make their own cars, by the way. They have to adapt Waymo's technology to the car that they're using. But they use LiDAR, and it's been easier to get it through regulatory hurdles. Does Trump's association with Musk now remove some of those regulatory hurdles?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think there's regulatory bodies in place for many good reasons. LiDAR adds a level of redundancy to existing software, cameras, GPS, and the software stack. That redundancy, that safety net, that safety mechanism, I think is part of this trust issue. And this is where the regulatory bodies come in and say, look, you know, we like your package, but you've got to get through these hurdles in order for us to authenticate it and to make sure that the general public buying these platforms is safe. And again, it's a big hurdle, and it's time, and he's put billions and billions into this software stack, buying these H100 cards and building this platform that allows it to, especially utilizing AI, to make it as safe as it can. Robotaxi is a great pilot, I think. Is it a product yet? No.
It's like a science experiment so far. You know what I mean?
Which is fine. Like, go and experiment. Go and prove that you can do it cost effectively, safely. And then down the road, apply it to any platform physically that you can. Maybe they license it and sell it to other car manufacturers. So if you've got that ability to get it approved and to build that trust, then you package it and ship it out and put it on any platform you want.
I like that. There's another thing that we have to talk about, the Model 2. That he promised us down the, or somewhere, you know, previously that we'd get that 25,000 mass-produced electric vehicle. And we've kind of called it the Model 2. He's never said anything about a Model 2. We've just said that between us just to give it a name. So that was actually contradicted by Reuters in the spring. They came out with a hit piece, Randy, that said Elon is canceling the Model 2. There's no Model 2 coming out. That had Elon very furious. So he went to X right away, Randy. He's like, Reuters is lying as usual. We're accelerating the production of the Model 2. Hold on. And then on the Rogan podcast, and we had 3 hours of that, so there was a lot of content there, he mentioned that there would be no point, Randy, of making the Model 2 because he's focusing on the robotaxi. That made Reuters made them feel vindicated, and they're like, see, we told you there was no Model 2. So now, should we be looking for a robotaxi Model 2, Are we going to get that cheaper like human-driven EV?
I think when we watched the showcase, just was it a month ago or whatever?
Yeah.
The two-door car, and again, it's two-door because market research says most of the people hiring a cab or hiring an Uber or a taxi are by themselves.
Great point.
So if 80% of your trips are a singular person, you're at the airport, you're at a hotel, you're going downtown, you don't need a four-door car. So 80% of so it's more efficient, it's using less battery, it's cheaper to manufacture. Now, again, skateboard chassis.
Yep.
If it's got 2 doors, 4 doors, is it a hatchback? Does it have a trunk? It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They could build a 4-door version of the model we saw during that product showcase.
A skateboard
chassis. Add 2 doors and a bit of sheet metal, and you've got your 4-door. As far as cost goes, if you take the FSD full robotaxi software charge away from the actual physical platform, how much cheaper is it going to be?
Oh, I don't think it's even that much. Well, the R&D in FSD probably costs a penny.
Is one. Number two, are they planning on building it in Mexico? We've heard about this Mexico plant. We've not seen any further details.
That's trouble.
I've dug up some information to show that the U.S. the Mexican state has given approval, and they're still working through allotments for the factory and the plant to get up and running. But they need the labor costs. They need to get to Mexico to keep the labor costs down to make this $25,000 cost feasible. Is it going to be hugely profitable? Possibly not.
Yeah.
It's not a Cybertruck. We're not
No,
$130,000, $140,000.
It's a different price point. Yeah, different price point completely.
But if you're doing volume,
sure,
and you have the ability to build both a 2 and the 4-door model, and add, if you're a taxi company, add that full FSD to get the robotaxi. Now you don't need a driver. You're not paying a driver to drive around, and you can own, multiple vehicles of these. So the capability is there. There's some key components.
Fair.
Again, getting robotaxi approved at a federal and state level.
That's tough.
And number 2, getting the labor costs and getting the Mexico plant built down so they can do it profitably. This speaks back to Rivian. Rivian's losing money on every car they sell. RJ's been going nuts trying to get his costs down, retooling their plant for the R2 and the R3 coming. But costs, be it supply chain, the cost of batteries, the cost of labor, and tariffs are, I'll say it again, company killers.
They are. Guys, before you go on, because this is fantastic and we want to get input from the viewers. Guys, if you have questions for I or Randy, mostly Randy, obviously, you can tag Satea in the chat, because Satea's got her chat open up on Randy's computer. You can tag me as well. We'd love to take your questions. I know that there's questions out there because I see you guys already chiming in the chat. Direct them to Randy or I, and we'll absolutely answer them for you. I got another thing to ask you. So we've talked about the kind of the negative stuff right now, the fact that it's a science experiment, Monterey being still under construction and the possible tariffs. We've talked about, the incompleteness of the whole thing. How about, Randy, the fact that right now he's selling FSD at, in Canada, it's an $11,000 option. He dropped it from 18, but hey, what a bargain. Nice guy. But is there an opportunity that FSD is no longer a purchasable option at point of sale, but becomes a SaaS? Every month you got to fork over $500. Well, different licenses. You can have an independent operator license like you or I wanting to get around. And then if you're going to be if you're going to be an Uber or any other type of robotaxi, you got to pay more for that license.
They could go the personal use / commercial route, which software companies have done for decades. Okay. So if you're a personal user, you bought some model of Tesla, you want to have full FSD, here you go. Here's your single use price. You pay up front, comes with the car, or you can get the OTA update down the road, add it to the vehicle, and away you go. If you're running an Uber company or a cab company locally to your city and you want to buy 10 vehicles of Tesla, or maybe down the road any brand.
Right.
I see the service as the SAS model as potentially profitable. Again, you're getting frequently over-the-air updates.
Yes.
Once it gets approved in all U.S. states, then you've got a license to do business anywhere.
That's the thing.
In the continental U.S. So it becomes a revenue stream. Do they do it consistently? Do they approach that model? I think it's a little early to say. Again, great revenue stream on the back end for them because software sells. Okay. You're constantly updating it, especially if there's faults or there's updates to the software or regulatory changes that they must apply as new models come out, software updates again. So the service covers the costs, the ongoing costs
Yep.
of those software updates. It's a revenue stream. So I like your point. It's a good model.
Let's bring in one final question here, and then we got to wrap up a little bit.
Yep.
Totally slipped my mind. I had it there, but I got distracted a little bit. Let's see. Any questions for Randy in the chat? Throw that in. Someone wants to talk about Rivian's financial statement. Why don't you give us your perspective on Rivian and currently right now? Really, where do they stand, Randy?
Rivian's in a tough spot. They have made great efficiencies back in June. RJ got on board on making great efficiencies with retooling their plant in Normal, Illinois, getting ready for the R2, R3. The plant in Georgia, we've not seen a lot of details lately about that. They have to build the plant. They've got to hire labor to run the plant.
Yep.
There's a lot of capital expense here. Their cash burn is my number one biggest concern. Yes, we had an investment from Volkswagen. Volkswagen, they're having their own problems right now. 42% decline in sales. But they have cash. How long they'll have that cash, we'll see. Volkswagen needs the software. Yes, there's a Scout coming out. Scout is an off-road brand, their demise in the mid-'80s in the US. Volkswagen ended up owning the Scout IPL, intellectual property, and the brand name. They're going to release something very similar to the R1S and the R1T.
You're kidding.
And it's going to use Rivian software. So it's going to be an off-road brand, off-road-oriented brand. Rivian, again, they may end up competing to some extent, but from RJ, I want to see, this week, I want to see EPS, obviously the big one.
Yeah.
Their cash burn, their profitability. I mean, yes, it's a negative profitability on cars. That should be increasing to the point.
Sure.
Is it going to be zero? Maybe not.
Okay.
I want to hear news about Georgia, and I want some sort of loose deadline on when we're going to be able to see the R2. Yes, the R3 is down the road behind the R2.
Yes. I thought that was really interesting how they even mentioned the R3 before they even got the R2 into production. But yeah, that's
because they're built on a similar platform.
I see.
You can build, again, anything you want. So I'm looking for positives on this report this week. Am I still expecting some cash burn? Yes.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of capital expenses right now to get this new plant off the ground.
Fair.
They've got supply chain issues in Normal, building the R1T and the R1S, which is not good news. So their sales are in a bit of decline right now. That's not good news at all. Hopefully, they're getting more vans out the door. Again, they've opened up the vans to the general public, not just Amazon. So I'm expecting some positives. That should be enough to raise the stock.
I have to put you to the gun here. Tesla trading 287.25 right now. By December 31st, Tesla above 287 or below 287? Below. You heard it here first. Below. Randy calling it below, baby. It's all hype. There you go. All right, guys. Thank you for that, Randy. Appreciate it. That was the best sesh of Randy's rants, as you saw there. Randy, auto aficionado.
I'll be back, buddy.
I love it. I'll
be back.
Dude. Thank you so much for that, Randy. All right, let's have a look at what NVIDIA has been doing here, guys, because while Randy was dropping hot lines, NVIDIA made an all-time high. $145 exactly on the dot there, Ram, with NVIDIA. And I took it out, like I had a little piece over here. Where did we take it out? We took it out in the 80s. So that's almost $1 winner there on NVDA. But really, that's not why I'm showing you this. I'm showing you this because it's an all-time high. And by the way, while Randy was dropping said hot lines, I kept my eye on the book. And there was over 20,000 lots sitting at that $145 level, even more. And I'm assuming like the quick view that I got, because you know how the tape moves super rapidly, I saw two gateways posting 8,000 plus with multiple other gateways with 4-digit lottage there. So, and that's not even in addition to the iceberg orders, the hidden orders that are likely sitting at that 145 level. So all-time highs on the monster NVIDIA. It's up 3.45% today. Put some dang respect on this one's name. And we're going to shout out Jensen just because I felt like it. But yeah, we're going to keep an eye out on this one. And I'm absolutely interested in trading this if it is to break and take that 145 level. Not far away from it right now, guys, as we are at that $0.75. What a day it has been for NVIDIA today. And, it's interesting because, well, we've heard a lot about tariffs. And all NVIDIA's chips, most of NVIDIA's chips, I stand corrected, are made in Taiwan. By who? Who makes stuff in Taiwan? Taiwan semi-dang conductor. So could it be that these, well, clearly the market not pricing in any tariffs here for NVIDIA because this thing is up well above yesterday's close. But I'm just saying, Satea, could there be a play here where NVIDIA brings in some chips that get taxed? I mean, tariffed?
Possibly.
Right?
Possibly. I wouldn't
Market doesn't
be
feel that
surprised.
way right now, right?
Oh, for sure.
So that's the look there. So NVIDIA 145, all-time highs, guys, live on the show, $145 to the dang T. Once it gets back there, I promise I'll yell to Ram to show my screen so that I'm able to show you the size. We're still at 84s. We haven't been able to ascend into 145 quite yet into that whole dollar, but I believe we will soon. We're not even below the 10 exponential. In fact, we haven't even touched the 10 exponential on the last 3 candle retracements on the 5-minute chart. So very strong name. NVIDIA, great look today. It's number 2, obviously, to Tesla, up 14% plus. NVIDIA 3.5, but Google not far behind. Good day for Google as well, 3.25, eh?
Oh, I haven't looked at that, but that's very interesting. Gonna pull that up here. Google is very interesting as well. Like the fact that it's holding above that VWAP, looking really nice here. Yeah, that looks great. I can't complain there. I was looking at Meta though. Okay. This one is breaking below VWAP, which I really like. Typically, I think I'm going to wait for this break here around 560. I think that, if we can get below there, then I'm looking for a short here. Like the fact that it's below VWAP, I want it to continue to trail the 9 EMA, but I really want to see it break this level. So I think I'm gonna put an alert there because that looks very interesting here. So gonna put it crossing, put the value price. The value, and then I'll put it here around 560 here. So that is looking pretty good as well. I did hop out of that NVIDIA trade before Randy, started dropping those hot lines, but that is still printing. Are you still in that?
No, guys, I want to show the size though. Ram, please. Here we go. That's the size right now on the 145 level. So you see 2 gateways there with 85 and 8200 lots. The one below that with 2,500, I believe. Here we go. You see how quickly it moves? 650 lots below. Let's see if we're able to get to 145 because you can never really see the full picture on the level 2 until you're actually at the price. Here we go. Big boy size, Satea. Big size there at 145. Does it get taken out though? I don't know. I don't think quite yet. We're going to definitely need to see a little bit more than that. But yeah, look at this. It's not putting any lower lows. It's continuing to make higher highs.
It's just trending up. It's just trending up. And so when I was looking at it, it looked good. It looked great. And this is just really great. I like the fact that it broke through this high around 144.65. And then we're holding above that. That looks like really nice as well. We are, it's trying to get above that 145 level. I think that, the transactions are just occurring as of right now. But I still think, continuation to the upside is still in play. So this is looking really good. NVIDIA, shout out to you guys if you guys are printing on that. That one is looking really good as well. And then this PayPal was printing as well. Unfortunately, I canceled my order at 81 because I wasn't really liking the price action there, but I should have stayed convicted, went up 25 cents above that level that I was looking at. This is a huge play of mine, to be honest. I feel like it was the volume that kind of led me astray with this one, but this is looking good as well in terms of the continuation of the long. So this is looking great on PayPal as well. And then someone is saying SMCI liftoff. Dead cat bounce happening. I'm buying for 3 days a swing trade. Okay, let's look at that here. SMCI, yeah, I mean, it's holding a little bit. We had this bounce here, 957, had a bounce at 1054, and then again around 1130, and then 1150. And so it does look like it's trending to the upside. It's making those higher lows. So I really like that as well. This is kind of looks like the same setup as PayPal and that I missed out on. So I think that getting in here definitely is a good look. Holding above that VWAP, got to VWAP, bounced there distinctly. If I look here on the 15-minute, this doesn't look bad as well. I want to see what it does at 12:45. I'm going to wait for that next 15-minute candle to form and see, if we close green or if we close red. But I want to see that next candle. But that SMCI trade looks really good as well. So shout out to you for that. Someone's saying they printed on NVDL 30K. Shout out to you. That is Carl Grun. Shout out to you, man. That is a really good trade. So then something else that I was looking at is Palantir, because someone mentioned that. So it got to this day's high here, and then we wicked off of that day's high, got up to a high of 54.40. And so it's coming down to VWAP. And so I thought that there may be, a break at that level. But that's why I said make sure that you're just seeing what it does at that level rather than posting an order at that level, because there's always instances where it does that liquidity grab and then it comes to the downside. And so what am I looking next on this trade? I'm looking at what it does at this level. If it is a continuation of a long, what I really want to see is a bounce off of that VWAP level and then a continuation to the upside. But if I don't see that, then, and if I see a break of VWAP, then I think that I would be looking for the short, risking those days highs, because we would have like a triple top there, not necessarily right at the same level, but there is definitely some resistance there. And then we could even see that resistance happening even in the pre-market as well. And so I want to see what it does here around 53.66, if we hold above there or if we break below VWAP. And so that's what I'm looking at. How about you, Sharif?
I'm looking at a new small cap gapper that has come onto the scene, Satya. FREY. What a good look this one is. Very bull flaggish, very directional. And my favorite part about FREY, it is a midday mover, small cap gapper, whatever. What I'm trying to say very ineloquently is that the meat of the move wasn't in the pre-market. Look when the volume started spiking right at 11:30, and the biggest volume bar on the day, 12:05. That is what you want to see. It's setting up for a bull flag now. It's respecting the 10 exponential moving average. I'm going to try to work my way into this one. It is at highs right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a small position over here, a starter position, just so we can get involved in case this one breaks out. We've got something to take. But then we're going to set up more orders, Satya, at the different levels over here. Let's set up that one to account for the bottom end of the flag. And even if this one dips below the flag, I want to have a little bit there. So FREY. Oh, that's not a good looking candle right now that it just printed on the 5. A bit of an inverse hammer candle. Let's see if that buyer at 64 that has been buying continues to buy. Let's see, right? Is there size? There is size posted right now at 64. 500 lots on bats. ARB showing 125 lots. But with these ones, it's always about the icebergs or the orders that come in on the spot, essentially. So we're going to look to work into this position. Where are we at here? We've got 170s. I'm still holding a piece of NVIDIA. I lied about that, guys. I'm still holding a piece. I'm long 144.02. I thought I was out. So we're holding it from the dollar. We've almost got a dollar winner. Let me tell you something. We'll take a dollar winner on this if this breaks 145. That's all-time highs. We put in that 145 live on the show. If we take it out, that'll be another thing that we do here on the Midday How to Trade show. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to post my order on the north side of 105. I'm going to put it at 05. No, get creative, Sharif. 05 isn't going to cut it. We'll put it at 15s, come what may. So that's the situation right now. We're involved in NVDA at 144.02. We're working our way here into FREY, up 58%. Beautiful looking bull flag. Seems to me like there is a buyer at 64. Up into 68 we go. We've got 70 average, having gotten in initially at 74 and then at 65. So we're going to look to work in here, and ultimately the idea with FREY is we have a break and take of that $1.80, and if we're really lucky, we weasel up into that $2 area. Let me tell you why this thing is moving. Let me see if I can find out. Yes, here we go. Frey Battery acquires Trina Solar U.S. assets and a $340 million deal. Projects strong EBITDA growth buy 25. I hope you guys do well. But the more important thing to me is that we print here a little bit. So that's the look right now on this bad boy. Again, NVIDIA working in, Katina man, into that 145. What say you on NVIDIA? You still holding? The Katina man says he's still holding a little bit. He's unsure of whether or not he wants to add more at this level. So we're gonna wait to see what he does there, and when he does take a decision, we'll report on that for you guys. So we'll keep eyes on NVDA. How's SMCI, Sete?
Yeah, that is looking good. I actually just punched in. I got in around 21.75. And so typically I don't really, trade, anything under like $100 or $50. But this setup looks really good for me. And so I can't miss the opportunity just because it's cheap. And so I really like this. What I like and what it's distinct about it is, yes, we do have this uptrend, but then we are also kind of breaking through this consolidation that we had since, 9:57. So between 9:57 and around 11:57, we had this consolidation here. It was going to the upside, but we still had, this rejection here at 21.50s. And so we had a little bit of a struggle there, but I'm really liking the look of this. I like the fact that it bounced off of VWAP and it's trending to the upside here. And so I'm going to hold that. I have a take profit level of around 22.43. I think I might take a little bit of a piece off at 22s. Just a little bit, just because that's just part of my playbook. I want to make sure that I'm staying consistent with that. And so I really like the look of that. And then Oliver is saying, can you look at Caterpillar? Yeah, of course. I could definitely look at
Caterpillar moved in the aftermarket like $50.
Really?
It was insane. It broke 400, like 400 didn't even matter.
That's crazy.
Of course I'm in it, Ram.
That's insane. Usually,
all-time highs on NVIDIA.
Let's go. Yeah,
all-time highs. There it is, guys. We took 145 out. I'm waiting at 15s. There's a seller at 10. A lot of tape action right now. Sorry to interrupt you,
yeah,
but that 145 is important.
That's
we're zigging and zagging right now. There's a lot of yelling in the back. Get it, Wainers. Lots of other people trading this as well. Let's see if this was able to take out that 10 penny level. Excuse me. There was size there, and you can see the tape right now. So the volume on NVIDIA, a decent 131 million, and bang!
Let's
we'll take
go.
the dollar club there on NVIDIA. So we took $1 on Amazon and $1 on NVIDIA, and I'm negative on the day. It's fantastic.
Damn. Well, hey, you're getting more consistent though, those trades. At least, even though you're down on the day, at least, you're putting in some greens. So that's all that matters, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, shout out to that. 145 looking great. It's blasting through. We're at 145.12s right now. Still looking really good as well. I mean, even if you're a little bit late to the party, I still feel like this rocket ship is still in play. And if you're a swing trader, you could still weasel your way in on there. Looking at the next level around 150s. So that is still something that we're looking at here. But NVIDIA is looking strong. But going to CAT, because someone mentioned that as well, this looks really strong as well. I really like, so as Sharif mentioned, it went up like $50. And so that is really nice. I do like the fact that it broke through this, morning high at 413.75. Really like the look of that. Came down here to that level, and then we are going to the upside as well. I mean, we are at this level where it was like kind of like the second local high around 1140. And so I still think that this is a great play. I mean, if you're day trading, getting in here, I don't think that's a bad look as well. I still think that the continuation of the long is in play. I do want to see like what the ATR is. So I'm just going to go on the day here. So CAT on average moves around $7 to around $9.85, call it $10. So if we look here, so from the morning 404, okay, so we kind of made that, $7, $10 move already. But I still think that it's strong. And so I don't think that the ATR is really going to stop us right now, but I would be a little bit wary because we did do that ATR already. And so I would wait for a little bit of a pullback, maybe around this low here. So notice how that we had a little bit of a consolidation here. So maybe a little bit of a dip high here around 415.67, 415, 50s or 60s. But I still think that you can get in here. I don't think that that's a bad look at all. So you could be patient or you can punch in here. I don't think that's terrible, but that is looking really good for the long there. And then someone is saying Mara $19. Let's look at Mara.
No way.
Ooh, yes. See,
CPI when you need him.
right? Honestly, yeah, it's going to that $19 mark, so that looks really good as well. We want to really see that hold here. I like the fact that it had this a little bit of a consolidation here at this level. And so that is a really good look as well. I feel like punching in here isn't terrible as well. That looks really good. My next bust stop level would be around 1950, call it 1945. If we want to make sure that, you're getting that fill, if you're looking for around a 50-cent push, that looks really good. If I look on a higher time frame, what I'm really looking at though is around 1995, call it $20, that psychological 20. And so that looks really good as well. We do have the confluence of Trump, he's been endorsing crypto a lot. And so I think that that is going to add a lot of steam in the crypto market, in crypto-related stocks and things like that. And so I definitely think that if you're trying to get into crypto-related stocks, this is a good time to, because, the wait is over in terms of the election, who's going to win. And so, we do have the president. He's endorsing crypto. He likes crypto. He said that there's going to be some tax cuts with regards to crypto. So I think that that's definitely a great look there. So Mara looking strong, looking great. And then someone saying,
you just got to pay a bill. Super
quick. Do your thing.
All right, Ram, we ready? No? Okay. Trade the Pool allows traders just like you to get evaluated and trade real shares using the company's capital with no PDT rule holding you back. That's a real edge in trading. And here's the exciting part. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program for stock traders. For a one-time fee of just $97, you'll receive $20,000 in buying power. All you need to do is reach the profit goal. The best part? The limited edition program now has a reduced profit goal and fewer minimum trades required to reach the funded phase. Plus, the profit split is upgraded. You keep 70% of the profits. So don't miss the chance to explore this limited time offer. Join now for free. The link is in the description or on the bottom right corner of your screen if you want to scan that QR code.
Yes,
if you're so inclined.
Yes,
you can get into that. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we had to pay some bills, so we gotta keep this page running, and so we gotta make some money. But going back to that Mara, I was just saying that this is looking good as well. I mean, if you want to be a little bit patient here, I would say a dip by 1870 is a good look, but I still think that the continuation of the long is still looking strong. So if you even got here at 19, I don't think that is a bad look either. Maybe post at 1901s, 1902s, making sure that we do break above that because we still are kind of stalling a little bit at this $19 level. But I think that if we can break through that, that is still looking strong here. And so that is looking great in terms of that. And then Amazon, I was looking at this as well. It broke this trend line a little bit, but it's still looking like it's on its way up. So I like the look of that. I like the fact that it kind of had these three candles that kind of stalled out at 205, 07s. And so we look like we're going back to the upside as well for Amazon. So that looks really good. And then someone's saying DJT is running. So let's take a look at that. All running but DJT. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so I mean, with this, I feel like I'm looking for the break of this low, to be honest. I feel like the steam is kind of dying out as of right now, and so yeah, not looking too great on DJT, to be honest. I feel like that with this type of play, I didn't necessarily think that it would be a long, but I thought that there would be, some increased volatility. And so I do want to see the break of this 34.52 for the continuation of the short, but I wouldn't even be surprised if we did bounce at that level. How about you, Sheree?
I just took, sorry, Sean's making me laugh. I just took some out there on Frey, guys. Happy with this trade so far, but it hasn't manifested in the way that you would expect a bull flag to manifest. We're not looking to play the range of the flag here. I'm looking for the breakout trade. I was just scalping a little bit here, wetting the beak at the top end of the range, that 178, 179 area. I've got the next beak wetter at 82s. That requires a new high of day because the current high of day, $1.80 on FREY. And it just occurred to me, I didn't give you the deets on this. So $245 million market cap. It's done a healthy amount of shares so far, 30.3 million shares traded. It's got a larger float, though, for a small cap gapper. My program says 117,000 shares. We're going to weasel down to trade ideas over here and find out what the short float is on Frey. It's about 8.62%, Katina, man. This guy's killing me today. 8.62%. I'm seeing the same float over here on my program as trade ideas. So it looks like we've got accurate information, but we've got even more information for you at the big desk with Adair.
Keep an eye on some of these chip and AI-related plays, including NVIDIA, which is still near all-time highs, up almost 4%. I'm seeing this headline circulate on social media, though I'm not seeing it attributed to any particular source, but this headline circulating on social media, quote, Saudis plan $100 billion AI powerhouse to rival UAE's tech hub. So apparently $100 billion AI powerhouse investment planned here from Saudi Arabia. Keep an eye on some of these AI-related plays with that in mind, guys.
Yeah, that's interesting. We usually don't yap a little politics on the show, but we have to here because it's NVIDIA. So MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, basically the crown prince running Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
Him and the Donald seem to be boys.
Okay.
So the reason I'm even telling you this is because there was concern about NVIDIA getting slapped with more restrictions on exports like they did with China,
right.
With the Middle East. Because number one, they were worried about the Middle East giving Chinese or giving them access to these advanced GPUs. And there was concern that it might fall into the hands of unsavory actors. Let's leave it.
I remember us talking about that a couple of weeks ago, yeah.
And so this is interesting here, right? Because then like there was this relationship between them in the past. So do the embargoes, do the export bans halt here? And that story was interesting because I think this was a Saudi-related story.
Okay, yeah, that is fair. Because, yeah, the Biden administration was more, like, reluctant to kind of, 100%. Make relations. But I feel like, if Donald Trump's cool with the prince,
MBS,
you said?
Yeah, he's crown prince.
Oh, yeah. So then, yeah, I think that maybe, those restrictions may be halted. And it would look pretty good for the chips. So I feel like that is a strong indicator for the continuation of the long.
Got money.
Yeah, they do. They have money to blow. Yeah. So, that is printed on there.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So someone's saying coin $30 club.
Coin is insane. I'm looking at Coin L. Satea, Coin L is up 52%.
Insane.
CONL is up 53%. Satea, not 52. It's insane.
That is wild. Yeah, I thought that we may have seen a little bit of a slowdown, around this level, around 242, but it's just trekking up. And so that is not stopping as of right now. I feel like, it would really have to break the trend around 238.60 to really start to see a reversal there. But this is looking good as well. And even then, this could still be just like a little bit of a breather here before the continuation up. But I think that is a pivotal level that we would need to look at around, or even 232.94. But this is looking really strong as well. I mean, is it in my playbook to get in here? Not necessarily. If you're swing trading, I mean, maybe. But this looks really good as well. I feel like you would have had to get in a little bit earlier, just for me personally. But this is looking hella strong. So that is really looking good as well. If you do want to weasel your way in, maybe you could look at, a stop loss of around 238.50. This was kind of a pivotal level that a little bit of a retracement before it continued up. And so I'm thinking that is looking really good as well on coin. So shout out to that. And then I was looking at some things on my trending ticker list. I was just kind of flipping through because things are kind of overextended for just my playbook. So I'm looking for things that are a little bit closer to VWAP. And so I was looking at, what do we got here? We got JP Morgan. Let's see what that's doing here. JP Morgan, okay, this is looking interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't really like the look of this as well. I do like the fact that it's trending upwards, and then we had this bounce off of VWAP around 10, 15. So that looks really good, but it's still not as close to VWAP as I'd want it to be honest. So I'm looking at that. Havana Woody is saying, DJT asked to hold its beer. No, seriously. And then Scott Edwards saying, thoughts on AMD short here. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, that looks pretty decent as well. I want to see a little bit more confirmation here. If I'm looking on the 15-minute, what are we looking at? It's at 143.23. I want to see a break of at least 142.90. I think that's where I'd get involved. Shout out to you. This is actually like better for, my kind of setup. And so I think I'm going to throw an order out around 142.90 and see if we get filled there. So I'm just going to do that here. So I'm just going to do AMD, put my my order here at 142.90. I'm going to cross about 5 cents, 142.85, and then hopefully we do get a fill there. So I'm just going to wait for that. And then someone is also saying, Gurav, he's saying Starbucks seems to have found a bottom for today, key level on the daily chart. Let's take a look at Starbucks here. Because I was looking at that. I didn't necessarily trade it here. Yeah, that does look like the bottom is in play there. 94.80 bounced off of that. We're breaking through the 9 EMA. Really like that. I do. If you guys tuned into my lesson a couple of weeks ago, I talked about the change in trend structures. And I talk about how I want to see a close of 2 candlesticks. So if I look here on, let's see, if we go on the 15-minute, okay, on the 15-minute, it didn't necessarily close above that 9 EMA yet, but if I'm looking on the 3-minute, I do see 1, 2, 3, 4, and then going to 5, but we are going to Adara, and I'll be back with that.
We talked a lot today about how crypto has been positively impacted there by Donald Trump's presidency here. We're going to talk a little bit, though, during our afternoon crypto segment on the general overall outlook here for crypto in that political space, because we had quite a few apparently pro-crypto candidates being elected, 240 plus to be exact here, within seats of the House of Representatives as of 8:30 a.m. London time. Also 15 pro-crypto candidates elected to the Senate. Among them here is Bernie Moreno. He now being elected here for the Senate in Ohio, which is especially notable because apparently he's a blockchain entrepreneur. So we actually have someone working in the blockchain space here. New Senate member here, and actually apparently unseating an anti-crypto candidate. So looks like a good win here for the crypto space. Apparently there are some political action committees specifically in the crypto space working hard here, including PAC Fair Shake, which apparently spent $40 million on Moreno's campaign. So really interesting look here with regards to how much the crypto space is influencing these elections. Now we have Ethereum here I wanted to look at. We talked a lot about Bitcoin, of course, with its new all-time highs. But Ethereum near days highs here with a nice volume spike to the upside. But when you pull back on Ethereum, unlike Bitcoin, which has really been forming that rounded bottom before breaking out those all-time highs, we do have Ethereum looking a bit a bear flaggish here. We have this move to the downside pretty sharply starting in late July in earnest. Then we get that flush with Black Monday on August 5th. And since then, we've been in a bit of a range. Now, to be clear, we are taking out our most recent high here at this 26.55 level. But can Ethereum reclaim another lower high here at the 74 or 27.45? Sorry, only time can tell, but it looks like we're at a very interesting level for ETH and clearly at a very interesting level for crypto as a whole, guys.
The Katina Man's breathing deep, and he has a reason to breathe deep. I don't know if you've had a look at our friend NVIDIA over here, but it just is uninterrupted to the high side. Ooh. Look at this thing, Ram. I mean, if you had bought this instead of Rivian, you'd be doing okay right here, Ram.
Really good.
145, bang. 145.86, guys. Sorry, Ram. 145.87. Every time I look at it, there's a new high a day, Katina Man. We're going into that 146, so that's huge. Let's load this up. We got to look at the level 2 to see if we're going to encounter the same level of resistance. Say that again, Ram. The dashboard is live. If anybody wants to know, there it is. More Trader TV. Shout out to Mark. I saw him putting in work today. Shout out to the Chilean Nightmare, who's been putting in work. It's not right, though. So Neil just looked. The Katina man just looked. The positions, we'll get that fixed. But here we go. Let's show them the level 2, Ram, because we're about at 146 again. And we had about 18,000 lots last time at 145 from what I could see. Now, I just saw about 10,000 lots. There were 2 gateways with 5,000 posted on them. As we ascend closer to that 146 price, we'll be able to get the full picture about how much size is waiting there as resistance. So, it's zigging and zagging right now, so I can't get the proper look. But NVIDIA is a dang monster on the day. Huge move, 4 1/3%. Guys, this is a $3 trillion name. They don't usually move like this. Here we go again, Katina man. So I see here about 5,000 lots. It's not nearly as much as what we saw at 145, about 5,000 posted right now at 146. Let's see if that number 1 is the size, or that the majority of the size hiding as an iceberg, a hidden order, or whether or not the buying here is just way too strong for anything that they're going to throw in front of it today. And there it goes, Katina man. Wow, drop the cash there. NVD dang A above 146 and squeezing, baby. This thing is not looking back. The full $4, 1, 2, 3, 4, bang! Wow, this has been a hell of a day today on these markets. I hope everybody has been trading well. I hope you're very happy with your long-term accounts, but don't forget to wet your beak on some profits. I mean, I'm kind of a little hypocritical here because I haven't wet my beak at all on any of these profits, but hopefully we'll do something soon. I just,
diamond hands.
I got paper hands. Let's just be honest about that, okay?
Fair.
But what I was waiting for, my bias was, and this didn't actually manifest, was that we would whiffle and waffle. We wouldn't be putting on higher highs and higher lows going into the election. I thought we would be in this consolidated mode, and then the decisiveness of the election would give us direction. That didn't really happen, because we kept putting in those higher lows, but now we're really getting parabolic.
Yes, we are. You are shooting to the upside. And the thing is, though, I feel like the volatility, I feel like that was known, though. I feel like it was like a lot of people, they were unsure, but now things are more decisive. Things are stabling out. And well said. I think that, I feel like up until, the rest of the week, I still think things are going to be very volatile. So this is a good time to day trade. If you're a swing trader, I think that you could definitely have lots of opportunities there. And so it's going to be a wild ride, guys. I mean, get your risk parameters in order. But I feel like if you are a day trader, this is a really, really strong week to be getting in the market. And so my Starbucks is printing. So I forgot who it was at me in the chat, if it was you, but shout out to that. He did call out this bottom that from around 1240 here, around 94.80. Let's call it 94.80s. And then what I really liked, I like that distinct wick that we had here, and then we're going to the upside. So you guys know me, I typically don't like to, long below VWAP, but this distinct candle here is what really gave me conviction in this trade. It seems like they're really trying to squeeze out all of those shorts that have been shorting from the morning. And so that is definitely a good look. I'm going to take a piece off of here because, it's at my break even. I'm going to take a little bit of a piece off here because I still think that, it could go to VWAP and then still continue down. So I think that I'm going to kind of punch out of that there. And so, so that is my look on a Starbucks. So I'm just going to do that really quickly because I didn't like the look of that. So I'm just going to punch out there. And then what else do you guys have in the chat? Someone's saying I'm wild. Oh, it was me, Gaurav. Yes, that was you. So shout out to you, Gaurav. That was looking good as well. At first, I was going to take profits, but then I guess I was chatting a little bit too much, and then I didn't get my out for that scalp. But I don't really like it as of right now, so we're going to move on to something else. So then what else do we have? What do we got? FOXO going again, guys. Let's see, FOXO here, 47 cents. So this is more of like a Sharif kind of play. But if I look at it here, I would wait for a little bit of a dip buy here. We can see a gap between the 9 EMA and this market price here. And so 39s, around 39.38, I think is a good dip buy that it could possibly go to before the continuation of this long here. So that looks really good as well. Someone is saying here, Meta. What's wrong with Meta? Let's see here.
Donald disparaged it back in March.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at this level here. Do I still have that order on Meta? No, I guess I had canceled it. But I was looking here around 560.75, seeing what we did here. I was looking for the break below this level for the continuation of the short here. And so I still want to see what it does at this level because it bounced. It's just one candle in the 5 minute, but I do want to see it retrace up to VWAP at least and then touch this level again. And then that would give me a little bit more conviction in this short, but it's bouncing a little bit from this level. So I'd just be a little bit wary of that. And then someone is saying, Mashworth, can you look at cost? Yes, I could look at cost. Let's see what we're doing here. Costco. Let's see here, Costco. I mean, Costco, you're looking pretty bad today, at least. This is looking not too great. It's just been, slamming down since the morning. We did try to get up here, break above VWAP, then it just came down here. We are starting to, curl up a little bit to the upside, but what I can see is it probably just gets to the top of VWAP and then continues its trend to the downside. So I wouldn't necessarily get in this middle. I would say wait for the retracement up to VWAP and then see what it does from here. If we see a strong wick here, then I think that the continuation of the short is still in play. If we look on the higher time frame here, let's see here. I mean, from November 1st, we did have this, this move up here. But it looks like we're starting to break the trend a little bit here. And so we had this candle close. If we look on, let's see here, on the day, I mean, it still is like on this uptrend. If I see a close of a candle below 886, then I would be a little bit worried, to be honest, for the trek up. But I would like to see what it does at this level. If we can hold above 887.53, then possibly we could see, the continuation of those higher lows just trending upwards. But I would be a little bit worried if it breaks below this 88667 kind of mark. So that's what I'm looking at here. Someone is saying Apple here. Let's see what Apple is doing. It's always dead, but oh my gosh, that is.
What is that?
Yeah, that's a no for today, to be honest. Man. I mean, yeah, if you're not in this, I would say just stay away from this, to be honest. You don't want to be waiting all day. Your money can be spent, in other things. And so, yeah, just leave that for today. She's not looking good today, as always. But, it is what it is. And then we also have Tesla here. Someone mentioned Tesla. And so this is interesting as well. So it's still holding this trend to the upside as well. Really like that we had this base around 286.47. We are blasting to the upside as well. And so that looks really good for the long. I wouldn't be mad at you guys getting mad at here, but me personally, I'm waiting for this kind of high break around 289.70. So that's what I'm looking at. How about you, Sharif?
I'm weaseling into Coin L over here. It's a little extended. So I'm getting in little bits and pieces at a time. So we're not getting in big positions here. We're going to add, because it's getting really far away from the 10 exponential. The 10 exponential right now on my chart, on the 5-minute chart that is at 4106, 4110. So I was able to de-risk a little bit here, but we're going to continue to add into this position. Coin and crypto in general has been a dang rocket. So we're going to try to work our way, wisely into here, as wise as I can, I guess. What's our position? 77s right now. It's showing 75s on the ask. Nothing to write about. I'm looking for a beak wetter in front of that whole dollar, but I will be layering more orders for CONL into that $0.25 area thereabouts. We'll see if this one wants to retrace. If it retraces, I'll set up the orders. Otherwise, we're going to continue to watch this. Now, FREY continuing to bull flag. It's not really breaking down below the level, but the volume is drying up, and I do not like that. okay? Because this one got its footing under it midday. Like the volume, the highest volume bars are around, what time? Like 12 o'clock. So the meat of the move for this one shouldn't be behind it quite yet. So the fact that the volume is dropping off is a little bit no good right now. So we'll continue to try to add at the bottom end of the ranges like I've been doing, 166, and then scalping out a little bit at the top end, but keeping the majority of the position for what I anticipate to be a breakout through the high of the day. The high of the day sitting at that $1.80. So we'll pack our patience there. Back to Coin L, 77s. Here we go. This one looks like it's putting in a hammer candle right now on the 5. So where are we along? We'll look to scalp out a little bit more, possibly here at 88s to account for that little price move. But I'm still very interested in adding into the 10 exponential. I had a bit of a bias that it was going to retrace into the 10 exponential. So far, did we get away from it? So I was like, hey, this one is due for a bit of a pullback. Whether it does it or not, really not up to me. So we're going to keep an eye on CONL. It is zigging and zagging right now. Probably behooves me to throw out some of these orders at the levels that I like. So we're going to do just that. We're going to layer the orders. And now we have an inverse hammer candle. Forming on the one. Katina Minister. God, you're on it today. I love it. All right, so we're going to set up that. And then we're going to set up at 35s as well to account. So we've layered the orders. Or have we? So we'll have to go down to 35 again. There we go. Now we've got it. Okay, good. Now what's FREY doing? Still ranging, nothing new there. Let me tell you about some other ones that are doing things. LUMN. This one showed up to my chart a little bit late on the day. Now, I mean, the volume was there initially, so that's kind of on me for not having eyes on this one. But Lumen is essentially at highs of the day. 899 HOD. It's printing 892 right now. Again, as you can tell, awfully respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, nary a breach, and when it did breach, it held above the 20. So the direction on this one, really good, but when you're looking at the volume, obviously declining volume, which makes sense, not unusual during given the time of the day right now, but you want to see these outlying volume bars to account for the price spikes. You don't want to see them below gradually lower and lower and lower highs. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Looking at CONL, looking at FREY. Let's flip to some big cap cappers and see what's afoot. Well, Tesla and NVIDIA, really, that's been the move. Amazon was wicked earlier today, but it's been doing bupkis for the better part now of an hour and 15 minutes with that 206 and a quarter top. Ranging in between 205 and 206 and a quarter, at least it seems to me. Apple, Satya basically just explained that one very well, so I won't remind you guys, or I won't wax poetic about that anymore. But I do have to let you know that the afternoon segment requires viewer input. If you don't vote, you don't get your say every day. Neil and Sean, they look at the top tickers as decided by you guys between that 2 to 2:30 time slot. So if you want to see how many dollars the Katina man had on NVIDIA today, throw it in the chat. I'm sure there's other names as well that you guys want to be looking at. Tesla's obviously up. There's a lot of small cap gappers. Get into that chat, exclamation point, join, space, $, and the ticker of your choice. Nothing is excluded. And I'm sure a lot of people are going to be voting for crypto names as well, because you've got the likes of, here, let's talk about this. Let me show them the watch list there quickly, Ram. Here's my crypto watch list if I can. 7 3/4 for Bitcoin, 9 3/4 for Ethereum, MSTR 12 1/4, Coinbase, oh my God, 28%, Mara 18.5, Riot 19.5, CleanSpark right up there with them, 19 3/4, Hut up 11%, and then you have all these derivative products, BITO, ETH, GBTC, and the like. All high single-digit names. It's been a great day for anything related to crypto. Satya, what are you looking at?
For sure. So someone in the chat was asking about Tesla and whether or not, they should get ready for the short. And so this is not weak yet. I feel like you trying to short this name as of right now is a bad look. I mean, this is not to say that a short cannot, you can't play a short play as of soon, but it's just not, as of right now, it's not showing you what you need to see for the short, to be honest. You really want to see what it does near these days high. And if we see a wick from there, then possibly, maybe if we see a strong wick, then maybe that would give us more confirmation for the short. But look at all these candles. It's just green, 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 green. Like, look at that. And so, like, if we look on the 2 hour, look at that green, look at that green. Look on the hour chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, all closing green. We do not see any red candles yet. And so you just trying to take a shot at the short as of right now, you're just going to be wasting a lot of money. Wait for more confirmation. Wait for at least a couple of red candles in order for you to, see some weakness. But this is really, really strong as of right now. And so there could be a possible breakout. That's what I'm looking for personally. The break of this day's high here and also the pre-market high, which is very significant. We have these two levels where it did reject off of. And so, I mean, I can see why you would think that, it is possible that it can reject off of that level because it rejected off of that level twice today. But I think that the fact that it got to that level, we did have this base here, and then we're trending to the upside, it's just not a good look on the short. It's not looking good at all. And then we also do have the R vol as well. It's at 3.18, and so that is looking good as well. And the fact that it's trailing that 9 EMA, not closing below that 9 EMA is also something that I look out as well. In terms to see like when it's overextended, like where there could be a possible kind of reversal, and so that looks strong. Look at the fact that it bounced. It bounces off of that 9 EMA, and then it just moves further and further from 9 EMA, and then you can see a little bit of a gap here, and so that's what I'm looking at on Tesla, looking really, really strong there. But I do want to see what it does around this level here, whether we get that fake out and then it just wicks from that level, or if we blast off from that level. And I want to see a little bit of a consolidation around 290, and so that looks really good as well. And then someone's saying, Nicola saying market is too hot. Yeah, the market's just too hot right now. Like, you had like the election. And so a lot of people, I feel like they're starting to funnel in again because they're more convicted in, the election. It's done already. And so I feel like there's more stabilization there. A lot of more people piling into the market and being confident with, their long-term positions. And so I think that is, a bad look there. Someone is saying Nick W. Cores, great setup, about to take a bigger move. Bitcoin and data play, just inked deal with Microsoft. Yeah, let's take a look at that here. Cores. For the day trade, I mean, this is looking pretty ugly there. I mean, we do have this consolidation around VWAP, which I do like. Personally, if I would get involved in this, I'm looking for this pre-market high break around 1430 or this day high break around 1442. But we're just kind of in this range here, which I don't really like. But I mean, if you're swing trading, it looks pretty decent as well. What I like about it for the swing trade is the fact that it bounced off of this level 957. Then we're having this hold at VWAP here. And so that looks pretty decent as well. Just not really in my playbook to really play into this. If I look on the 2-hour chart as well, we also see a gap of this 9 EMA level. So maybe if you're a little bit wary to get in there, maybe a little bit of a dip buy here around 1374 would get you a better price rather than just jumping in as of right now, because it doesn't even look good for the day trade anyways. So I think, save yourself some money, wait for that dip buy to possibly come in. And I think that is a little bit of a better play there, because typically, if it's going to continue the trend, a lot of the time it would just go to that 9 EMA and then continue forward. But I don't think that is a bad look as well. Just not a day trade for me. Someone's saying, Casper, like Casper the Ghost, can you check AVAP for me? Not sure what you think about those moves. Yeah, let's take a look at that. AVAV. Oh no, AVAV. Okay, so it's on the NASDAQ. Let's see what we're doing here. Okay, that is very, very interesting to me.
Adara looked, she couldn't find anything for that. I just wanted to let you
know. In terms of like news?
I think so. That's what Ram just told me in my ear.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we're sending it to Adara. I think she's got something.
Okay.
Keep an eye on SONN here. This is Sonnet Biotherapeutic Holdings. Remember this name from earlier today, making a push higher here with some patent-related news. now doing what we sometimes see with these small caps. They have the run up earlier in the day. Then in the afternoon, they announce an offering. So Sonnet Biotherapeutics now halted right now here, pricing a $5 million public at the offering at the market, looking to sell 1.1 million shares in warrants for an additional 2.2 million shares at $4.50 per share. So SONN here with this $5 million public offering. For context here, we have a market cap of $12.86 million and a float of 650,000 shares. So micro float here for SONN. I'm seeing a TAP, a theoretical auction price of $5.70, guys.
Great look there, Adair. Thank you for that. That was, what was that ticker?
AVAV.
AVAV. I'll keep tabs on that one. All right, I just want to mention a couple of things. Satya over here. I've been fighting with NVIDIA. I'm back long NVIDIA. I've taken out the majority of the position through the break of the quarter or the whole dollar at 146. I wanted to add on this pullback. Now, I'm cognizant of the fact that the 10 exponential moving average, off which I base a lot of my trades, if you've been watching the show, is at 68. We haven't quite made it down there on the monster NVIDIA, but we are doing a 3-candle pullback right now on the 5, each of which seems to have these bottoming tails, which shows me buyer exuberance. So even though the candle closed red, it's being bought up aggressively on the dips, especially when we get a little bit closer into that 10 exponential, because I don't think I'm the only one looking at it. So right back into 146 we go. I've got a couple of outs left on this one. I'd really like a break and take of 146 and to move into the high of the day at the third of $1. I think I'm going to hold off taking any more out until we decide whether or not that 146 level is going to hold as resistance or give way. And there it is again. We're zigging and zagging. I'm not taking anything out. I've got an order already preset at 15s. If that doesn't fill, then I get stopped out through the break of 80s. I placed my stop, just a little bit below this consolidation area. That may or may not end up being the right move. And let me tell you why. Because again, the 10 exponential moving average is a little bit lower than where my out is. My out is at mid 70s, and the 10 exponential currently on the 5 is at 69s or thereabouts. So we'll see if NVIDIA is able to take 146 decisively. It's at it right now. 02s, 03s on the ask, but the zig and zag between buyers and sellers manifesting at this whole dollar level. So we'll have to pack our patience, see what's up with that one. That just dropped? No, that was dark pool. FREY, we're in the higher end of the range, but this is not why I'm trading this. I'm looking for a breakout. Now, CONL, I'm doing well on this one, but there's an issue. There's someone selling up a storm in the high 70s to low 80s. And here we go. So there's once, twice, and OB thrice over here. Every time we keep ascending into the high 70s, low 80s, we're met with some selling. We are setting up kind of bull flaggish, but this thing is already a rocket on the day, man. I mean, it's up 56%. And here we go, high 70s again. And then the selling, comes in quite heavily. And here we go, 80s. Where am I waiting, Katina, man? I'm waiting at 88s. 84 showing up on the bid. 86s. Come on, bro. Let's squeeze. Squoze. No, we're not going to get the print, so we're going to have to pack our patience. Where are we long, by the way? We're long 69s. That wasn't by design, I promise. So we'll look to see if this one wants to continue to, do the dance, the resistance dance in the low 80s. It looks like it is again. So I'll pack my patience, and when we get the print, I'll report on it. But CONL, I mean, it's been quite directional on the day. Whether it stays directional, a different story. Let's see over here, 85s now on the bid. No, we're going to have to wait. So I'll leave that one to cook. FREY, rejecting 74s, back into 70s. This is annoying me. And then what do we got here with NVIDIA? Okay. Now we're a little bit above 146. 10s, big, some wattage here at 10s. I want to say about 300 to 400 lots. They just got taken out, but looks like an iceberg came in because it prevented us from ascending. Where are we long? We're long 87s on NVIDIA. So we're not bad right now, but I'm definitely looking at doing a little bit better. First out at 15. The second out, if it prints, then will be for the high of the day break and take. NVDA 4 1/3 right now. It's a dang monster. Second best performing MAG 7 on the day, obviously, after the Cybertruck up almost 15%. You don't say. 14.88 right now as I look to the side chart here. on TSLA, but we're not involved in that one. We're involved in NVIDIA, and bang, we get the fill finally on coin. Now we're long 66s. Let's set up. Oh, we already have a couple of orders there. Stay. We don't need to get too creative with that.
Okay.
We already have the orders lined up. Sorry, they are yellow. That's why they're not showing up properly on the chart. I will fix that so that they're a little bit more visible. There we go. Up into the 92s we go here on coin, but some selling. So we didn't cross. I was actually waiting at 92s, so I didn't get the fill quite yet. 91s again. We're putting in higher lows, setting up like a bull flag, I said. At least what it seems to me right now on CONL, but we're going to have to pack our patience because we're not getting the fill there. What's your look?
Awesome. So I'm looking at AMD as of right now. So initially, I was looking for the break of this level. I was trying to get involved around 142.90. I was looking at that, but then that didn't really come in because, I'm looking for the break of this level around there. But I wanted to get in a little bit earlier around 142.90. Didn't really get that there. And so we are pushing to the upside here. I like the fact that it came to VWAP. It had this base here around 143.17, and then we're going to the upside. I do have a take profit level around 144.90. So I think that is in play. That definitely looks good as well. I like the fact that it had this wick here, and then we have this hold, and then we're making those higher lows to the upside. So that looks really good as well. I don't like, the tape is kind of not showing me, too much green action there, seeing a lot of selling, but it's not necessarily pushing the stock down too heavily as of right now. I do want to make sure that I'm not holding this position too long, but I am convicted in this trade.
Nice.
I don't necessarily see the action yet, but I do like, the previous candles and how they kind of moved there. And so I don't necessarily think I'm wrong until around 143.15 to around 143.13. And so I'm very strong and confident about those type of trades where I want to get out when I know I'm wrong rather than just looking at the tape because maybe the buyers didn't come in as of right now, but we're going to Adara.
Bit of a pullback here for the US dollar since we last looked at it this morning. Right now, below that 105 area. Keep in mind, high of day here around that 105.50, but still, as of right now, above that previous resistance level, just around that 104.60s. Now, of course, the biggest catalyst here today for the market and for the US dollar was the election of Donald Trump. Looks like the US dollar responded positively to that, taking out a couple of days of weakness here and a lot of that latter half of October action. But it's worth noting this is not going to be the only major catalyst we have this week for the DXY and for the US dollar. It's a bit of a lighter day for economic data, with the exception of that University of Michigan consumer sentiment number coming through and also comments from Fed's Bowman on Friday. But on Thursday, we're going to get the biggest catalyst of the week from a USD perspective, and that is going to be the November FOMC meeting. We had that surprise 50 basis point cut coming through the last meeting. And we're seeing a lot more conservative expectations for this meeting. A 25 basis point cut is currently factored in. But it's worth noting there can be some surprises. We had that, of course, with the last meeting, and there seems to be some dissent within the Fed. We had comments from Fed's Bostic, after the last FOMC meeting in September, saying that he'd be comfortable with 1 month this year not having a cut at all. So there could be some more dissent, could be some more uncertainty. It's certainly worth keeping an eye on. Also, keep an eye on the CAD to the USD here because we had some comments coming in through from Senior Deputy Governor Carolyn Rogers of the Bank of Canada. Carolyn Rogers saying here that apparently she and the Bank of Canada remain optimistic as things move forward from this political decision with regards to the election, but also warning that there are some potential policy changes here implied by this election that could lead to higher rates and inflation in the U.S. CAD, though, massive bearish engulfing candle here against the USD. So move down here for the CAD, especially with that double top at 0.74. But keep an eye on the Canadian dollar and the US dollar here with regards to that US election news. Make sure you vote for whatever ticker you're looking at today. Exclamation point join, space, $sign in your ticker of choice. You have 18 minutes left to do so.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Appreciate that. Just want to mention, we got a couple of, or just one out left now on NVIDIA RAM, as we took out that at 17s. Now, I said I'd put it above the high of the day. I lied. The high of the day is 34. I have it at 33. Sue me. So we're going to leave it there. NVDA 4.39. Where are we long? We're long 87s, looking for that either 30 break and take or nothing doing there. FREY, we're 5 pennies in the money, but this isn't the move. This one I'm very proud of, though. I took a larger position here in coin, and we dollar cost average into that 50 penny area where we kept holding. And so I've taken the majority out. 41.55s. I took them out in the high 90s there. That was the largest chunk. These were all a little bit smaller. So CONL right now, good look, but I'm looking for a 42 break and take. And I'm also keeping an eye on 70. So locally here, 41.70 was a bit of a resistance level on CONL. Why? Well, look at this. From this candle over here, 115, to the break and take at 124, we used it as resistance. And now look at this. At this candle at 128, we use it as support. This candle as well, 31, and then again, currently at 32. No, we're 33 right now. This candle, 32, held up at 70. So we'll see which one gives way first. Is going to be that $42 resistance level or that 41.70 support level. I won't be adding at 70s. I don't have that much conviction in the level as support, but I already have a larger position in this for me anyway, so we'll look for a 42 break and take here on CONL. In case you're wondering what CONL is, it's a long Coinbase. It's basically a fund that is 2 times the daily percentage change of the COIN, which is the actual equity itself. There we go. Now we're breaking 70s over here. Let's see if we're actually able to break and take 70s. Looks like they're buying it up at 70s right now. We'll see if this one wants to give way. My entry is 45. Anything below 50, I'm gonzino, so risk 5 pennies for the remaining amount. I will adjust my stop in a hot second. What's NVIDIA doing? Back into 146. Anything below 77s on NVDA, and I'm gonzino. We've taken out the majority of the position. We only have one more out left, and that's hanging out at 33s. Let's find out what happens. Satya, what are you doing over there?
Awesome. So I am in this AMD trade, and so I am keeping my risk a little bit tight with this, to be honest. I do have my stop at 143.98, 143.97. I think that if it gets there, it may see a little bit of a flush. I am still convicted in this long here, but I just want to make sure that I don't catch a little bit of that downside. But, I mean, it's going to be closed in the money, so I don't think that is a bad look at all. I still have my take profit at around 143.90, and so I'm looking for that. I want to make sure that it's holding above that 144, which I do think that is possible. A lot of the time with my trades is when it starts to get in the money, I will put my stop loss like right below the even dollar level. So I got in at 143.94. So usually when it goes up a little bit, so say for example it got to 144, say the market price was 144, I would put my stop loss at break even, so 95s and 94s, and then as it really starts to work and get above that even dollar level, then I will put my stop loss right below that even dollar, so 143.98, 143.97, just because I want to make sure that it holds that level. And so I have that there, so that is looking good. It is working. I'm keeping that stop really tight as well, and I'm waiting for that 143.90. I think that is definitely in play there.
We got to pay a bill.
Yeah, pay your bills.
Ram, if I'm not on time, she gets very upset. I know, Ram, I heard, I promise.
Yes, pay those
All right,
bills.
guys, you can trade smarter and not harder if you upgrade to that elite trading experience. I'm talking about eSignal, baby. You'll be able to analyze, you'll be able to strategize, and hopefully after all that, you can capitalize. You can foresee those profitable opportunities with the platform that you need. You get infinite data, you get instant trading, you get to know where the market is moving before others with that lightning fast data and execution. It's also got fantastic charts. Some would say charts that change the game. You can customize, I should say, and analyze the market faster and in your way. And we all know a sound trading strategy requires good back testing. And you get that here. You get better back testing, you get better scanning. You can predict the future by understanding the past. It's reliable, real-time data up to the second market information from hundreds of global market sources. It's literally everything you need all in one place, so don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. If you're ready to trade or elevate your trading experience, I should say, scan that QR code in the bottom right of your screen, or check the link in the description of this video. Shout out to the good folks there at eSignal. Sorry to interrupt.
Awesome. Yeah, no worries. And so I'm looking at this tape. And so when I was showing you guys when I initially got in the trade, we're seeing a lot of red. But I was just like, it looks good. The structure of it looks good. And then we're starting to see a little bit of a green action there. I do have the size filtered out here. I do have it filtered out for 25 shares and above. So seeing a lot more, green action there. I filtered it out just because sometimes, that 1 share, 2 shares, it's not really significant enough for me to be really scared, despite me seeing a lot of red on the tape. But I'm seeing on the bigger sides, I'm seeing a lot more green there. So that is looking pretty decent as well. I was a little bit wary of that 20s level, but it seems like, notice it pushing there at those 30s. And so it was struggling a little bit at those 20s. I was a little bit worried, and I was very, very close to punching out, to be honest. But you know what? We are going to stay convicted in this trade because it's still trailing the 9 EMA. It's still looking strong. Will it get to 143.90? I think that maybe it might be a little bit overextended for me. So I'm just going to, trail my profits and start to see what it does at each price level. So I want to see what it does at 144.50s, that psychological level. I want to see what it does there. I might take a piece off of there because that's just within my playbook. Not necessarily the whole position, but just a little bit. And then I'll see what it does from there. And if I'm liking what I'm seeing, a hold above around 144.50, then I will keep the rest of my take profit at 144.90. So that is what I'm looking at. And then someone is saying AMC breakout. Let's take a look at AMC here. Oh, wow. That is very strong. Wow. Yeah, that is looking very interesting as well. I don't know if Adara has news on that or anything like that. AMC,
yeah,
look at this green.
I'm going to cover it right now. They're trading higher ahead of earnings. Somebody, Kanye East, was asking.
Okay, yeah.
Here it is, guys. Benzinga. Here it is. AMC stock trades higher ahead of Q3 earnings. Will sentiment shift for retail investors? When do they report? I'm trying to scan here real quick. Tonight, Katina Man. The Katina Man confirmed it's tonight. So that's the look there. Look, they've been doing the dance with $5. Let's load up the chart over here for our friend Kanye East. It's a good look, Kanye Man. I mean, no disrespect to this one. The volume's just coming in now, Kanye. That's the thing. Look at that. That volume came in at 135. That's 5 minutes ago. No, 125. That's 15 minutes ago, excuse me. So the volume bar is looking like 750,000 shares per candle. This last one that we're currently on right now, the one that we just currently closed, over 1 million shares per candle there. But as I saw it, last time I looked at AMC, we definitely have trouble with $5. And we've had trouble with $5 essentially since May. Remember that big pump? I think that's when the Catman came on. And pumped this one up. Well, he wasn't pumping this one up, obviously, but it was the GME and Chewy and all those other names, 13.25. And then since that time, we've really had trouble staying above 5. Hard to tell, brother. The technicals of this, you can kind of see it there. The fundamentals, I won't comment on because I'm not qualified. But yeah, that $5 level, we need to stay above it decisively. It's been a hard row for $5 here for AMC. So I hope that helps. We are reporting, though, tonight after the bell, set to report third quarter earnings Wednesday. Wall Street expects AMC to report a loss of 11 cents for the quarter and $1.33 billion in revenue when the company reports after the market. The stock's down 59.91% over the last year and 28.15% year to date. That's from January onwards. Currently trading at 439. You guys get it. And then there's some technical stuff there. If you want to take a screenshot, have a look at that. Not much for me to add, though, with respect to that. Now, let's have a look at NVIDIA, because we're getting some selling here, Katina Man, at 20s, or so it seems. 146.20 has been a bit of a local resistance level. But what I see is a symphony of higher lows, despite the fact that we're getting that 20 penny selling. I'm talking about this area trough over here where we double bottomed at 145.80. When we drop back down after that 20 penny rejection, where did we hold up? We held up at 90s, about 10 pennies higher than the previous trough. Now over here, now this one's not closed yet, but the 146 level now acting as support. So it was 80s, then it was 90s. Now it's the whole dollar. ascending wedge, possibly for that flat top break. Who knows? Through that 146.20. I've already accounted for my stop, my profit taker. This one's going to have to manifest in the whatever way it wants to. FREY, you suck, bro. You were supposed to break out. You didn't break out. Broke my heart. This one doing real well. Bang on coin. Satea, 50 pennies in the money there as we take another fill at 142s. But what I'm ultimately waiting for on CONL is that break and take of 42. And here we go. We're at 41.99s now. Like, can we break and take that? I've been waiting for a hot minute on the north side, of 42. I'm waiting at 05s. It looks like I may have to wait for a little bit longer, but let's put some respect on this one's name, man. 57%. Obviously, it's a double levered ETF. The actual equity itself up 28.79, but they're both monsters. Whether you're looking at 28.79 or 57.11, it's a good day to be in crypto today. I can just see Joe. He's tap dancing right now. He's like, I don't know what he's doing, but IBIT is the biggest position I think he's got.
No, for sure.
Yeah, so Joe must be happy right now. So shout out to Joe. He'll be on tomorrow with Obi. He is the one, Kenobi, and they're going to be taking you guys on that tomorrow. As I'm going to take some, I'm going to be taking some vacation for some R&R, man.
Okay, are you going to be here on Friday as well?
I will not be.
Okay, so is it a surprise who's going to be here on Friday? Or?
It's going to be Obi.
Obi? Okay, sweet. Me and Obi this is the first time, me and Obi, so that is going to be very interesting. So tune in on Friday and then tune in tomorrow for Joe and see, what he did on his day off. He's not in the back today, I don't think. But, ask him in the chat tomorrow, what did you do on today? So we'll see what he does there.
I'm pretty sure he's going to want to talk about it.
Yes, he will.
I have a feeling.
For sure. I'm still in this AMD trade. I'm printing up a storm. I'm still waiting for that 90 level. So I said that I was going to see what it does at this 50s level. So I'm just going to look here at the tape, seeing what it's doing here. So I'm seeing, okay, it's printing above 52s. I'm not seeing, much rejection at the 50s yet, and it's going above. I'm seeing those 55s, looking at that green that is coming in. So I see, this is why I didn't take too many trades today, because I'm looking for the best setup where I have high probability. And so I really wanted to get in that coin trade with you, Sharif, but it just wasn't in my playbook. And even though I saw it and I knew that there would be, a continuation, I really felt that, but I just felt like, what other tickers can I get into that has like a lower downside risk in terms of drawdown? And so, for Sharif, that was in his playbook and he made that work. But for me personally, I was just waiting for something else. And so that's why I was kind of flipping through other tickers. And so AMD, that is my winner today. That is looking really good as well. So, so I'm still in that. I'm going to wait for my 144.90. I'm not going to paper hand it this time. We're going to hold it. We're going to hold that. And I'm going to press this one, Chu. I'm very confident in this trade. I think this is my first time using that one. But yes, very confident in that trade here. And so waiting for that 90s level to get in there. And then someone has been... Neil's dropping stuff in the back. What are you doing there?
I feel bad because that was his cane. I
no,
that's not the move.
No, that was wrong. Shame on us. But there was someone in the chat that was talking about GV, Johnny Haynes. I'm so sorry. I had it up there and I was going to mention it and then I had totally forgot. And he's been consistent. He's like, what's going on with this GV? And so we will finally cover it. I'm so sorry. We should have done it like earlier around like 11:55. That would have been a little bit better. But that is looking really good and strong as well. I mean, sorry I didn't cover it a little bit before. This still looks pretty strong. Me personally, I would wait for a little bit of a dip buy, maybe around 333.87s or around here 331.80s, because I want to see a bounce around this local high, around this level for the continuation of the long. But sorry about that, Johnny Haynes. Sorry, a little late there, but that looks really good as well. And then, excuse me. What else do we got here? Coin close call with 3,700 in POF. profit and took 2K on shares. Let's go, IK. You are printing up a storm there. And then Elon saying, yes, Satya, let's go on the AMD. Yes. So shout out to the person that brought my attention to that AMD. I can't do it. I don't have so many eyes where I can look at so many tickers. So you guys make it a lot easier for me to kind of flip through tickers that you're looking at and see if it's part of my setup. So, you know, get in those chats and let us know what you're looking at, because we are very interested and we do really appreciate your insights, guys. So thank you for that. And then what else do we got here? Let's just take a look at Tesla. Let's see if it broke through those highs. Okay, so we're seeing a little bit, you know, of a little bit of struggle here near that day's high. So 289.45, we see a little bit of a rejection there. If I look, it's 147. If I look on the 15-minute, I want to see a close of that 15-minute so there's a person asking about, you know, where should they start getting into their short? And so I feel like this gives you a little bit more confirmation rather than just it closing, you know, a whole bunch of green candles. The thing is, though, it's not necessarily confirmation yet because we still are, you know, in this uptrend here. But if I do see a break around 286, then I would be a little bit more convicted in that short as of right now, but we're still looking strong for the long. How about you, Sharif?
I'm really pleased with how this CONL trade went, Satya. I've got one left out. We're along 55s. I just took my beak wetter there at 15s. Thank you. I appreciate you, Adara. Look, we're looking for that 42. I was going to put it at 42.25. You watch the show, you know I have an affinity for the number 25. But I said, look, bro, that's like 5 pennies high. 5 pennies higher than where you took out your final beak wetter. Have some lofty expectations. So I moved it up from 25 to 33. And now that's supposed to be a joke, obviously, because that's not a big difference there. But we've got our last beak wetter at 42.33. CONL on the dang move up. I yelled to the Katina man, like Coinbase just keeps going up and up and up. So we'll keep tabs on that. Now, FREY, I got to take out some here because this stock sucks. And it's not breaking out, so it behooves me to de-risk with 11 minutes left on the show. Last but certainly not least, NVIDIA. I've been waiting for a hot minute at 33, same level that I'm waiting on CONL at. Third of a dollar. I'm confident in this trade, but I think that there may be bamboozlement. What am I confident about? Well, I'm confident about these higher lows. And I'm even more confident about it because there seemed to be consistency in the higher lows. And I mentioned this before, but I'm going to mention it again. We held up at 80s on this area descent. And then we held up at 90s. And then we held up at the whole dollar. So that's what I like. I want to see buyer exuberance push the bottom of this trough area or the low end of the range, whatever you want to call it, incrementally higher and higher and higher, eventually till we get that flat top breakout through 146.20 on a decisive basis. Now, we're awfully close to it right now. We're printing 15, 16, so we're not far away from 20. But we've seen the multiple rejections into that 20 penny level, 146.20. You don't need to be a chartered market technician to see the umpteen amount of rejections, nor do you need to be a chartered market technician to see those higher lows. So keep your eye out on that one. I'm going to look for that 146.20 break and take on a decisive basis, and then we'll look to print. But something else is afoot here, guys. MSFT just did a big boy rounded bottom. It did breach VWAP, so it wasn't a level that I would have earmarked for an entry, but look at this. Nice rounded bottom there. It's a 3-banger there off the low, 415 the low. It just broke through 418.75, so almost a 4-banger. Good reversal here. Good curl up here for MSFT. What are they up on the day? I don't even have a look. 1 3/4, so not a bad look here for Softy. It's not, I don't want to say the local high because it's not local, it's in the pre-market, but we are at a high that we rejected off in the pre-market. This level over here, that 1030 level, that's the implied balance high. It also happens to be the high of the day. That's 420.39. So keep your eye out on that one. Not much else to talk about in terms of Mag 7, except the fact, sorry, I missed this. It looks like Google and Microsoft had very similar holds or curls off a VWAP. Look at this. So we descend at the same time on Microsoft and Google. We hold up generally. It's not identical at VWAP, and now we're curling back off. So trading very similarly today, or the charts are for Microsoft and Google, but obviously Google well higher on the day, 3 2/3, Microsoft 1 3/4. So good luck. We're still back to NVIDIA, sorry. We're still trending below that 146.20 on NVDA, so I haven't gotten that print quite yet. Happy I de-risked the midpoint here in on FREY because, well, you see what it's doing there. And last but not least, it looks like we're struggling to maintain that price action above 42 on CONL. Those are the only 3 positions I have right now. Oh, did you how come the poll Ram reappears on my thing even though I already voted? Yeah, that's been happening to Neil too. So it's not just me that's happening to. I'm going to vote again. I'm going to declare it fake news and move on.
Fake news.
Yeah. I love how he points at the media in the back. He's like, look at all the fake news media in the back. It's all rigged, says Ram.
Yes.
She's joking, of course. Or is she? Right? So that's the look there. Uh-oh, NVIDIA just gave up the ghost, guys. That 146 is turning back here. Just breached the 10 exponential. Let's see if it can break that 145.80. That's where I've got my stop for the last beak wetter. I didn't actually update my position size on the stop, so I will have to flatten out, use the flatten out key, which is fine. There it is. We're taking it out there. We get out right at 80, so we lose about, I think, 3 pennies on that last little amount. All good. Traded NVIDIA a little bit better than than I usually do. Happy with the trade on that one. Let's weasel back to FREY. Yeah, I'm definitely not adding anything here. So those orders to buy are bupkis at this point. We're taking them off and they're gonzino. Now we're just going to leave the stop in place and the beak wetter there at 82s. But yeah, I don't think that's going to come in. CONL still dancing here with 42s. I'm waiting at the lofty price of 42.33. And here we go. We're ascending again here on CONL with a plethora of higher lows and higher highs. Can we get above that $0.25 and then that third of a dollar? CONL, the last little trade that I've got on here. Let's see what people are talking about in the chat. Guys, talk AMC, says Christmas. Sure. I will oblige because you asked nicely, and it's reporting today, so it kind of makes sense to do so. Let's go to the 5-minute chart on AMC. It just printed day's high. 480 on AMC, but the volume is a little suspect, is it not? What's the volume on AMC? No, it's not bad. 10.7% on the day. That's not too bad. We can definitely deal with that. Let's load it up on the side chart so it can update over here. We're up 8.66%. And it's been good. It's been good. Look, the majority of the move happened after the bell. We're up 8.5 generally since 4 a.m., but since the bell rang at 9:30, we're up 6.25. So the majority of the move, it looks like it did happen. Yeah, and of course it did after the bell here with the real volume coming in at 125. What do you think about AMC? Did you ever dabble with the memes?
No, to be honest. I heard about it, and I feel like that's what kind of made me interested in trading. Yeah, but I never dabbled into AMC, to be honest. I thought, like, when I first got on the floor, I had my eyes on it, but not necessarily something that I thought I had a good handle on, to be honest. So, but always eyes on it.
That.
We'll see.
Yeah, look, I mean, can I ask you, did you ever hit in an AMC theater in Canada? There used to be a bunch.
Yeah.
There's not so many anymore.
Yeah.
It's like Cineplex or what is the other one?
Scotiabank.
Scotiabank. But
Yeah.
that's a Cineplex, isn't it? Or is it Famous Players?
I'm not too sure.
In any event, I used to love their theaters because they were huge. They were way bigger than the other ones. They had like more, what do they call that? IMAX?
Yeah, the IMAX
set up
yeah.
there. Anyway, so it kind of feels like that whole movie going experience has kind of fallen off. I don't know. When's the last time you hit a movie?
I saw Mean Girls when it came out. Mean Girls 2 or Mean Girls. Yeah, that was like the last movie that I saw.
Be nice, Adara.
What? You don't like Mean Girls? Okay, it was bad. The remake was really bad.
I love the original. The remake did not need to be made.
I know the
I'm a fan
original
of the
word from
original
word.
too, yeah.
Yes. I don't like the fact that they used the same script and then they just started singing like for the second one.
So it turned into be a musical.
Yeah, but they just copied the same script. I wish that like it was like a totally new kind of play out of, I feel like they could have built upon it.
I agree.
Yeah.
Not that I've seen it, but you know.
Don't lie, Sharif.
Guys, we're $1 in the money on Coin L. I'm happy today. All right, guys, here we go. We're going to wait for that print. We're waiting at 55s, 52 showing up on the ask, 48s or so on the bid. It's got a cross for me to fill. Here we go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, bro. 54s now. This one really going today, CONL. We're not going to get the print, so we're going to have to wait on that one. Up 59%. But yeah, there's a few minutes left on the show. Not a whole lot else to talk about. Oh, okay. Nice. FREY is up a little bit more. We can take out more here. Stan, not a bad look. How much do we have our FER? We're done. We're done all our positions. I got the fill on coin. Bang! Shout out to the Katina man there. So we're all done out of the positions with 3 minutes left. Now I'm just going to make sure that I have no more outstanding orders so I don't get short on anything. So that is the look today. Manish, Chandra, Dell, price action, at Sharif, at Satea. Let's have a look. I know Adara was mentioning Dell earlier on today. What is this? This is a VWAP straddle. So it had its zig, and then it zagged, and then it straddled. Okay? So seems to be 137 and a quarter top, thereabouts, with the lows, though. Oh, operative here is the higher lows. So you have area trough, area trough, area trough, incrementally higher and higher and higher. It's above VWAP right now, but it doesn't look like a breakout trade, to be quite honest with you. So I'd play the range or get it in on the dips. Look for that breakout, but scalp on the way up. That would be my suggestion. What is the news on Dell? An abandoned super micro, Dell, looking over here. I know Dara had something with Dell earlier today. Yeah. Dara, what was the headline on Dell? Oh, she'll message me. Okay. So we'll leave that one. We'll let that cook there, and we'll keep an eye out on that one. Any other questions before we go? The Piper, Palantir Long. You probably should ask the Katina man that. He's going to be on in 1 minute, but we're going to look at PLTR super quick over here. Another one that's above VWAP, but not doing really a whole hell of a lot. Guys, this is all-time highs on the damn name. I shouldn't really say that. 54.23. It's never been this high. What's the PE on this thing now? Because Neil was telling me something about the Katina man said, don't even look at that. Don't worry about that. It's a light 258, Katina man. It's well, AMD was up there as well. Sounds like you're mocking. No. I'm not mocking. Dude, it's the perfect time for this type of stock with everybody rearming and stuff like that. Any final thoughts? We got 1 minute.
Yeah, so I punched out of that AMD trade. I saw some, action on the tape that I didn't like around 50s, and so I got out there. And so that's what I'm looking at. Got in around that 143.94, and then got out around 144.47. So yeah, that's my look on that. And then we follow us on Trader TV, on Instagram, on Twitter, on TikTok, and you could also follow me if you want to see some of my trades that I have before market open, satea.trades, and you could find me on there. Love it. All right, guys. The news on Dell, by the way, before we go, seemingly just an SMCI antipathy play. I can't say it. We're just going to send it over to the big kahunas. Get it.
Don't try those words, my guy.
You know what? It's the Dell news. It's like a sympathy play, which is to SMCI.
That's so much easier to say.
What is bad for SMCI is good for Dell, right? And ultimately, if it, sometimes I was gonna try to make an argument with the EV names, but the problem, you try to do that with the EV names and you can't really make that correlation. I wanted to somehow swing Tesla in there, but when you don't have direct competition in the same way, it's hard to be like, hey, bad for Rivian, good for Tesla. That doesn't really work when Tesla is just in a space of its own. So welcome to the afternoon show. Obviously, it's been an absolutely wild one. The aforementioned Tesla, which is still, 14%. It was up 15%, now only 14% up. You have Bitcoin above 75,000. You have all-time highs on NVIDIA. You have highs on Amazon and probably a whole lot of other stuff you've definitely heard of there. So it is going to be, it's going to be an action-packed afternoon. I'm only in a couple of names here. I'm out of Tesla. I was out of Tesla earlier this morning. Rivian and NVIDIA both in play today. So it should be a wild one. No questions asked. Like we said, the market's booming. It's 2.6% on the NASDAQ. It's 2.4% on the ES. This is one of those days that you do want to look at the old long-term portfolio and crack a little bit of a smile. Tesla was kind of hoping we'd get a 290 break. It doesn't look like it's looming anymore, but looking for a little support down at 286 here on TSLA. I'm sure that's going to be one of the names that we talk about. I'd be surprised if it's not our little rundown.
$6 in the money right now. Look, it's just, this is the kind of day it's been. I could never have, well, never could have I ever. I mean, yeah, we could have easily predicted this. I mean, this was the number one ideas, and all three trades that we have on here are our top three ideas. And I mean, buying NVIDIA, the problem with NVIDIA was too many shares too early as we dropped down, but then it was just like bang. So I think we're learning more and more here every single day that what we really need to do is make sure that we have the right amount of risk on as we fall into the 200 period in case we're wrong, because things have been bouncing off of those levels a lot. So there goes NVIDIA, nice trade to the upside there. So we'll continue to watch that one. And then the biggest trade of the day, this Palantir trade. I mean, we just talked about it a little bit there with Sharif. Everyone's been talking about Palantir for a while. I don't even know what was up with this dip down there. So I was screaming at, pretty much as loud as we possibly could there to try to get people's attention about this Palantir trade. And when it fell down there, we were just like, okay, we got that long, and it was the end of the story right there. So, and then also, man, Tesla, like, we shorted Tesla. We're glad to be out of the way of that one, but I mean, this is another positive name for us. So we've only traded 3 names today, and it is those 3. So we're looking forward to seeing what's on the list. I mean, I already know what is. I could spoil a little bit of it right now. One name's a very, very interesting one that I think I have to get involved with, or else both my wife and my daughter may be upset, so I can't wait to get to that one. A name that we've been buying lately on the dip. We talked about this. We sold some Palantir. That's about it. I don't think we sold too much else. We were buying some Berkshire over the last little while, and I hope that some of you were doing that as well. Look at Berkshire today. Bang, right there, back up to the upside, up 5%. This is Berkshire. We bought it yesterday. We bought it 2 days ago. We bought on this red move down in right to there. So that's going to turn out to be a doozy as well. But I mean, today, hard to look at something that's not going. What about nuclear? What is this going nuclear or not? I mean, again, just to sit here, I tweeted this out. We talked about this play here live, and now there's, traders in this, and they're loving this name. So, really, really glad that we're able to trade some SMR. I've gotten out of nothing. And you know what? Even Amazon, I mean, Neil's talking about the long-term portfolio. I mean, honestly, let's just be, straight with everything. I called this name the vacation name for a long time, and it's because this was one name that we sort of bought this dip into here. So now we're starting to break out. I don't even want to, I was talking with Mateo before, like, I don't even want to get out of any of these names. I don't really see the point of doing that right now. Everything is so hot fire, and we're just continuing to go to the high side. So what's up to everybody, man? Chinese ADRs, yeah, that was the one thing. I am thinking about there is some Chinese stimulus probably coming, because that's going to be the only way that they're going to be able to deal with Donald. Because by the time he drops some tariffs or talks about whatever he's going to talk about, China's going to be in a problem. So check out FXI. I think you might be right. Buying some FXI in here around 31 is not bad right there. I feel like that's a decent level. You could be in for something there on FXI. So yeah, welcome to the show. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. I told you we'd be back here, at 2 o'clock to be able to talk some trades. So we're going to do that. We're going to figure this all out. We're going to work through it as the Nasdaq's up 2.5% and still trucking along. I mean, it is what it is, and they always say that, but this market is breaking. We're already at all-time highs. So all-time highs across all markets, over I don't want to say all markets, but definitely the Nasdaq, the Dow Jones, and the S&P 500 as we continue to go upside. So yeah, man, great day to be an investor, that is for sure. And again, congratulations to everybody there. The election is now done, regardless of what side you're on. It is now over with, so we can move on to start playing, some of these other different names and different reasons. I mean, we saw USO earlier today make that move to the downside, and it was really, really red. And then look at this, man, huge retracement all the way back as the U.S. market opened up. And then we realized, maybe it's not that bad. And, the thing about it is, all of the gambling sites, I mean, I was tweeting out to our friends and everything, or putting in WhatsApp to our friends last night, the odds as they were going. And it was just like, you know, the betting markets have had Trump the winner for a while. So you're just going to have to sort of now deal with it in the stock market. I think this is a huge run up, but, you know, still more to come here with upside. So we just broke. Let's wait to see what winds up happening.
Yeah, a bit of a pullback here. I know we're going to go to Sharif in a quick little second. Bit of a pullback happening in NVIDIA back into that 145, which was a late break on NVIDIA. And then I wanted to point out, because I saw a few people in the chat mentioning Intel, and so Intel double top. But I wanted to zoom out so that you can see, like in the aftermarket on earning, like Intel did get right here to this top. So it's adjacent to 25. It's just underneath the 25 level, and this high will be another break of the top on INTC. But NVIDIA did just pull back into 155.5, so it might get back down into the 155 level. We'll see. Like the market hasn't pulled back much, but NVIDIA is starting to pull back after it made another fresh high in here. So let's get on over to Sharif and start the rundown of the symbols that you chose for us to go over here.
Yeah.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. The big boys are locked and loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So join us during that midday show and get into the chat, but it's a subs-only chat. So you got to subscribe and vote for your favorite tickers, but only the top 5 make it on. So have your friends vote with you. Here's a look at the Qs. Okay, so it's a big day on these indices, 2.5% right now for the NQ, a little over 2%, looks like 2 1/3 here for the ES. The Dow, though, over 3%. And then the winner on the day, the Russ, over 5%. The Russell 2000, really, the small caps really catching a nice bid today. Good look for all these indices. Let's start with the first taker as decided by you. ELF down 3.5% despite Elf Beauty, despite the fact that this article was looking for a growth of 33% year-over-year growth, and that we have seen some demand in this sector, but big down day today, guys, 3 1/3.
Did they report?
You know, I think we always talk about like, be careful before earnings on names.
It says post-market, yes.
Yeah,
aftermarket.
Like we get them after market tonight. So like with all things, I'm not an Elf analyst. So I'm not going to be able to tell you, and even analysts probably, they're just doing their best guess when it comes to projections on earnings. But like a lot of stocks, bit of a V-shaped recovery today after selling off. As we said, it'll be after the bell with a host of names, and you know whether it's AMC's reporting after the bell tonight. It's always a banger show, just like last night in the aftermarket. But we'll have some fun here as Elf tries to get off of the shelf, or back on the shelf, because it's coming back to the upside, back on the shelf. What is concerning for this stock, although you can look at this both ways, it's not a good looking chart. On a weekly, this is monster support. You're talking about the November 2023 lows. You're talking about the May lows where really you had a couple of jump off spots. The 200 period moving average sits here just adjacent to that at 95, and we're bouncing off it here. So the good news would be, like in theory, a relief rally does take you decently to the upside. It's got a decent short float at 8%, although only 2.5 times to cover. But I mean, if you hold on to the 200 period moving average, that looks like a recovery type of play in here. And ultimately, you got to see what happens in the report. These things can obviously go in either direction, but like, come on, if you're breaking this consolidation on the weekly, that looks spicy because there's so much room to the 50 period on that weekly chart. And if you pull up a daily chart, you'd essentially be, if you break out that top, and I'll just throw the daily up here, if you do break out this consolidation, that would be a break of the 50 on the daily into, I mean, I'm not thinking it goes to the 200, but maybe into some prior support here at 140. So like there's plenty of room if it can bounce to monster levels. It's got to hold on. If it fails this consolidation, you want no part of it. And that's the good thing about earnings is, you know, like Tesla's a perfect example. Sometimes it just shows you the way. Like there was, after Tesla's earnings, when it broke away, the only thing to look for was longs the next day. If it's inside on Elf Beauty, you don't touch it. Well, I wouldn't, but if it starts breaking out of this consolidation, then you look for a continuation play, like the earnings continuation.
So I had never, I mean, we went to Buffalo this past weekend as I've been talking about, and I had never been into an Ulta Beauty before, but of course, my two beautiful women wanted to go in there, and of course, they bought stuff, and that place was rammed. Ulta Beauty was absolutely rammed, and I think it was $40 for this ridiculous set, and she's completely happy, so it's well worth it. But at the end of the day, I like Ulta Beauty. I mean, I'm gonna have to dig more into this stock, but what I saw there was lineups. What I saw there, they have these Ulta, okay, my chart's not gonna load, but they have these Ulta mini things that's like some sort of a collectible. It's insane. Those things didn't even last in the store. I went to go ask the guy, he's like, that's hilarious. They were in here on Monday, they were out of here on Monday. So again, like the stock, like the name Ulta Beauty, I think this is a buy. So we'll see what happens today for e.l.f., but from what I saw in that store, wow. You guys tell me in the chat, but I was very impressed with it. Very, very busy there. Lots of products. Seem to be relatively reasonably priced. Ulta Beauty for me is a winner. Again, gonna have to see what's going on with this chart, but if e.l.f. Cosmetics falls down and there's some weakness in the space, then I think this is a buy. The problem with e.l.f., of course, is most of e.l.f.'s cosmetics are made in China. So that's going to be the problem with that. And, we're going to see what happens there. You see Nike, Starbucks. Like, I'm just not sure what's going on with China right now. And I think it's a little bit of a hard pass on that for right now. Ulta Beauty, very, very similar on the high end of cosmetics and things like that. So, yeah. Anyways, I like Ulta Beauty.
Amazon next. Great day for Amazon. 3% here, guys. But it looks like Bezos was offloading at the Bezos shelf, of course. That $200 level, he was selling about 1.07 million shares of Amazon at the average price of $200.07. Basically bringing in about $213 million, guys. Chump change there. He still has about 6 million shares of the e-commerce giant left. So good look there. Separately, Loop Capital maintaining their buy on Amazon, but boosting that price target to healthy, guys, $275.
Yeah, 275, huh?
That'll work.
I mean, I'll take that. I didn't sell any of my Amazon. I mean, I know you were battling demons with it today, so if you want to...
Well, I mean, look, Amazon, it'll happen to you every now and then. I've been trading a long time, and I'll cop to making a keystroke error. I had it dead to rights on Amazon on the reversion play. Now, the other side of it, I should not start with the reversion. Let's be real. I didn't have the 201.50 on Amazon. So there it is. It gave you a double top, and when I do the lesson of the day, I always try to make it something that's pertinent, right? And this morning, there were decisions to be made, and SMCI is not on the list. So when that was breaking out, SMCI was hunting for this trade, which this is the best SSR mean reversion that I've had in a long time in SMCI. There was an opportunity cost to that, because as I was waiting for SMCI to make that reversion trade, well, that's the stock that I'm on. That's the level 2 that I'm pouncing on. And unfortunately, when Amazon goes in here and is going to make this breakout, I'm just not there for it. And it was, look, it speaks for itself. Once the Bezos wall was gone, the stock just decided to go absolutely ham, which you guys all know what that means. But it did do a trend reversal. I had it pretty much dead to rights on the trend reversal. I then went to cover some more here and reversed into a long position, which I had to get out of because, at the end of the day, it did reverse a little bit of that trend, but I didn't want to get caught with it pulling all the way back into VWAP when that's what should have been the play. Amazon's going to get back. Amazon's very likely to get back to these highs. Tesla's not on there. So look, it's among a couple of stocks in here that have some double, triple top consolidations that can take out that top. Amazon is one of them. It's 206 and change, 206 and a quarter. Tesla, which is not there, 290, although it's so close to VWAP in there. And then I guess I already mentioned Intel. I believe so. Yeah, I believe I already mentioned Intel, bit of a double top, and there's also an earnings high on Intel. So there's a host of names that are trending in to some potential top rates with the futures continuing higher. If we can get VWAP retracements on those strong ones or pullbacks into prior support levels, we like them. Amazon certainly fits the bill. There's nothing wrong with what's going on there in Amazon. Love the stock. Obviously, it was a bit of a miss. I mean, the entry, I took it exactly where I wanted to. It was just the exit plan that was a little awry for me on Amazon. Should have been an easy, clear win, not to VWAP, but it was still worth $250.
And that's the thing. have that turn out when you make a keystroke error and you take too many shares and you punch out. We sort of do that all the time. You hear me say like, oh my God, I have too much, and then we overreact and get out of that. So it's a common mistake up in there. All right, so look, I mean, it's funny, I was talking again with somebody on the weekend. They're like, what stock do you like? You guys asked the other day, we put it out there on Instagram. Shout out to Andre over there on our Instagram feed. You guys asked me last week, you said it was Ask a Trader segment, and actually I could probably find it right here. Oh yeah, here it is. How that was. What one do we like? So this was more than a week and a bit ago. I said right here, it's NVIDIA. And so, we really like that name. And I also liked Amazon. And Amazon's a big stock right here. And I think it's going to be in most people's portfolios. Look, I mean, the 200 break was pretty, even last night on the show there, if you were watching the recap show, I said, like, Adara broke the story of Jeff Bezos and selling. I even came in this morning, I'm like, wait a second. Is he still selling? Is he selling more? Has he sold? Like, what's the story? I still don't even know what the story is, to be honest with you. And I was like, yeah, you know what Jeff Bezos can do is, he's not basically shove those, because I didn't think that the sell wall was going to really be a thing today. It seems like it wasn't. I don't know if he's still going to be coming in here and selling this, so I don't want to get like too cocky and be like, yeah, we've got this name. It's just up and away. But if there's time to sell, it would probably be around now. Trying to break out here, Amazon up 3%. Look, it's a great day. The Nasdaq's up 3 points. I mean, everyone's going to rejoice this and really love what's happening. I mean, I checked the account today, and it's obviously at all-time highs. So I just want to say that, be careful with when the market gets like this. There are always spots where there's a little bit of enthusiasm today for some of these names, right? And just be careful with it. I don't know if I'd be buying calls or anything up at these levels, but it's really nice to see this be happening. I'd like to see a 2 or 3 day continuation. Wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow's a down day, and if that is the case, then I'm in there buying. So not selling today, but probably buying tomorrow if we get an opportunity to do that. So really like Amazon, did not sell anything. I say, let's go.
And when we have enthusiasm in the markets, that's a great time to take advantage of something like Trade the Pool. And Trade the Pool allows traders like you to get elevated too as well, heck. And trade real shares using the company's capital with no PDT rule holding you back. That's a real edge in trading. And here's the exciting part. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program for stock traders for a one-time fee of just $97. You'll receive $20,000 in buying power. All you need to do is reach the profit goal. The best part, this limited edition program now has a reduced profit goal and fewer minimum trades required to reach the funded phase.
Boom.
Plus, profit split's upgraded. Keep 70% of the profits. Don't miss a chance to explore this limited offer. Join now for free. Link is in the description of this stream. And of course, you can scan the QR code that is right in front of you. Shout out to Trade the Pool. And let's go to Sharif and discuss a little SoFi. It's so high. You know this. Not really.
Man. Didn't think I was going to know that, but all right, guys, SOFI, good look. Almost 4.25. It was last time I looked. So just recall, one of the hallmarks of the Biden administration was the multiple student loan forgiveness programs that he had. Some were challenged in court and dismissed. Some went through. That all hurt SoFi, as part of their business is to refinance these student loan programs at lower interest rates. We'll see if Donald Trump continues with the student loan forgiveness or whether he foregoes them altogether. That remains to be seen. Separately, though, there is this headline. Looks like investors and traders taking a bit of a bullish look on SoFi, with unusual options activity here being detected by Benzinga, 60% of which have taken a bullish stance, 35%, guys, bearish, up 4.16.
So, like, one of my 5 favorite moments, and I almost did like who are the 5 greatest rappers of all time. But no. Let's forget about that for a second. No, one of my favorite Seinfeld moments is the car rental. You can take the reservation, you can't keep the reservation,
right?
And that's important. And what's happening with SoFi, and I was kind of half lying. It's not that high up. It's only up 4%. Is it can get to $12, but if the market is open, there's no buyers above $12. And it's crazy because SoFi did the I mean, the perfect reversal after earnings, right? Okay, the initial reversal stunk, but after it made the bottom on earnings here at about $10 or just underneath $10, we come to the chart here. You got like 980 on the lows. We come to the chart with me. You got 980 on the lows. You closed gaining. You then closed more of the gap. You consolidated, and then obviously all the exuberance of pretty much the entire market, unless you're talking about solar, everything was perfect. There's your consolidation higher, but again, market opens up, and that $12, which was the high on earnings, again failed. And now you're looking at 1190. One more time here on SoFi. I think you might know where I'm headed with this. If SoFi breaks 12, gotta look long. Anytime you have a wall like that, or it stands up like once, twice, 3 times on earnings, it's been a resistance level. If it's able to consolidate and make that break, I mean, VWAP's down at 90, prior highs are at 95. This is SoFi, so on a break of 12, you're getting 01s. So realistically, a 95 stop is 6 cents worth of risk, and the high in the pre-market was 25. So even if it goes all the way and you scale out to get half of it, that's still going to be a positive trade 1.5 to 2 to 1, depending on your exit plan and how aggressive you are in the early part. So SoFi, $12, that's it. It needs to break 12, or I want no part of any long in SoFi. It's got to be above that price. You're way too close to it to be looking for, I think, anything else but that breakout on SoFi. Oh, did you get the peach?
Yes.
Man, Randy knows what's up, man. That's what. Oh, you did? Oh,
Of course, man. I mean, it's more.
You could have
I know.
actually taken
I
all the
know.
credit, but I love the peach tea.
Thank you, Randy. I know, dude.
Oh, it's
when I got this the first time, I was like, oh my God, I got to tell Neil
I
about
let it
this
steep
one.
a little bit.
The peach tea. Would you like one too, Ramin? Okay. Ramin potentially wants a peach tea, Randy. Here we go. I know. Tell me about it. This girl is too much. Okay. So let me clear my throat. Oh, yeah. I got a product for that. All right. That's a good song. Now let me clear my throat. That's what I was trying to do. But all right. So there it goes. I mean, look at SoFi. SoFi? Are we talking SoFi? I mean, Robinhood's up 20%. All right, I like, bang. You want to talk about like getting down to the 50 period? Let's go. I mean, what a stock. What a stock. Honestly, Robinhood is an awesome stock. This is like, gives me like Palantir vibes. I mean, it's like Palantir's baby brother here because like this is $10 at the beginning of the year, up $30 right now. 3x right here, maybe even saying Palantir, like, this is we're a little even more than Palantir right here, my guy. But this is a nice move. I really like Robinhood. I think breaking through 30 is going to be something, so I think we want to watch out for that. Nice little move there. We can go over to a weekly chart here on Robinhood. See the last time we were over here. This has just been a good little stock, up 30% today. What an absolute animal this stock is, and continuing to impress every single day. You're not even, I mean, again, huge move on IPO, right? We saw that was GameStop and all that kind of stuff. People were really hating on it. Comes all the way down. But I mean, they've set up some pretty good promotions, right? They had that gold card. They had some fee things. They were matching 1% to 3% of deposits. So I mean, I really like Robinhood. I think it continues to work. The breakout was really over here at $20, but at the end of the day, there was a dip buy opportunity there as well. I think we're going to have to wait for the 50 period moving average one more time. I don't know. If the market falls down, I want to be in Robinhood. So, I mean, I'm in SoFi, but I wish I was in Robinhood. All right, Coinbase.
This is a serious chart. I mean, we're at the highs, guys, and we're not really pulling back. So this is uninterrupted. Obviously, this is a 15-minute chart on Coinbase. There is no red candle involved there. 32.14% for Coinbase. Brian Armstrong, the CEO, just couldn't help himself taking shots over here, calling the current Congress the most pro-crypto Congress ever, and hoping for an end to Gary Gensler's stint at the SEC. Separately, obviously, Coinbase running as a result of Bitcoin reaching all-time highs, breaching 75,000 guys. But this one's not stopping.
Yeah, it's like on the 15-minute chart on Coinbase, the only red candle was the 945 candle. And every other candle is green. Gensler, by the way, I mean, he can be removed as the chairman, but he'd still be there. He just wouldn't be leading the pack. That's all. Intel did break that high, but this, you don't see trends like this very often. Let's just be real for a second. On a 15-minute, this is about as explosive as you're going to see. 32% into the upside. Therefore, Coinbase it only looks so clean on that 15, but you've got to consider this a very linear move. I know a lot of times in the afternoon it's like, oh, something that's doing this, let's look for a mean reversion. Like you can't revert something. It's almost impossible to revert something like this on a long-term trend because it's made a bunch of reversions. There needs to be like some kind of over-the-top parabolic move, or, which it hasn't done, by the way, there's no parabolic moves on that whole chart. Or Coinbase just decides it wants to get to $265. Like that's at least $265 is where there was a boatload of selling before. That's $9 away from here. Doesn't seem like it could happen, but it's up $63 today on Coinbase. So with that said, it's 230. The place that I would look for a mean reversion trade is close to 265. If we see that, then at least you're taking a shot in front of major resistance. Otherwise, you're just kind of hoping, and if you're doing kind of mean revert, like there needs to be something to revert. I don't even know what you do with this, but wow, Coinbase is absolutely flying to the upside. I know you're going to look. I'm very curious because I know we're going to look at how some of the other tokens are doing.
Yeah, I just decided to call it.
That coin.
Ton is a monster. Okay, so right here, let's go over to see the crypto universe right now as we get to all-time highs all across the board. So here we go right now. 24 hours ago, we had Bitcoin down 7%, up now 8%. Ethereum up 9%. There's our boy, Solana. What up, Solana? How you doing? Up 12.5% right there. What up, Dogecoin as well, making moves. Come on, Cardano, what's that? Yeah. All right. Shiba Inu. Come on, Shiba Inu. I mean, I see the dogs everywhere. They should be going up, right?
Hit the buy.
Avalanche. Yeah. Just hit what?
Hit the buy.
Hit the buy right now. Okay. Let me see what happens. Thing X. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Some ad showed up.
I was curious.
Okay. I did anyways. Chainlink right now. Anyways, just giving you a good idea here that the whole market. Sweet coin upside there. Is this Ronaldo's coin there or something? Nice move to the upside as wow, Uniswap. I mean, I'm just trying to show you that as we go, let me just maybe zoom this back out. Every single thing right now seems to be up, right? So watch out now. Big, huge movements happening all over the place. There's a little stock that I used to trade and now do not, but Hut 8. I mean, I can only imagine where this stock is right now, 18 and change, okay? Nice little move there for Hut 8 over the last little while, I assume. We always look at Mara. Mara does a little bit, I mean, I don't know about better volume, but it does more volume. There goes Hut 8, also making to the upside right now as well. Just hearing that U.S. Steel, there could be some news happening right now.
I got to say something.
There's a TJ play here.
I know, we talked about this yesterday. Whoops, my poppy's falling off. Don't get too wrapped up into what you think should happen from a logical standpoint. And I'll tell you right now, like I got rinsed on like another buyout because it was a foreign buyer, like a foreign buyer on a buyout deal, which I thought with the new administration would be out of favor. And U.S. Steel, I mean, both sides have said that they wanted to nix this deal. Both sides. But the other side of the trade would be, hey, it's still U.S. Steel. And so I think that could be at least part of the overall strength. It also could be technical. I think anybody that was looking at this one and they were playing the deal's not happening, clearly there's been a lot of selling. The deal's like $50-something. But there's been a lot of selling in this one when it gets above $40, and that's been a gold zone. And so when it broke out, I think someone might have got caught offside a little bit here on U.S. Steel, is my guess. I can tell you this much: if I had been playing shorts on this, I'd be done for the day, because I would have come in here and been okay. Maybe I'm overstating it, but that 42, that set up looking like this is everything that you wanted. That level on the daily on U.S. Steel, this is what it did. If I was trading U.S. Steel, I probably would have been in that short. So I'd be in it like probably the break of 42, 41.90. I would have just been flat out stopped out there for 35 cents, which doesn't seem like much, but trust me, it would have been. And this is what happens when you do have a move like that. And the best moves sometimes are when you trap someone the other way. And it seems like someone's caught here in US Steel.
Yeah, I got to echo that sentiment with Neil. There's a lot of plays here that could be really good going forward with the Trump administration. Specifically, what I'm talking about are the ones or the companies that were prevented from merging, prevented from acquiring new companies. I was talking to Fabian off camera about Save. Spirit Aerosystems up over 11% today as a result of that. There he is. Shout out to Fabian. But yeah, to go on to the last ticker here, guys, ARM up 2.4%. No specific news today with respect to ARM, but we have been watching these microchip semiconductor names that are mostly green on the day. Big day for NVIDIA today. Even TSM, despite the fact that Donald Trump has basically disparaged TSM in the past, saying that they're undermining local chip production in the United States and actually threatened to levy tariffs on their products. But we know that they are making or constructing, foundry out in Arizona. So looking to avoid that as local, as they will become a domestic producer at that point, guys.
All right. You know what? I mean, I like.
Today.
Yeah. So this was actually one of those names where, you know, there's been so many huge moves. We just talked about NVIDIA. Well, we didn't talk about it yet, but I'm sure we will. NVIDIA making these all-time highs today and really starting to go, and all the talk here about China and whatnot. Like, ARM is such a solid piece of the story, I feel like, when we're talking about chips and what's been involved and where we're going in that space and just everything involved, that I don't really want to sleep on this name. So I think that ARM, I mean, we keep on saying when things break down into the 50-period moving averages and so on and so forth, and this and that, these are the kind of names that we like. Well, I mean, if we like them, it's time to put our money where our mouth is, because this is down at the 50-period moving average right now. So I think ARM is probably a decent buy in and around this level. I like it. I don't really, when do they report? Tonight. So that's what I was going to say. That'll be some spice. But You know what? I mean, you guys asked about it. What are the setups? Did we do a video on this, or did someone ask? Oh no, wait, that's what it was. It was this morning in Italy.
Yeah, we talked.
Okay, so someone asked me, and I should have actually remembered about that. But I like the pullbacks into the 50 period, and then the blast off of that. So I think ARM is set up to beat. It looks fine. Like, this is a good setup. You know, you'd rather be trading this to the long side down here than up here already. I think it has room to go. I wouldn't be surprised if we break through that 160 there tomorrow. But again, you know, we saw SMCI report, not successful report, or did they even report, mention about their business. I don't see how ARM says anything negative. I don't know enough about it. Those of you probably that know a lot more, maybe this is the wrong play, but I like ARM here, and I think it's a good buy, a good shot into earnings. Let's put it that way. I was wrong about SMCI, but this is an actual business. So let's just wait to see here if there's some more love involved with ARM. I like the long.
A shot, maybe it gets a shot in the arm.
It may need that.
It might. At 4:05, join myself and Adara, or Darren myself, whichever way you're supposed to say. We'll have Chris Bretcher on a little bit later. But I think this is there's a lot of names reporting today, and candidly, I think this is going to be the big one in terms of movement. Expected move 11%. That is absolutely a dancing raccoon. 100%. That's a new shout out to Mermeen or Fabian. I don't know which one of you got up there. But the ARM, that 50 period, I like it as well. If you want to make the argument that on a PE basis it's expensive, you'll get zero argument out of me when it comes to ARM. I have it in my long term, and the reason why I have not even half the position I was looking to get in it is because it was so expensive. I was looking for some kind of a dip. It just never gave everything that you wanted. The 200 period also looms as support underneath here. And my guess is the only reason why it's not stronger today is because we're waiting for the report. It does have a flat top break in there. I wouldn't necessarily, I don't know, going into the earnings, I don't know if I like the breakout. But there's so many names that show you and present you with this little double top because the market's at the highs and essentially coasting at the high of the day. And when that's the case and we're consolidating up there, you're gonna have a lot of stocks that have this setup, and then again, you've gotta pick and choose. So before the earnings, I probably stay away from ARM today for the day trade. I mean, tomorrow's a completely different story. Nick Dubs in the chat Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank everybody in the morning. We appreciate it to Adrian in the morning with the super chats to get to that goal, to have Randy on, come on, and do a fantastic segment for you. We're going to try to do that from time to time. Just think of some way that when we get all these super chats to be able to give back to you, whether it's just having some fun, Obi having some Vegemite. Obviously it was a fantastic AMA with Randy, a great time to talk to him, but you just let us know. Maybe we'll come up with some new ideas. If you got them, throw them into the chat. Give me your thoughts on GPCR earnings tonight, GLP-1 drug. Okay, so right then and there, like I'm going to show you Viking Therapeutics, but I'll call up GPCR first, because you always have to keep something in mind. It's not just the GLPs. I mean, you're talking any biopharma, bio-name, it's just biotech. It's just they're all the same kind of story. When you have earnings or when you have essentially an update, like a phase 1, 2, 3 update on them. And that can be that things will be great and it still gets sold off on the news. You've got to be careful. I don't know anything in particular about this one, except it's got an obvious channel. So I think if you're in it, there's ample places that I think you know where you're wrong, and I would hope that is absolutely the case. But just be careful. If one of these breaks out, I'm going to show you Viking in a second. If it does happen to break out and you get a chance to ring the register on these and lock in some profits, you just got to think about what happened with Viking when they had their recent positive news and their earnings. Okay? So Viking, there is your 50 period.
Oh, yeah.
Right. There. Well, I mean, It's all depends on what kind of lens you're looking at it. Because if you're buying off the 50 period, the report came in, the results were fantastic. It went 65 to 80 right into the next resistance level. It then had a pullback and then a push up on the positive results for their oral GLP, and it went right back into the 80 level and then pulled back to where it was when they reported. So you've got to understand that this is how these play. And if you're not willing to take profit, if you're holding it for the long term, that's one thing. But when you're trading and these go into like a bag holding type level or previous big level, a lot of the risk tends to come off because people play them from news story to news story. So I just always be careful with those. Like I said, when I got into Viking, it was never with any intention of it being a short-term trade. I'm like, nope. I am buying, and we even talked about this with Raider Trader on the desk. We had him a couple of days on in the aftermarket show, actually 3 days, and on the final day, one of the questions like, what would you buy and hold for 1 year? And I liked it. I wanted a shot play in something, and I was looking for somewhere to put it in. And I had mentioned this one off that 50 period after the earnings, and so I'm in Viking, but this is to hold. I think they're a potential takeout target. I like what they're doing, and just make sure you have your own plan of action there. These can be dangerous types of plays. Coffee Trader in the chat, I am thinking about shorting AMD near 145. You will tell you, I saw 145 and I just assumed you were talking about ARM because ARM is underneath 145 as well.
NVIDIA's price is 146, so I was thinking almost 146 for NVIDIA. You can have a look at that and see if there's anything there that you see for that play for sure. We'll have a look at NVIDIA and ARM and AMD and all of that. So I'm debating right now just tapping out of this. I mean, obviously it's $4 and it's just a small piece, but NVIDIA right here has just touched out too many times up at 146.20 here. So again, a big, huge day. We like the stock. We like everything about this name. But at the end of the day, you got to make sure that you're doing the right things. And I'm not sure that holding on to this NVIDIA right now, I mean, the NASDAQ's up 2.6%. We had this little bet last time. It was like, how many times does the NASDAQ even close over 3%? And I think we looked, and I'm not sure there was really any times. I feel like this is going to be a time when that could happen. I mean, this is an extreme event with the election, though. Although, and this is why I was a little bit paused for concern heading into today, and we talked about this, I feel like again, there's always uncertainty and polls lie. And I think now you could see now, I think this is like the last 3 elections, basically some of the polls have been way off. Like the fact that we had known that Donald just took down 70 million versus 65 million. That's a really low turnout there for Kamala. And the popular vote, I didn't see any websites at all, gambling websites, anything that had Donald winning, or I guess President Trump winning the popular vote. So I don't know if polls are now a thing of the past or not. I think AI could probably help with that, and they'll get that figured out as we go. But right now for NVIDIA, I think there is that top that you want to look at in and around 146, 146.20 or so. So I'm thinking about tapping a little bit here on this and re-looking at that. Another name that's coming through tonight, Qualcomm. Qualcomm has earnings, and I mean, this is, again, another pretty big name, right? Looks like it's trying to base again. Like, there's so many names that haven't retreated back to their highs. Qualcomm is another one of those names. So Qualcomm expected move tonight. Let me just look this up here. 9%. It moved 9% last time. That's a really good look. If we can hover above this 175 and hold it, that will get us above that 200 period moving average. So I think if you're interested in anything, I'm personally interested in what Qualcomm does today. Really, really sort of basing out and then looking to go. I mean, you also have the support from back here earlier on in the year. So I think if we can get through this 175, I like Qualcomm to go, right? So we'll see. Again, some of the parts, right? Not every name needs to be a chip name. So we'll have to watch out for Qualcomm right here. Yeah,
and so with NVIDIA at the high, I just wanted to quickly show something here on NVIDIA. A lot of times, like you've seen, like I'll look at trend lines. It's actually, looking back at the last, it's like about 3 weeks, call it 2.5 weeks, certainly. All of my cleanest entries, outside of sometimes like you get a really good breakout, and like breakouts are breakouts, right? Like if it goes right away, the entry always looks like the perfect entry because it's a breakout. But just in terms of like finding the prices out in the wild, a lot of them have been on longer term trends getting broken. Now, whether you're, like I'm not saying I'm going to short NVIDIA, but since it held on to VWAP, see the first trend it was on? Well, it just pulled right back in to this trend since it held on to VWAP. So that's a clear one for me. Like I'm only in this one off the 144. 145 retest, I should say. 144 was earlier. But 145 retest. If it loses that trend line, I want to be out. This is setting up for a bit of a mean revert, I would think. And I just saw someone also say in the chat, is it time to short Coinbase? I mean, I looked over, coin still wasn't at $265. It's $10 away. I'm kind of staying away from that. And then you look over at something like Apple. Look, the market's up 2.6%. That's the NASDAQ. The ES is up a lot. The Dow is obviously going to be up too as well. The other thing about NVIDIA, by the way, remember they're going into the Dow. Tomorrow.
Is that tomorrow?
Yeah, effective. Oh, no, today's the 6th. I think it's effective the 8th.
Okay.
So that's my fault. But Apple right now is breaking underneath, well, it's broken flat bottom, a bit of a flat bottom here at 223.6. So it's like, why not short an Apple instead? Like AMD, NVIDIA? No, Apple. Like it's already weak. Like this is a name that's about to go red. And I think shorting it back into 224 makes a heck of a lot more sense than trying to fight something which has been trend up and away. So I'm sitting at 50. I just came in here. You know what? It's already broken. Like it shouldn't squibble. This flat bottom is 69. Of course it's 69.
I'm already short, so
yeah,
I shorted.
Yeah, like I'm taking it. Ideally, the price would be like 69 up here or 65. But yeah, it's a weak name. Apple is about to go red. I think playing it back into 75. Ideally, I'd have a 65 entry, so I'll make sure that if it gets up, I'm able to add into it. And as I said, with NVIDIA, if it loses trend line, I'm out of the trade. It doesn't mean it's an automatic short, but it does mean I'm getting out the trend since VWAP. Easy connection to make. And I think when the stock bounces off VWAP, a lot of people are in at that price. So when it breaks the trend from that price on NVIDIA, I think it'll be a simple out to just get out of the trade. If we're not going to break the next dollar higher, you got to get out somewhere. It's almost power hour.
All right, so trade alert there. I mean, Neil just went over it. I mean, I'm already in Apple, so I really like it here, breaking lower for those exact same reasons. We play momentum here on the show. It's pretty simple. My trading is probably the simplest as it gets. Very, very easy to see. Here's the 200 period right now. We're trying to break it. It's trying to also break the support right here at 40s. So if that comes through, then why not have this dip down here? I mean, it's a red name. Well, soon to be hopefully red name there in the market. Like Neil said, I mean, this versus that, it making no sense. So I like this. We've already taken out twice down there. We only took out 10% at that low, but still a decent amount of shares there. So let's see what we can get. hopefully a little bit lower. What I meant there was I'm looking to get more shares, but for right now, we're going to start it. I mean, I think, the 50 period is generally the trend changer that I like. So that's up here at 85. So I'm going to wait for 85 to get a little bit more on that. NVIDIA just took out that high again. So we did not put any offers here on NVIDIA as it just continues to go. It's actually at the highs right now, 146.39. I'm not going to get out of this one. I know I said that I would look at this, but I don't see there's any reason to get out of anything right now. So we're just going to keep doing this. President Biden now spoken with Trump, Harris. I think they're all sort of giving their congratulatory whatevers right now. So that should be pretty exciting moving forward here.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, that's what has to happen. And oh, wait a minute. There was I saw it in the chat there.
I only brought that up because maybe I guess when they concede, I guess have they already conceded? I didn't see. I don't really.
I don't know how much that plays into it or matters, but Biden has already congratulated President-elect Trump.
Yeah.
I mean, effectively. So I think January 20th, I believe. We're asking this morning. I looked it up and whatever. I'm pretty sure it's January the 20th. We're Canadian, so I don't have that types of things memorized. But I did ring the register on something during the midday show. Usually we talk about, like things that we're looking at in our long term. And again, it's just what I was doing. I was looking for an exit strategy. It wasn't necessarily an exit strategy, but I bought Crowd like a few people did. I know we were looking at Crowd after they had the unfortunate cybersecurity incident for CrowdStrike. And it's been a good run. But when I looked over at it, and my usual modus operandi was, if it's bad for Crowd, it's good for Palo Alto, which is one of my bigger holdings in my long-term account. Why didn't I just like Palo Alto more? And Palo Alto is much better. So, and again, in an effort to want to get some cash, this one got to a resistance level on the daily. It's like, okay, fine. Look, we won on it. Do I prefer it? Did I prefer it more than Palo Alto? My answer, no. Then why am I still in it? And so I'm out of it. Want to get that money into work. I'm not just going to automatically buy Palo Alto, but the next available dip, I'm going to go for it. And it's essentially when I saw it run this high, which was that high on the daily, I'm like, okay, well, what more am I asking for? If I was looking for a reason to get out and it just ran resistance and failed underneath when the market's running, then I should just be ringing the register. That's just myself here for CrowdStrike. And, Pan W has been fantastic. And Palo Alto, again, great stock. It made a fresh, it does have a bull flag today, but the distinction between the two, okay, that daily chart doesn't cooperate, but the daily chart on Pan W, I mean, you can tell the difference here. And this is now breaking out and about and above. And if it wants to continue a new trend and consolidate above here, great. But if this does any kind of a dip into the 50, I want to make sure I had that powder ready and locked and loaded to go. And there's nothing wrong. I have nothing against CrowdStrike. You're probably absolutely fine. It's just, I tend to, unless it's the semis, I want to be in one place in a stock, in a sector, or I can just buy the ETF. And so that's the case there. Yeah, Apple's starting to come back. Well, oh, yeah.
One chocolate.
224. 224 is going to be my out. I just heard you guys talking about chocolate. Does that mean there's treats involved or what?
She just borrowed a marker from me, and it's going to cost her one chocolate.
Oh.
That's nothing major.
That's a very reasonable price.
That's what I thought, so we'll see if we can negotiate that. Okay, so
after Halloween, that's dirt cheap. You know how much chocolate we have?
Yeah, no, I don't want no chocolate. Yeah, I got to think of something else.
You probably have so much.
I'm thinking about something else.
I got Kit Kat
we have a lot.
coming out of my-
We have Kit Kats coming out of the rear. We have Coffee Crisp coming out of our,
All the same stuff.
right there. We've
Always
got
the
more
same
Coffee
stuff.
Crisp than Jeff Bezos has shares apparently. But we're gonna wait to see. All right, so I've added a little bit to this Apple position. We talked about doing that, so that's what we're doing right now. Good trade so far. We'll see where it goes from here, though. But that's what we're doing right now. We've added some positions there for that. So nice move. Okay, here we go. All right, here comes Apple. So we are short right now. I'm going to put some more bids here into the 50s and then see if we can get even lower than that, but potentially a move down. So again, let's just understand why I'm in this name again. And we're in Apple because I was thinking weaker than the market. So, okay, let's go, man. What's up, Joe Biden? All right, next move downside right now. Okay, here we go. We are starting to spin it right now. Good trading, obviously, on this side, and I think Neil has it as well. So we do have this trade, and not only that, it's a reloaded trade. So we're reloaded. Hello, are we here? We're starting to go upside right now. We've got ice in these veins, boys and girls. Nice trade right there for Apple. We're still here, man. We put this one on the board, another positive name for us. So, I mean, here we go again. Join the club, everybody. We started shorting Apple a minute ago. We're in it right now again. Here comes Apple. I'm going to put another bid at 45, and let's see where we go from here. But so far, so good. As Apple starting to go back into the downside, I mean, yeah, this is. I say this every day, and I know it's getting very, very repetitive, but just join me every day. Because this is what we're doing. Yesterday we had monster trades. We had Tesla. Yesterday we had Palantir. I mean, there's some monster opportunities here, and I'm just glad to be able to put them on for you all. Right now, just sitting in what we have right here. I'm sitting in $8. I mean, right here, this is $4 in the money on NVIDIA, right? This Palantir trade alone is something special right now. But Palantir is $3 in the money right now for Palantir. And then it's like, okay, well, you know, I wasn't here to see this, so maybe it's nothing that special. Why are you here to see this then? I mean, look at Apple, nice move to the downside again, coming back in right there. So, you know, we're still here. We're still who we are, and I mean, I just want to thank everybody again for all of the support. I want to thank my good friend Brian Shannon, who had some great comments about trading yesterday and what he had seen. So I want to thank Brian for watching the show and his comments as well. So yeah, it's all about the community, and I think we have a really, really strong one here, and the force is strong with this one. And there goes Apple, just a ho-hum 20-cent winner. And all we're doing, Neil, is this. Right now, it's a monster day here. I know it's tough for a lot of people, especially on this floor. I was asking Wayne, I don't think we had too many, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of kids that are doing the campus model right now, and they're really learning, and there's nothing wrong with, on a day like today, to not have that many winners, especially if you're just throwing around some shares. It's been a little bit of a violent one to bin short, but the best thing about what I've been doing all day is going long. So we have Tesla. You know, that one out of the way. Like, as soon as this market started to go, get out of there. Like, don't fight. Keep the profits here on the short. It's a big name there. Palantir and NVIDIA, we knew we wanted that. And then we just discussed why we liked this one. Why did we like Apple short? You know, so right now we're starting to hit the shorts, and which is why we're starting to get out, right? We're out of more than half of this already, and it's starting to fall back in again. So let's see what happens here with Apple. Again, share size is what matters. Apple is there. We'll see if we can get this trade going, but I'm using lighter shares right now. 253 heading into power hour. It's going to be a big day, and you know, we'll just continue to watch it out. But I still like this NVIDIA trade. I mean, I'm not trying to be greedy with it. I mean, I am being greedy a little bit, but it's not breaking anywhere. Like, we're not worried about this. Normally, it's the 200 period moving average. That's 145.50. So maybe there will we start to get nervous about it. But for now, no. I mean, look what Apple's doing. Lower. So we're happy with this. I'm just going to sit in here. Hi to everybody. I hope you're having a great day.
That's what it's all about. Loving the Apple trade. I just took I'm now at a third of it as it got back to the 20s, 223.40s after it got back to 50s. Now, obviously, that 60 was 65 to 69 when it was a flat bottom break. So I did get myself an average price of 60. It doesn't matter what it shows now. The average price was 60. And when we got in at 53, I'm like, okay, it's a little bit lower, but it's already flat bottom broken from here. So if I get in and get some more in at the 66, then my average price will be exactly where we wanted it. Now, I wanted to get to the super chat, Nimrod, and we're just in the two positions. Thank you so much for the super chat, Nimrod. We appreciate you. Thanks for the great guidance. Do you think now there'll be more crypto coin ETFs? Short answer, yes. Long answer, don't know the timeline. Who knows? I can't prove. There's no way to predict any kind of timeline for more. But do I think there'll be more? Yeah, I think the amount of volume that you've already seen, the adaptation, and of course where things are going to eventually end up going with the SEC, as we're all expecting with the new administration, I would think that's the case. I do not know the story behind the lack of correlation between Solana and its ETF. And you know, we pride ourselves in being honest. I simply don't know. If I did, I'd give you a good answer. I promise you that I don't mind. Like, I actually drove in today. I was going to say on my train ride home, I'd try reading up on it. But I try not to be reading while I'm driving. So I'll do my best to try to figure that one out. Maybe we'll ask Tatey if she knows anything about that. And actually, I'm seeing my physio guy. He might actually have a good answer. It's weird. He knows a ton about crypto. But Apple going to the downside, but I don't have a good answer for that. But we have seen this before, where you have a lack of correlation between something like a grayscale ETF. And it could be similar to what was going on with BTC before. But I don't know that for a fact. Long this, okay, before we get to that, I want to bid in front of the quarters on Apple, and then I want to bid in front of the 10s on Apple as well, as that continues to head to the downside. So I'm just going to get some bids out there, because you have to throw them out to get filled. Oh no, I just lost the long this super chat. That's okay. Because, thank you, YouTube. There we go. Do you think DXYZ is just a Trump day play by way of Musk and SpaceX, thinking of punching out as I don't see the news. So I remember that when DXYZ, which is essentially, it's a fund, Destiny Tech, it's just a fund for pre-IPO or, you know, it's got a bundle of companies. You can look it up. I think SpaceX is the biggest holding pre-IPO private companies. And if you look at the movement in this and what a lot of people have said about it, when you pull the valuation of this name, that based on the actual fund raises individually and all the things that it holds, it's like ridiculously overvalued. That's what the story was when it first came out. I think this is a SpaceX proxy, in my opinion, for this move. I'm worried of anything. I remember when it first came out, I was like, this would be interesting to invest in. And then you started hearing the stories about when you do the valuation based on where its holdings are priced, it was completely out of whack. I was like, let's just back off of it. So I think it's a little bit meme-ish, and it has moved in a meme-ish fashion. So this does feel like it might be something to do with that. It's a very extreme move today. And I don't remember offhand what the percentage of SpaceX it is. But yeah, people just want exposure to SpaceX. And I think sometimes we get a little bit out of hand. It's like, ooh, they own SpaceX. But if it's completely overvalued relative to the amount that they hold, does it make a lot of sense? So that's something you got to look into. I know you can find it out there. Off the top of my head, I don't remember. I wouldn't know like what website you got to check out, but I'm sure that's something ChatGPT could help you with, or just Google it. But you do want to understand how much they are holding, what the recent funding raises were in SpaceX and their other holdings, and then do that simple math. And if it makes sense, great. If it doesn't, maybe you ring the Reggie.
I like the ringing of the Reggie, that's for sure.
Like this.
Yeah, I mean, Neil, honestly, I mean, that's what we've been doing all day. And I mean, it's been a good one. So we'll just continue to watch out for these stocks. I mean, right now I'm really just focused on Apple here. Because my lackadaisical approach right here, I did accidentally add some more shares to this short, but it was such a small piece because I was only trying to get out of 5%, so that's all that we necessarily added to that. So we're all good on that front. But for right now, yeah, this is what we're doing. So there it is, another hit there at 28, another piece out. So this is going to be a 30-cent winner. And again, we're just, you'll see the different styles, right? I mean, I'm going to have a little bit more shares, taking them out on the way down. And just piecing it out as we go, right? And so again, we talked about it. I'm just trying to start to stack up a little bit here as the day goes on. So we're pretty happy with the trading so far here today, but at the same time, very weary that we're still above the 50 period and ready to go. All right, let's go some names. I mean, let's start looking here. All right, DJT. So I'm in this trade. You can see what we have. So hopefully we'll be able to just continue with this and get some successful trades to happen here. DJT, $35. All right, so we've already gotten hit on this name today, right? Nice downside pressure for sure here on DJT. Hold on a second, let's make sure. Okay. Looks like it wanted to hold though, right? Like this 34.50. What's up with that? So let's zoom this out a little bit here on a larger frame. Yeah, I mean, it just kind of goes back to a couple days ago. We've been at this 34.50. That's where we were at the beginning of the day and we couldn't get through. So that could be a trade right there, 34.50 or so, 35 maybe even, bouncing off of that. But yeah, that seems like it's decent. I'd rather maybe take a shot. That's 32.50. This is about the time yesterday when we were getting involved with DJT and then this happened and we really started adding again. We talked about adding to our net and whatnot, adding to the net as the day started going through. So again, like the stock, like the trade, and I think you can go now on DJT. So why not bid maybe in and around $35? That would give you that little bit of a range. If we do fall through, then you can easily get out of that. So something to look at here, DJT coming in again, 34.65. Looks like we might not get that, but that could be a decent trade there. For the bottom pick there for DJT folks. So that could be a trade that you might want to look at. So something to consider there. Other than that, Apple, yeah, I mean, Apple is red. I mean, we're short Apple, so we like that.
Oh, no, I just saw something in the chat.
What was?
Mark, that's
Mark
Susi? I'm not sure how to pronounce that name, but an online streamer in Canada, XQC, wagered $700K on Harris. A lot of bets got made. And look, obviously, I mean, there are people that bet on solar names, whether you bet on the election.
I bet on the election.
Whether you bet on solar names, you could have bet on the weed names, people who were making Tesla bets or DJT. Those are all sort of part and parcel, a lot of the same things. Just one quick note. So SMCI, SMCI is now breaking out above $22. So it's okay, it's down 20%, but it's still a very good bounce off the bottom. Like the low of the day today is like 2020. So, this is good for SMCI, at least in a relative standpoint. But you can see in the pre-market, just zooming out so that you can see pre-market lows, there was a wall around here in the morning, trust me, I know, where it couldn't really get past these prices at 22 and then the 2160 level. 21.6 ended up not being a pretty good break, but now you have a decent consolidation off of this top. We're entering power hour. The volume is just picked up, so on volume and its SSR. I want to look to maybe join this trend here. 21.8 looks like a good, I don't want to call it an Alamo, but it looks like a good exit point. Like if it loses underneath 21.8, then that's a good place to be wrong on the stock. So next available dip here on SMCI is going to be a play for me. Hopefully we can get something in the 80s, 2180s, that is. I wanted to show you guys just on Apple. I know we had zoomed out the chart a little bit, but then I was zooming in to show you the executions. So I have a bid out in front of, that's too far, this lower high. That was sort of the last bid, and then we're going to hold on to the final 20% of the trade to see if it could fill in that gap. It's coming right back into resistance, so if it rolls over at the same spot or curls, let's just say if it stops around the same spot, I'm going to look to add back into the position. Roll over, curl, kind of all the same thing. I'd look for a reload right in and around those 60s where we got it before, but I need to see it start curling. If we're just powering up into power hour, remember the market is strong and on highs. And if that's the move we got, then I'm willing to definitely tap out with the remaining part of the position, and then we don't do the add. There's nothing wrong with that. But SMCI, as I said, starting to go. Don't want to have, wow, okay. Let's say I don't want to have to chase it, but instead of the pullback, now it looks like the even dollar is the pullback into the prior high at the 90s. So SMCI really picking up steam. I know it says down 20%, but up 10% from the lows is the story here.
So you can see we have a sponsor here, Firefly. I think it's very important that Firefly Neuroscience is something that we look at. It's taken a bold step advancing brain health technology in collaboration with Bright Minds. It's a name that we trade on here, Drug. Firefly's innovative AI-powered platform has successfully analyzed data from groundbreaking phase 1 clinical trial using advanced EEG technology to track brain activity. This data unlocks new potential in treating neurological and mental disorders, reinforcing Firefly's position at the forefront of brain health innovation. As they prepare for phase 2, this partnership signals exciting developments for the future of neuropsychiatric treatments. Firefly Neuroscience shaping the future of brain health. We want to thank Firefly again for sponsoring, and I just think it's an important thing as well as we deal with more and more issues. Interesting name there, DRUG. We talked about Drug and some of the relationships that they have there with Bright Minds. So check it out, AIFF. That is Firefly. Go check that symbol out for us, and thank you for that. All right, so what I want to do is look at Apple again. So we had taken out, shares. We had even got out more as it started to break back up, or near the 50-period moving average again. So I'm going to take this opportunity to say what's up and take some more shares that we just punched some short at 67s there. So you might have seen that, but a little bit of a cascade, but nothing, just went like that a little bit. So now we are now short more here at 67. And again, I was like the 200 periods right here. The thing is that like this 224 is pretty, I almost think you got to give it to 224.60 if I was really, really going to like make a bigger play on this name. And I don't think I really want to do that right now. Market is down. I thought we were being really cute with Apple, trying to go short on it, despite it, I guess being almost went red. I think it did go red, someone said.
It did, yeah.
So, all right, so we just reshorted it right now. And we just shorted 68s, so if we can get something out here at 57s, that's going to be a good play, and then we'll get another piece out, low 50s as well. But there you go, you just saw me short that, so right there, let's see if we can get it back in. Again, I always say this all the time. Some people do, some people talk. We're trying to do both. We're trying to give you the trade, get into it, figure out what we're doing, put our bids out there, and just prove to you that, hey, you can get these fills if you sit here and catch them. It's going to be a different style. This is not swing trading. We have to be flat at the end of every day. So right now, we just continue to watch out for these names and sit in them. Like I said, we're about $7 in the money with NVIDIA and Palantir, and we're just slightly in the money now with Apple. But we've already taken that profit. It's already going to be P&L number 3 today, just off these trades. But we'll wait to see if it comes back in a little bit lower, then we'll be all good on that one. So let's see if Apple can give us some love. We're bidding 57, so if we get a nice little downside push there, we'll take that first little piece, 10 cents, and then we'll get a little bit more again, if it goes up, I was only going to give this, oh yeah, that's what I was talking about. I was only going to give this a 224 and change. So just a little bit higher than this. So as we start to go back up, I'm going to analyze where my offers are, and there it was at 85. So there we go. We take a little bit more shares now. Now we'll see what we're doing. We have Apple on board. Our stop is already in just south of 224 and change. Just be ready to get out of this name if you're in it with me, because it's not... Market's up 2.75%. At some point, switches are going to get turned on. It might be turned on right now on Apple. So we could put an L on the board here, which I know might be something a little different, but hey, it happens. Here comes Apple right now, upside. We'll see what happens. We're short at 72s.
Yeah, I tapped back out at the 60 level, which is where we got in on Apple. And SMCI just did its first pullback, which oddly enough was nowhere near 22. 22.25. SMCI really went on one, but I came out of Apple like right in here. It was just this, see the volume spike? Like it dipped back down and then big volume spike right in there. So immediately like punch out. SMCI just came back in. This is the first time into 22.25. I'd like to see it hold on to 22 even, obviously. So if we hold on to the 22, great. Needs to get to that $0.50. I'm talking 22.50. Now, obviously, this has an expanded range today, but it's also 307. So,
that's
like,
right.
yes, the high of the day is all the way at, the high in the pre-market, I shouldn't say the high of the day. The high in the pre-market is 23.50. The high right before the open, also in the pre-market, is 23 even. But just because those are out there doesn't mean you have enough time to get there. So, yeah, I want to get some out in front of the quarter, in front of the $0.50, and then the next quartile to the upside. And then keep in mind, if the imbalances start to show me something, you never know. I do want to be able to be attentive to that. NVIDIA is still cruising on trend, but it has now tested the new high at 146.5. I count it like 5 times on NVIDIA up here. So I put the trend line on my black chart, so it's not on this one, but I mean, like you draw a line in here, you guys can figure it out. It'd be just underneath 146, and it loses the trend since VWAP on NVIDIA. But it's having a lot of trouble at this high, at 146.5. So this is just in it from earlier. And we always talk about this a lot of times. If I make a bad wick on a level that I like, I'm going to get back in. So I was in at 01s before, was scalping it out, and then it came back in and flushed. Immediate reversal. You could see it on the tape and in the volume, so just jump right back in. But NVIDIA is having a little bit of trouble at this top. You can see it just not really breaking that $0.50. If it takes it out, I think it's going to probably drag a lot of things in the market higher. Hopefully SMCI is one of them. You absolutely never know. But the imbalances when they come out is going to be an interesting one for sure. I expect that there could be some extra digits. Like this morning we saw a huge on Palantir. It was 3 of them. It was Palantir, SMCI, and I don't remember the third. All had million share imbalances in the pre-market. You don't usually see that at the open, so I'm expecting some big ones, and NVIDIA could be one of them here. So I want to make sure that I have my stop in, and it's a moving target.
We probably could have got out for flat there, actually. Well, not flat. We could have taken about a 3-penny hit there on Apple, but we didn't want to. We want to stay in it. So let's wait to see now what happens. Potentially, obviously, a bad move to stay in this name, but we'll wait and see how wrong we are about it. So we're going to wait to see now on Apple. Looks like it wants to go higher, which is not great, but I guess at the end of the day, we're going to have to deal with it. So Apple right now trying its very best to go up to that 224 again. Hey man, if it happens, it happens. We will take an L on that, right? If it goes back up there. So there's the short. Our average price is completely fine. We have about, really realistically, we have about a third of the position that we would have taken like on an Apple trade if it was a little bit earlier in the day. So it's not a huge amount of risk, but still risk nevertheless. So do not want to lose on this trade, but looks like it is coming in right now. That's Apple. Not the apple of my eye here today, but it's trying. So we'll wait. We are still up on it, but we're holding a position against us. So that's what's going on right now. Yeah, SMCI is running. I mean, we really like that play down there at $20. So that's going to be a good one. Trying to get back to the upside there. It's been a little struggle for SMCI, obviously off that report there last night, but it's bounced back real nice. We had talked about there at that 20.5 level. Nice little bounce back now. Neil's got this. It's only in the money 20 cents or so, but I think there is a good opportunity for that name to continue more upside. So I like that name, SMCI. We'll see where it goes, but I like it. All right, so that's that one. Another name to look at there. I'm sort of with everybody here on NVIDIA. I'm getting out if it breaks this level, so let's put that order in together right now. I mean, I would love for the market to come down because we have Apple. I don't even have oh, there it is, my stop for... My stop for NVIDIA is so long ago, it doesn't even matter. This trade, we were risking just pennies on this down to the 200 period, and it really turned out to be quite nice. And I even said when it was down there, the one trade to rule them all was going to be this NVIDIA, because if the market did rip back up after this was the name we wanted, and then there it is, $4 and change in the money. I keep on looking at this and not putting the order in. So what is that? 146.19. This is the 50-period moving average. So 146.14. Let's get out of that if it breaks down a little bit lower. We always give it a little bit more room than maybe we need to. So we're going to do that right there and give it to that level. That's going to be that trade. Now let's break it down. We are in the power hour right now, and we do have a cute, wow. Oh man, like I didn't even look at Palantir. Remember I said like someone, I think it was Chill Vibes or someone yesterday, or maybe it was Eerie Pages, I'm not sure who it was like, oh man, Palantir 59. And I'm like, I'm out of here if Palantir hits 59. It's at 55 right now. This name just continues to go higher. I mean, we sold some of this out yesterday or the day before at $49.50. Like now you're up to $55. PLTR continues to work. And yeah, we like the name. I like the name PLTR here to work, just to work. All right, Apple. So here we go, man. We were waiting for 20. I mean, my price is 24.10, I believe. Let me double check that. I should actually refresh all my stuff. I'm trying to give this a little bit more room. We probably should have got out for flat when we had the chance there. I know Neil got out of it, so that was good. Bitcoin, yeah, 76,000. Oh my.
76,000.
Monster. Yeah, I checked. I'm up over 50% on the ETF.
Yeah, and you know what? I keep meaning to, and I know. The ETFs are fantastic. We have one here in Canada, although
that's the one.
The Canadian one, look, I'm in it in my TFSA, but really the fees are better. It's actually lower in IBIT. So at some point, I mean, whatever, winning is winning, but every little bit counts. The principle is priceless, man. If you could save even a small amount and it's the same move, like why am I caring? Like I have USD funds in my TFSA, but I got to make that switch at some point. I'm just a little bit disappointed in ETH, but Bitcoin, 76,000 it's okay, never mind. It just came right back underneath 76,000. IBIT here. So I was looking at SMCI at the $0.50 having some trouble, but no, just as we got there, the Neil Jinx. That's my bad. 76,000 was up here, and now it's starting to pull back. Because obviously, why not? That's why we can't have nice things. So yeah, we did get to 76,000. I promise. It was there 2 seconds ago. But the 22.5 level on SMCI did just tick in. It got to about 46 and now starting to pull back. Obviously, at first, would have liked to see it hold 22. At this point, now that it's made that leg up, I want to see it hold at 22.20, just above or just underneath where we're into it. And I have my trend out slightly. On NVIDIA, it's like 146 change. So it's a little bit, it's not that much of a difference using the trend line as it would be using a moving average. It's basically the same thing. A stock is trending well and nice and linear and controlled when if you draw a day-long trend line, it's just going to line up with other major averages as well. But yeah, it's just above the 146 for me, and then I'm going to tap out of NVIDIA. That's assuming that it gets there, but a bit of a disappointing look. Like notice how when Bitcoin pulled back, SMCI was pulling back a little bit as well. I bet you Coinbase just gave you one heck of a short. Not that I wanted it. Oh no, it didn't do anything.
We got stopped out of Apple, so I had to stop a fail. Coinbase up 31%.
I know, but like that move, when we just lost, Coinbase didn't even move at all when we just lost 76,000. I guess it had already pulled back. So anyone doing the mean reversion on that one, if you pick the right mean revert to do, congratulations. But I tell you, I could draw a million trend lines on that chart, and there would have been a bunch of entry points, and they all would have stunk on Coinbase. Sometimes you've just got to read the room, and this one was a never touch the mean reversion trade. Like I didn't mind Amazon because I didn't think Amazon would be a meme. Amazon's not a meme-ish stock. Coinbase can do that to you, and it did a parabolic move up. And this is one thing, and I know I bungled the out on Amazon. It is what it is. That's why it stuck. But when you're looking for something to revert, it should be an extreme move. When it's linear to the upside, like a nice 45-degree angle, not as interested as when it's parabolic or in a huge trend reverse, meaning it's like multiple days or down 20-something% like SMCI. Those are going to be the best opportunities because they'll give you the best risk to reward if you grab those in there. So Amazon literally doing nothing. ARM, Rohit just asked in the chat about ARM. I'm going to make the assumption it's, of course. Well, you wouldn't ask if it wasn't breaking out, right? So there goes ARM. Yeah,
It's going?
Slap to fail. And what did I say? I'm maybe going to stay away from that breakout because it's going into the earnings. And it's obviously very expensive, so I feel like there'd be some people that are a little trepidation going into the earnings because of the big PE. Apparently just doesn't matter. ARM breaking out the high. If you care about PE or price to sales and that kind of a thing, that's great. But if you get married to it while playing price action and trading, you're going to get yourself into a world of hurt. Because you would have been shorting Palantir and you'd be shorting ARM right now if you cared about valuations. Let the analysts worry about that with their price targets and just worry about the price action, which ARM breakout, congratulations. I guess just go long anything that sets up. Who cares about earnings
I
after
picked the wrong
market?
stock. I should have. I mean, we talked about going long that stock, and instead I went short Apple,
I
which
love
didn't
that.
work.
ARM's a great
All right, so DJT going now up almost 8%, up 7 and a bit now. Again, this name's been beat up today, but there it is. We talked about that bouncing spot at 34.50. So many trades you can take, and this is just another one there. We had looked at it right off of there. We talked about that level. There's the bump up. You had to be here to take it, and we weren't, but nice move. And I do want to say again, we'll ring the register. See, this is what happens. You put those stop orders in, and then they get triggered. Okay, still a good day here on NVIDIA. Again, one of the probably the biggest holding in mine now. I actually haven't even, I just keep on looking at the totals, but not actually at the stocks themselves. NVIDIA's been a huge run. This is one of the last, I recently had bought this name down here at $100 when we came back from London there after we had that huge move down, and it went to $95. And then it came back in. We bought some down here, 104 and change, and then upside right now for NVIDIA. So nice move there, continuously going. Who knows where? But
I know exactly.
I like that stock.
You bought the 100. I know it's one of those stocks where I don't have to look it up. My most recent buy, because it was so obvious on the chart. It was right here, and it was like 109 and a half. So like it was after the higher low bounce and the bounce off 100. Let me zoom in here. And again, look, let's be real. The only reason why I was buying is because I had regretted the fact that I had taken some off the top, and I'm like, this is a buy and hold stock. So I was looking for a place to get back into it. And I was either going to wait for the 200 period. It bounced off 100. This was the high here at 08. It consolidated. And then right there, hey, that was actually on 9/11. I didn't even realize that was the case. But then it essentially made the play off of the open right in here at like 109.35. And you know, that's all she wrote. Like, it was a consolidation breakout, and if you're looking along the stock, why not take it on a bit of momentum? The other play that you could have simply done, which if I ever see another day like August 5th again, I'm going to do better. I got like two names. I got Meta and Microsoft in my personal account, and then I missed the Apple long on the day trade through 200 because I just simply didn't cross aggressively enough. That was the day to use a market order. I used a limit order on Apple through 200. I think you were away. Like, you could not use limit orders and cross normally, because usually you cross Apple, 200 break, 225, something like that, you're going to get filled 10 times out of 10. That morning, you had no chance. The stock was at 203 in the blink of an eye. You need to just put a market order and just be part of it, because everyone was panicking out at the open, and when the longs started to come in, the algos were just out of control. So it's 320. Finally, SMCI does the break back through 22 and a half. We're looking for a move into the 70s next. You get an order out there. 23, if it gets there, great. But obviously the market is starting to slow down a bit, and we only have 40 minutes to go. 10 minutes to some early looking bounces will start to drip in a little bit more. Although you can get an early look already. Some names are already starting to show up. Nothing significant. Enbridge. Doesn't really matter. That always pairs off. Oxy, small buy imbalance there. I mean, CCL, that's from the morning, so that's really not that significant. So nothing big, although Palantir, right now, that's the morning. I'm expecting Palantir, SMCI, and NVIDIA are likely to have the imbalances. And being in two of them, you got to be careful. Always have a stop order out in play. Because we've moved up, I want to move the trail in. It's now going to be underneath 2230 in here. So where it dipped, I want to get out if it loses that 2230. So now it can't turn into a loser. But keep in mind, this is just a day trade. I don't want anyone getting the idea that SMCI is out of the water. Although remember, they did report. So the idea that they're immediately going to be delisted for not having the report, they just got to deal with the allegations now, and we'll see how that one wants to unfold.
I'm refreshing all of my trades. Okay. All right, because I got to try to read this a little bit more clear here. So like Tesla right here, I think is breaking, is a candidate for this breakout. So I just put it at 290. I mean, that high right there really is, I mean, 289.60. I think we can probably dance with that if we really did want to. Tesla 289.60. I'm going to put in, you know what, I got to have to cancel my other order if I'm going to do this one. So let's take it. Let's see if at 289.71 or so, I think that would be, I mean, I think that's kind of where the level is. So we'll have a quick look there if it does come in. Now we're starting to fade out a little bit here on Tesla, but that would be a break level there for me. Don't tell me now because Apple's probably retracing a little bit. Okay, so look, I mean, we were just, be more patient, you know, on Apple because there it goes into the downside. So we should have, coulda, woulda, shoulda been a little bit more patient on that one. All right, I don't even mind getting back into Apple. It's just really stupid trading by me, honestly. We should have done better there. Should have done better. Like I just didn't want to give it to there. So it's not, you know, you're always gonna, I mean, you're not always gonna second guess your trades, but for me it's like this is what we had this little bit of a move, but we should have started the trade here. Like the minute it broke there, we could have got out. We were trying to play off of this 224, didn't give it enough room. Oh well. Sometimes we're blinded by the light. Or blinded by, you know, sometimes when you're running with it, it gets in your face there. But at the end of the day, yeah, bad trade there on Apple. Could have waited for VWAP. And I think we always talk about this, and that is that wait for your trade. I mean, this looks great right here. VWAP, look at these holds. Hold again. A lot of opportunities there. And it looks like we might have jinxed Tesla as well. We're not in the trade, but it looks like it wants to go the other way now. So there goes Tesla, see you later. Back into the downside. We were just saying, hey, what if Tesla breaks higher? But there it goes, nice downside push there for Tesla. Our Palantir out, did I not set one or what? We want this 50-period moving average again. So 54, wow, this is $3 in the money. Like we've just taken a lot. So we're sort of like, now that once we punch out of this, we'll be at the highest spot we've been at all day. I mean, Palantir continues to move. Do we even need to put that order out to get out right there? Huge move from that. I mean, this is NFTable down here. I mean, those fills right there on Palantir today, 51.50, like incredible. I cannot believe we were able to get those. 54.90. All right, you're still going. I'm just putting the stop in now. 54.49. We get that. We're out. Palantir, really a great name there. So we'll continue to watch it. Hopefully, we'll be able to continue to go. It's 3:23 right now. We have Qualcomm tonight. I want to check ARM. ARM's going to be a good one that we actually talked about that breakout, so I'm feeling some kind of ways that we don't have it. But SMR, nice move as well. I mean, I like this name. We talked about the uranium ETF. I actually called out Brian Shannon yesterday and asking him what he thought about this, and we both agreed that it was time to maybe nibble a little bit. So this is only up now 0.8. So I think you can get into some URA here on a nice little pullback as well into $30. So if you missed SMR, I think URA is a good one to be in right there. And then the other play that we had too today was Intel, but we just didn't have it on. We wrote down 24 long. I mean, that was pretty good down there for Intel. So yeah, so far so good. A couple missed trades there. We'll end it there. 51.50. Call that the Van Halen fill. Hager strikes. Yeah. So I didn't get 51.50s. I got 49.50s. But that fill on Palantir today. Oh, the fill. Yeah, the fill was 51.50. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Okay. So there it is right now. Good move. Here it goes all the way up to 55. Maybe I'll screen cap this and send it out, but that was such a lucky long. But we were on the stock, and that's the thing. When you're on the right stock, there's so many times Neil and I will sit here and say, oh, we missed that trade, but it's because we're not looking at it, right? You got to look at the right plays, at the right levels, and at the right stocks. And we were there today with Palantir. Palantir, the number one stock P&L yesterday, the number one stock today P&L. So you got to be on the same names going forward, and that was a big one for us today in PLTR.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what it's all about. So, for the time being, there was a hot second there when I just trailed out of NVIDIA. We're like, you've got to be kidding me. It's going to hit the trail out and then bounce exactly off it because it did it before. Like, it barely missed my trail and then bounced, and then it hit the trail, and then the second you trail out, it's like, that's the bounce spot. It just dipped again and another rip up. Like, it just hit it's probably just there's profit taking, and then people are getting trailed out of longs, and the buying just comes right back on in mass. Like, look at this thing. It's NVIDIA 4.5%. Obviously, NVIDIA is having a fantastic day. No real change. Like, I look over, is there anything happening with the imbalances? Absolutely not. We usually don't even get an early look imbalance on NVIDIA. I did on that last pullback. I mean, the futures kind of dipped a little bit. Bitcoin was dipping. And we really couldn't push through on SMCI. It's now starting to go sideways. Took another leg out of that one. So we'll see what happens. I mean, ultimately, it could be a buy and balance. It could be a sell. I don't really know. My stop is still at that 22.30, and we're just gonna go with that at least for now. There's going to be so many earnings to get through. You know we're going to have a lot of fun while we do it, so make sure you stay tuned for the aftermarket show. I'm expecting the biggest one. I shouldn't say the biggest one. I'm feeling at ARM's going to be some fireworks. Let's just leave it at that. To say the biggest one is, kind of ridiculous. I mean, I don't know which is going to be the biggest percentage move, all in all. I just happen to feel that ARM kind of got held down a little bit today. So if they do pull out a beat, we saw what happened with Palantir. They're not the same type of company, but I think a lot of the hesitation for it has been the valuation on them for sure. So I wanted to go over to Tesla here only because it was primed for that break at 290. So selling in the 290 level, obviously on Tesla. And when you go out to the daily, whoops, you got to zoom even further out because Tesla's doing that today. It's one of those. 290 is a big resistance spot. You got to go all the way back to the middle of last year. But this 290 area, I guess people are ringing the register. You got to keep in mind, this was a $210 stock before earnings. That's a heck of a run. I mean, I don't care what your time horizon is. I mean, if you're not liking 35% or something in that range, just quick math, then what are you looking for? Now, ultimately, that's about as good as it's going to get. Some people want to take risk off the table in a case like that.
I forgot about that. That was another call that we had, was Tesla long. So I don't feel so bad about the, all right, here comes Palantir. So I don't feel, oh, it's going to break 55, did it? So I don't feel that bad now about SMCI because we did talk about getting long Tesla into that report. So that was a good one there. All right, so yeah, there it goes, man. Palantir just tries to take those levels out there. Let's see what winds up happening now. Just rejected that $55 mark. So let's see if it goes. I did not punch long. Probably could have done that. Nothing wrong with taking that opportunity into that long there for PLTR, but up 7.5. We were up 25%, maybe more than that yesterday. You've added so much to this name. And again, something I talked to with Brian yesterday, what do we do with this island? And he's like, nothing. He said, you could look for an island reversal, but that didn't happen. And now we create another one here today as we're just off by ourselves up here. This is the stock, man. I mean, Palantir year to date, we talked about this earlier. I was saying 140%. That was from yesterday. PLTR. So yesterday we had a huge move up again. So let's just have a quick look, see exactly where we are year to date here on Palantir. All right. So, oops, we'll be over here, right? Year to date. 220%. That's it, just 220% year to date for PLTR. So a huge move up. And then we talked about SMR. We actually had another name. There was one other name that I was looking at that was up huge year to date. Oh, it was Robinhood. That's what I wanted.
Yeah,
I wanted to see what Robinhood was up. I'm not in this name, and I feel ridiculous not being in it, but there it is, 133% as well. So as we go, Robinhood, nice name there today to watch out for. Okay, that is all of that. So Palantir, nice break there. I mean, it looks like our NVIDIA out, although okay. It's kind of just hovering. This is where we got out, breaking of that 20. So we just made a move back into 145. The market only has a half hour left in it. And then we have the recap show. So for right now, kind of just trying to pair off. I mean, here's the hot list that I try to look at. So it's NVIDIA, Tesla, DJT, SMCI, Palantir, Amazon, SPY. This is not a self-curated list. I mean, it looks like it is because these are all my guys on here. But at the end of the day, this is what's printing and what traders are trading. TQs, Apple, Intel, AMD, Coinbase, TSLA, SQQ, iBit is on here. TQs, Bank of America is up 8. Wow. Rivian, down 9 right now. TLT, what's up? I got to bring Raider Trader back on here. TLT down to $90. Again, huge move to the downside. CleanSpark, 22%. MSTR, of course, MicroStrategy, 13%. Riot, 24%. Plug Power, down 22%. Microsoft, up 2 points. I mean, there's a lot of names here. Citigroup, SoFi, up 4. So, I mean, there's a lot out there depending on what you're trying to trade. And it's just, we say this a lot, but wow, okay. Now there goes Palantir. So it looks like that 55 break was legit, and it continues to go higher and higher and higher. This name, man, we may get that 59, and what does that mean? I'm forced to then take a vacation because I said I would? I mean, I don't, like, what if this happens tomorrow? You're upgrade or two away from this thing being $57 tomorrow. You know, what a name. I guess I should put on the Palantir hat at some point, because this has been really, really a good opportunity to, you know, really just learn the fact that if you could pick a stock and it happens to work, you can get huge moves to the upside, but do not look at the valuation. It's crazy right now, but you know what? It's deserving of it. It keeps on growing, and you got to pay for growth. We've seen Amazon, Netflix, all those guys had the most ridiculous valuations of all time, and no more millionaires printed than in Amazon, Tesla, NVIDIA. So a lot of money being made all over there, right? So not every
Eli Lilly.
Eli Lilly too, yeah.
Eli Lilly from, like, you could say whatever you want about the GLPs, but let's be real, man. When you're buying that one on the way up,
yeah,
like,
that's true, yeah.
that sucker wasn't cheap. No questions asked. If you wanted a cheap name in the space, everyone would have told you Pfizer. But at the end of the day, one of them figured it out, and the other didn't in the GLP space. So again, you're paying up for growth. Like,
Eli Lilly's dead right now, by the way.
Oh, I mean, look, it had that big pullback off 1,000.
It's down 5%.
Well, remember, the competition's heating up. Now all of a sudden you got the oil out there. This is why I think Viking's starting to get a little bit big. Novo has had some headwinds. I guess I was about to say tailwinds, but I mean headwinds. But at the end of the day, like, the trend has been so big to the upside. I remember when Biogen, there was a day where Biogen, and this is where it all started. Like, Biogen and their Alzheimer's drug had a positive result. And I remember I was listening to a discussion about it by people who actually knew what was going on in the space. And all they were simply saying, sorry, I had my SMCI. I got out of SMCI when it got to 70s. But, and then what they were basically talking about was, yeah, sure, Biogen probably is a better pure play for the Alzheimer's drug, but with Eli Lilly, you get a bigger pipeline. And they had mentioned the GLPs. I was like, oh, okay. Alzheimer's, I think it's fantastic that they have drugs that are working, and I wanted to be invested in that. And then the first thought was, oh my goodness, and they have a pipeline as well. Bit of a safer play because it was more diversified. Went into it for that reason, and the only time I sold was because I didn't really intend for it to be my number 2 holding, and that happened rather quickly. And it's going to the upside. Obviously, NVIDIA has done really well, but that one I don't want to sell again. That one I want to give to Aaron. I am out of SMCI. It did clip 70s, and just like the NVIDIA out, it's like you get out, it's like it looked like it was good for a second, and then it wasn't. Like, it was a small amount where it looked like it was going to be a good out in the top, but SMCI continues to climb higher. I've seen a few people in the chat asking about some other names out there in the chip space, and believe me, I know we've probably missed a few that we haven't talked about, one of which, I mean, it's pulling back now, but Micron has been on a run. Micron's up 6% today. 6%. Like, NVIDIA all-time highs. I'm not taking anything away from NVIDIA, but look at the move on Micron. You can't take anything from NVIDIA. It's the biggest company in the world. But there's some really big-time moves happening. And this Micron move, the only thing better, and I'm lining this up because I don't have a key for a flat top break. At some point, we'll get a graphic for that. But yeah, that's 115 on Micron. Tomorrow, anybody? Friday, maybe? I don't know. But Micron's setting up for a breakout on its own here on the daily chart, and up 6% today when I haven't really seen anybody talking about it. Everyone's talking about NVIDIA and ARM, rightfully so, and SMCI and Broadcom, but Micron's certainly on a bit of a tear here, and I think it is set for that break at 115. I'm going to write that one in the iPad. Doesn't mean it gets there tomorrow, but it's now within a couple of percentage points.
I'm going to cancel that Tesla trade because, I don't think it's going to get there. We still are loving this PLTR as it just continues to go back up there to the upside. We're loving Apple. Oh, you talked about Biogen and this and that. Somebody else recommended a biotech thing not too long ago. So XBI is a name that we're in, and we were buying some more down here as well. Our first fill was $100. It fell back in. We bought some more XBI right now. breaking back out to the upside. So that looks like that will wind up working a little bit here. And again, just to get some ETF plays, I don't really own that many ETFs. So this is one that we've been recently in, and I consider this kind of an ETF. We just bought Berkshire the other day as well. Look at this candle today. Boom, to the upside, up 5%, BRK.B. Bought some, went against us, bought more. And yeah, this is the story right there. So now we are up, obviously, there on Berkshire and liking life right now, holding on to that stock. First time I've been in the name, and might not be the last time. I really do like this name right now. Neil, kill him.
And you know, one way that you can find opportunities like that, maybe it's in a Berkshire or just wherever you want to in terms of trading, is having a platform like eSignal. Now, whether you are scanning for opportunities, names to invest in, names to trade, and then everything is there for you. We're talking about live market data, every indicator you could possibly imagine. Is it breaking out on VWAP? Are we pulling back into a major moving average? All of those types of things that you might look for when scanning for opportunities, you're going to have them, and you're going to have them in a reliable platform, which is up 24/7. It's that reliability of market data that's important for eSignal. Infinite data also means that you have fantastic back testing. And before you put a strategy live, if you have the opportunity to back test it and forward test, that's important. You come up with a strategy, see if it worked in the past, but then see if it starts working in the future as well. And then you put capital towards something that is working. Great back testing available. You've got Tick Replay, something that I know traders on this floor have had some success with, especially in and around very key moments on news where you want to be able to see what it was doing when you aren't in the heat of the moment. So lots of fantastic features. If you want to trade better, if you want to trade smarter, not harder, then I think upgrading to eSignal Pro is going to make a lot of sense. They've got a 30-day free test drive for you to be able to check it out. So big shout out to eSignal. Scan the QR code, check the link in the description if you are interested and take advantage on what is a fantastic platform. We all know charts are eyes to the market. I almost said to the soul. Eyes to the market. You want to make sure that you've got a good pair on there. So it is 337. Like I just said, I just got out of, I still have a stop order because I just don't need the stop order anymore because I got out of SMCI at 70s, but I just canceled my stop. I want to go back and have a look for you guys. The early look on the imbalances still doesn't have much of anything outside of Enbridge, which I think will probably pair off, not be a big deal. Oxy's in there as well. But I had a thought about this Oxy.
Okay.
Because the other day we were talking about, well, if Warren Buffett was selling a bunch of things,
right,
because he thought capital gains taxes were going to go up, well, that's not happening now.
No.
So need to get back in.
Might be going.
Warren, need to get back into some things that you sold. I'm starting to think about what was he selling before, and look for signs that maybe there's a whale buyer on dips in those. That might put Oxy and BAC and Apple back into play when they get back into key levels. I'm just throwing that one out there. Now, obviously, look, Warren Buffett is a value investor, which is why I think you look for it at significant, decent pullback. He has a lot of cash.
But I think
I think you're usually looking for pullbacks. Whoops, where'd the top of that go? Apple in particular. Like they just reported, and if it loses 220, like if a wall just starts happening at 220, respect it. It's Apple. But if we lose the 220 and this thing even sniffs, if it sniffs the 200 period moving averages, I'm going to want some chips to be ready. And I think the same thing is going to play for me in Oxy as well. I haven't been in Oxy. I went 2 for 3 using the Buffett entry on Oxy. It was a good little swing that you could just buy it 54, 55, and it would play up into 65 to 68 several times. Hopefully we can get something like that going again in the future. With only 20 minutes to go, if it's something you guys want us to look at, let me know. At this point, wow, SMCI did get to 23. The relief rally is real on SMCI. On volume, here's if you don't have volume as an indicator that a move is good, there's your example. Like on volume breaking out, sustaining that volume and still spiking. Like it's not decreasing going into the end of the day. It's actually holding and now spiking higher as it goes into 23. So SMCI absolutely flying. Yes, I know it's down 17%, but like we said before, this is a stock looking for a bottom here today on SMCI. Still underneath the week's low though. Like $24 was the bottom. Wow, so it's still got a long ways to go to even fill in this latest gap, let alone the original gap on the dump, which was at 30 bucks was that bottom. 24 first, that's going to be a brick wall, I would assume. I don't think I'm going to have any trades on SMCI today, barring some kind of ridiculous imbalance that comes out at 350. But what a move there. Akash just asked in the chat about Marvell. They don't report, they always report late, kind of like NVIDIA. Is that right? December?
What was that?
December they report?
I think that might be right. Marvell's always one of those weird ones. But NVIDIA's what, the 20th?
Okay, yeah, I guess, for some reason I thought they reported this month, but that's fine. Whatever, they're always late in the cycle. For some reason I thought Marvell was reporting in November, but 4% to the upside. Here, the weekly chart is about as good as, look, they're all good. Like, what do we, like, at some point, like, you just run out of euphemisms and witty sayings. Like, what am I supposed to say? Marvell is at a monster. What do you want to call it? Do we want to call it a nice rounded bottom? Do we want to go with that one? I'm sure there's some kind of a technical term that if I was a chartered market technician, I'd throw out for you. But what it obviously is a stock that's holding the 200 on the weekly, that's trending higher into earnings. It's in the right space, and yet another one that's probably primed for a big breakout. And the key here is it's going to test this level before we get to December 3rd. Bet that.
Believe that.
Yeah, just like Micron. The thing I like about Micron is I can see where it would be going next because it's a consolidation break with some levels above it. Blue sky setup for Marvell Technology. Wow. Man, that is a great looking chart on Marvell. Wow. This was one, I think, I don't remember where I was when they had that one big report because you were on with Max. Mm-hmm. I don't know if it was when I was in Paris.
Oh, yeah. It was did it break 60 bucks?
It was something insane. I remember coming back and looking at it. It was like the biggest earnings move in a long time.
It was.
And it was Marvell.
What's the price of Marvell right now?
90 now.
It must have been 60.
It was in the 60s.
$60 break or something like that, yeah. And that's when we first started playing some of those breaks. But now with the market ripping like the way it is, there's a lot of trades to make, and join us tomorrow. We'll both have our trade ideas ready to go for you, so make sure you follow us all over social media. All of us have accounts. I just, Palantir, I just put my stop right there at 75. If we break lower, I actually put 69, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to change that again. 54.74. Let's just put that out. If you come over to the screen right here, Fabian, I'll just show. So that's, we've done some videos on it. Shout out to Andre right here. The 50-period moving average. That's going to be where I'm going to get out. If it breaks that, it's been a nice trend to the upside. We've been sort of riding it. We've been talking about that. In fact, that's what got us out of NVIDIA right there and saved us. This NVIDIA out is set 14s, I believe it was. There's the move down in there to 80s. So that saved us a lot of money there just by getting out a lot of money. It saved us. I don't know if I would have got out there or not. This might be a reload spot at the 200 period. This is the first time all day that this has come into the 200 period. But the one thing about, and I don't need to be no chart market technician to trade, that is for sure. But the 200 period moving average, obviously, as we slope up like this and then level off in the afternoon, it is going to come back into this level. So not as exciting of a level as when it comes in down here, but looks like it wants to hold there 1480, 1485 or so for NVIDIA. It looks like it's going to be a good trade there for anybody that has that name. So congratulations again to NVIDIA today. We've had a good day with that. Palantir, Tesla. Where did Tesla wind up going? We were looking for that break. We only now have 5 minutes. We can have an early look. I know Neil sort of looked at these already. What is the imbalance trying to tell us right now? Well, I wanted to look at Roblox as well, actually. So pretty mixed, buys and sells to go. Roblox, that's funny because RLX is not Roblox. CCL, WFC, BAC with a sell. Big banks there, WFC with a buy, BAC with a sell. Palantir with a sell. How dare you put that sell on Palantir? What are you crazy? Okay, Roblox. I like Roblox, and it's a good thing we had Benzinga guy, Ryan Faluna on, and he was like, No. Okay, Brendan just heard the name and was like negative. What I was saying is, what was up with that? I was saying that when we had Ryan Faluna on, he was always asking me, what's going on with your Roblox trade? And the reason why we had it on was because we had a dip buy opportunity in here and we wanted to get long into where? Summertime. Why? Because my kids and probably every other kid that's out there is all about Roblox. So I bought this into the summer. It ripped up into this area, 40 bucks. We did not take any out because that was middle of the summer. Then it came back down and we were like, what have we done? But we didn't do anything. Then it came right back up here, and this is where we got out. But you always leave a little bit on just in case. And then we did not do so we were able to buy some Roblox down there. I can't see anything with these polarized on. I literally can't see the screen. Yes, it is. Sure is, Fabian. And then right now, so what I like to hear or see is that we're trying to hold this. We're trying to hold this 50. You know, there's the island gap up, huge move upside. There's 50. We're trying to hold it. I feel like we do that. I like Roblox. Stamp that for the long. It's Roblox. It's great. And thank you for the unlimited Robux moving forward. I really appreciate that, Roblox. It's the same thing I did with Target. It's the same thing I did with Starbucks. Now we drink Starbucks for free forever. And Target, although I don't think I made enough on that, but I really like those names. And I think it just goes with the same thing. Play names that, you know, you understand a little bit. And whenever I was seeing how much money that was being spent on Robux, how much money being spent at Starbucks, we were able to take advantage of that and make a little bit back. So that's the kind of stuff I like to do. Like whoever my telecommunication provider is, I like to drop in, you know, if you put in $5 grand into that, just a dividend alone will pay for your cell phone bill every month. I buy Enbridge because I take gas for that. Yeah, like whatever it is. Mine right now is well, I'm not going to.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I talked about TELUS. We had Raheem on there a while ago for TELUS. So I like them. My plan, everybody says Canada has bad plans. Canada has incredible plans.
You have to know how to get it. That's all.
I don't know that much. I mean, so my plan is $40 Canadian. Okay. And so that's like $30 US, and it's unlimited everything. Now. I can use my phone unlimited in the United States. You know, it's anyways, that's what we have on board. I feel like, I don't know, I think there was a law that was passed or something that made it much more competitive here in Canada, because like I even get phone calls from random things trying to bring me back, and it's like the deals that you're getting nowadays.
They are better. Like it's less work. Like back in the day, like I always start the conversation with today is your lucky day. And I got this. No, I got this from a friend of ours from high school. And this is exactly what he does. It's like he's like, today is your lucky day, and they say why, and then I'm talking to the Rogers rep. Today is the day that you get to save a Rogers customer.
Yes, exactly. That's what I say to them basically. When I prepay, I've never missed a payment. They just have my credit card. So how much you want to charge? That much? No. You know, it's like
there's a difference between zero and something. You know what I'm saying? No, sometimes you. Okay, let me get back to the market for a quick little second. I know we're having a little bit of fun here.
$17 a month would win.
17 a month? That's in the U.S.
My kids get about a couple gigs a month.
$17 a month?
$10 a month.
That's great.
We pay $10 a month. My kids, I think they get a couple gigs.
There's a decent pullback here in SMCI. So it got to, exactly $23. And it's right back in. This is where, right at about 3 o'clock. So the entirety of Power Hour, it took all this time to get up to 23 from 22.25. And then it goes right back in with a huge move there down on SMCI. I know it's obviously in the context of the day, it's a lot bigger. It's not that big of a move, but a big move there. You did have some selling up before the open at 23, so I guess maybe there's a bit of a wall there. A big move. And not a lot of names even pull back. I looked over, Bitcoin didn't have a pullback like that. NVIDIA didn't have a pullback like that. That said, SMCI is its own beast. As you can see, Andre, they're filming something. Yeah.
That was Ramin. That's Ramin. She finally that's Ramin holding the light.
Yeah, that's Ramin there, everybody.
Right there. Don't spill our secrets, man.
Shh.
What do I spill?
Huh?
What? Okay.
Whispering sweet nothings.
He's saying we repeat the sweet nothings that they whisper to us.
But that's part of the fun.
I thought it was sweet nothings. That's why I was doing that.
You know what it's like? It's like Rogan and Jamie. Like you hear him. You can't.
I've never watched Rogan. I did see that a little bit on Trump, but I think he was by himself.
No, it's just great. Like obviously he has.
It's like Howard Stern and what's the girl's name?
And Robin.
Robin.
Yeah. Only this is different. Like, obviously, they all have a crew. Like, you got producers, you got a production. Why not? Like, we're a family in here. Like, it's not some 100 million person operation. There's Ramin. Why do we have a... Okay, so Ramin has posted a picture of Jerome Powell, and he's doing... It's hard for you guys to see. The imbalances are now out. I'll do this after. 2.5 million sell Intel. Plug Power is a buy of 1.3 million. Lam is a sell of 1.1. Alphabet's a sell of 1.1 million. It's probably an overall sell imbalance just based on those alone. Although, okay, never mind. Goog is 1.1 sell. Goog L is 900,000 buy. That offsets. Broadcom 900,000 to the sell. So it is actually a mixed bag. NQ is a buy of 400 million. The Mag 7 is a buy of 43 million. That is completely offsetting. It is pretty much flat on that Mag 7. Yeah. So individual names, I would suppose if it wasn't Intel, 2.7 million is a lot, but Intel's a $25 stock. Intel is at 25 as we speak. If that was a buy imbalance, I'd play the flip. But yeah, the picture just has Jerome Powell doing one of these. Like he's doing the...
I'm guessing they were filming something with this picture. I mean, here,
and he's got to be doing that with the... I wanted to show it with my glasses. No, but he's probably looking at the market like, sheesh, we're supposed to cut rates into this behemoth? Really?
Yeah.
Just do it anyways. It's not like you're going to change anything. You're cutting a quarter point, and we all know it tomorrow. So that'll be a big... Look, it's 99.9% or something like that. So I'm suspecting that we know it's a lock at this point.
All right, so my best stock today will be Palantir as it moves all the way to the upside. But I've only traded a few names. I've traded Apple. Apple's gonna be my worst, and you guys unfortunately witnessed as if it's down now. You guys witnessed this trade, which would now be in the money to the downside. NVIDIA. Again, huge move up. Look at this pullback right now. So take a look at that one right there. NVIDIA, Palantir, Tesla was a good one. And then Apple, bad. So NVIDIA, Palantir, Tesla, Apple. That's all that I have traded. What was your most profitable stock today?
No question, SMCI. It was the best mean reversion play in a while. It should have been, it could have been Amazon. I mean, Amazon was right. And when it comes to entry points, that's actually the wrong trend line. This is, here, I canceled this one. So when Amazon, now I have to draw it live for you guys. Boom, get the right tool there. When Amazon reverted this trend, so the breakout of the Bezos wall, or whatever you want to call it, 201.50, that's where I drew the trend from. It gave basically a perfect entry when it broke. And again, everyone has to have their own trading style. Like in here, don't make a decision until it gets to the first support level, right? Like it's starting to work. That's the first support level. So that's where I started making decisions. We're in at 205 change, and it goes all the way down into 204 half. It's like, okay, get some out. I then had the intention of taking another layer out, and some zeros got added. And I reversed into a long position, which it doesn't look like much, but it is what it is. And we had to take that one out for an L. Amazon's an absolute beast. I liked them in the long term. I've probably done very little with Amazon in terms of, I don't think I've ever sold an Amazon share in my life, to be honest with you guys. And it's interesting, I've only been buying Amazon recently whenever it comes into dips, and I want to buy it maybe every couple of quarters. I now do it with the CDRs in Canada. So when you have Canadian funds, all of these big cat tech names, they're all available on the Canadian market. It's kind of like, what the ADR is, right? So essentially it's the same thing. It just trades in Canadian dollars. So if I have Canadian cash, then I put it into those bad boys. But Amazon up 3% today. The market has been an absolute banger today. I just saw some people in the chat. Rivian Millionaire, what is happening? The market is happening.
I mean, I think you might be talking about what's happening right here, because this is what's happening right now, guys. I mean, you're like, what's going on over here? Palantir is now $8 in the money, $8. 8% up. We are now $4 in the money now on Palantir as it continues to go higher and higher and higher. And you guys know, where's Adam to lose? I mean, Real's going to see Real here when you're trying to see what's going on. I mean, this is going to be a big trade. Huge move to the upside right there. There it goes, 55. I mean, I'm just going to, honestly, that's it, done.
Awesome.
That's it. Here. What's going on with Brendo back there? Yeah, that was a good one too, but I wanted the other one there. Where's the other? Here it is. We haven't had enough fun with that in a while. But so far, so good, man. I mean, this is the kind of day that we're having. It's a big one, and I just want to thank everybody for watching. Thank you for all your patience throughout the day as we continue to sort of, make these trades and talk about different things that we're doing. And it's been a successful one. So we'll continue to watch out what's happening now. I can't wait to go home, just relax. It was very, very, very late night, very early morning for your boy there today, and was so busy trading during the middle of the day, did not get to go to the gym. We'll go there tomorrow for sure. Well, maybe, I don't know. The market is my boss. I got a boss at home, the wife, and then a boss right here now, the market. Other than that, we just sit here and have a great time every single day. So, yeah, good luck with ARM. Good luck with everything. Palantir.
There's a lot of earnings.
Palantir is melting up. Yeah, there's a lot of earnings. It should be a good one. All right, so only 4 minutes left.
Let's go get them. Great look on Palantir there. Hopefully Jerome will keep the company tomorrow. We haven't even talked about it, but it's because there was so much to look forward to today. There was no point wasting time on what is certain tomorrow, which is that quarter point cut. But we got a bunch of big earnings tonight, so we'll be at the desk there. We have Chris Retcher coming
tomorrow.
That's right. You get a special treat. You're going to get Obi on the midday. That's a lot of Obi-Wan Kenobi. I'll see you guys at the desk.
That's a lot of ICU. All right, so we're very happy to have Obi again tomorrow, so that should be a lot of fun. The market is my boss. You got right. Yeah, that's for sure. All right. What do you guys want to do? Thank you so much, Coffee Trader. You've seen a change in the trading? Yeah. I mean, I've seen a change, right? I mean, it's been a big difference, man. The net has really, really ripped up. I mean, like we said, we're not going to. I've changed. We don't, I'm not going to sit here and talk about this and that. I will talk about share sizes and that we do have a little bit more shares and this and that, but we're not going to, talk about P&Ls or anything. But that's why it's very, very easy to show where these trades are, right? These are longs right here. Apple today, we had that short. Unfortunately, this is going to be the L for me today. Right here, upside. And I feel like when we have these kind of trades right there, losing my way a little bit because we should have probably been in this a little bit differently than we were. We should have waited for this 200 period and or for view up to show its head there. And we got caught a little bit too early. Then I was like, how much really do I want to give back? We talked about only having like a third of our normal position, which is all true. So we do wind up giving some back here. We'll finish close to at the high of the day, but unfortunately we wind up losing a little bit too much there as opposed to that last trade that we exited on Palantir. We talked about it. We only had a small piece left there, so we will end up a little bit. We're hella green. I mean, this is gonna be a good day, but at the end of the day we will give a little bit back there on Apple. Let's just check out to see what's happening quickly on Tesla. That did make a run back at that high. Let's mark down 290 for tomorrow. I think that could be a really good area to look at coming through again. And we don't need to keep on, like we used to compare this to that and this to that. We don't need to do that. We understand, where we are, and it's just, it's not worth doing that. Lumen right here, a bid. Right, I'm just talking about people in the chat right there. I know you guys know what it is. Lumen right now up 18% and starting to go again. Like this name, gonna close near the highs. That's gonna be nice. Obviously the high is 920, but this also has a bid imbalance, so let's see where this winds up going. Oh my gosh, I didn't even look at DJT here into the close. So let's have a quick look at DJT. We only now do have 1 minute left. $36 on watch right now. We'll see what this winds up doing here. We go 36, 36.05, trying to go upside. We did talk about maybe buying some of this 34. We could have a look at that tomorrow. So yeah, Vino time, you're darn right about that one. Three Kings Media, although I'm not sure we'll be having any Vino, but if you guys want to have some, I think today would be a great day to do that. Check your portfolios, check them. Check your portfolios immediately. And then hit the cash register because we're printing more tomorrow. So Fabian. I mean, it's going to be a fun day tomorrow. Join us tomorrow. We'll have the sticky note out again. Go look at the sticky note today for some of those levels. I'm going to look at them after as well. All right, the countdown is now on. It's Miss Adara on the bell. Yesterday she wore green, market went up. Today, no green, but the market did need it. We're up 2.7%. Qualcomm is now out, so get ready to go. This closing bell is sponsored by Firefly, so let's ring that bell and get going. Revolutionizing brain health. We want to thank Firefly again. Go check out them on their exchange. AIFF, Firefly. Thank you so much. Qualcomm Qualcomm might already be out, actually. It is out. So, okay, there it is, Qualcomm. Ciao. This was another name that we talked about live on the show. I said, watch out for Qualcomm beating. There goes Qualcomm right there, breaking through that level. Bye-bye, Qualcomm, and bye-bye, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow. Ciao.
Let's get right into it, everybody. Welcome to the market recap. Qualcomm beat, and there's a 15 billion share buyback. That's the first thing we saw come through the wire. You're now up 5% on the Qualcomm beat. It just went 75s, 80, 85, all the way up to $188 on QCOM. They are the first name we're expecting. GILD Melly should also be out as well. We're going to get ARM at 405, but Qualcomm with the first, and it is a big breakout of consolidation. We're looking at a lot of names like this, right? So let's see if we can hold on. Prior high is $180. That is vastly in the rear view. I think you're good to go. You have to hold on to this breakout. But Adara, do we have the numbers? I know they did beat. I know we got a buyback. What are the specifics here for Qualcomm?
Well, these are really strong numbers here. So Q4 earnings of $2.69 per share. That is a 33% year-over-year increase. It's also above estimates of $2.56 per share. So $2.69 versus $2.56. What about revenue? $10.24 billion. That's compared to estimates of $9.91 billion. So that is going to be a beat. It's also going to be a 19% year-over-year increase. Now, that $15 billion share buyback you just mentioned is also in addition to an existing buyback that had previously announced for $1 billion. So it looks like $15 billion total dollars here in buybacks. They also, their guidance, I'm not seeing how that compares to range or to what analysts were looking for, but they're seeing Q1 2025 revenue between $10.5 billion and $11.3 billion. This looks like a really good look in terms of individual segments. Handset revenue, 12% increase year over year. Automotive revenue, 68% year over year. IoT, 18% year over year. All of those are increases. What a report.
Yeah, what a report. And the expected move was 8.7%. Well, you're looking to double that up right now. 16%, okay, 15.7, but we're splitting hairs at this point. You just saw it tag $194, so it did double up the expected move. You're out and about into rarefied air for Qualcomm. There is, potentially when you look at the daily chart, 195. This stands out like a sore thumb. It will support off the previous high, the all-time high, and then you had a resistance spot there before it dropped off. And so 195, when you come on over to the daily, we just barely tagged it. Should be a big level to watch on QCOM in there. I do believe, in addition to Qualcomm, we have Gilead just came out as well. They're up 7 points, 92 into 97, now pulling back in 96. Distinctly different daily chart, however, when it comes to Gilead Sciences. Look, trend up, and the trend has been your friend on this one for a while, making some fresh highs here, as you can see that big print. So decent move here. The expected move was only 4%. And you're already getting 6.5%, little bit of a dip back in, so already 2 for 2 on the earnings. It was a big day in the markets, a lot of green. Obviously, after the results, the market liked it. You had all the tech stocks looking very strong. Clearly, TAN, not a good day. We can show the ETFs. The TAN ETF was down 11% today. First Solar got murked a little bit. You did have the biosciences come back, the SFXI, into the downside, but strong moves abound, and we're already 2 for 2 on earnings. GILD, what were the numbers here?
GILD, yes. GILD did beat here across the board. Earnings of $2.02 per share versus $1.55 expected, so that's a hearty beat. Sales also above estimate, $7.54 billion versus $7 billion expected. Both of those pretty significant here. ARM falling. I am not seeing the numbers yet on ARM. I'm still looking here. The second I see anything, I will let you guys know. But as of right now here, we're kind of careening towards that 138 area. Then we're kind of trying to violently pop back up to 145. So lots of indecision here on ARM. Lots of numbers, though, are expected here around 405, including ELF.
Yeah, the uh-oh was ARM had broken the top and now coming right back into some of the lows. So ARM, there was an initial pop. It broke 146. I haven't seen the numbers hit the wire yet either. But, now you've given back a good portion of the move. We're going to have to zoom out to the chart to show you that it's not yet wild on ARM. You have to get down to about 135. I'll just zoom in so you can see it. Like 135, the 200 period moving average is at 132. So you do still have some support underneath. which hasn't really been tested. You just bounced off 136 here. So we're still seeing it's only 1% now. And
we got ARM.
Yeah, the numbers, what are the numbers here? Because it's not that bad. They must have had like a bad guide or something. It's not terrible though.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the guide yet, but I'll give you the numbers here for Q2 2025. So I guess there are a few fiscal quarters ahead of the rest of us. Adjusted earnings of 30 cents per share versus 26 cents per share expected. That would be a beat. Sales of 844 million versus 808.368 million. That is going to be a pretty hearty beat. So they came in above estimates on both the top and bottom line here for ARM Holdings. Again, though, I'm not seeing their guidance, so I'll keep an eye out on that. Beyond Meat, also their earnings coming in a little bit ahead of but before we expected. Apparently, 7.6% year-over-year increase here in revenue to $81 million. Gross profit here, though, is 17% versus a gross margin of negative 9.6% last year. So seems like an increase, but BYND not doing too much here, guys. I will keep an eye on everything.
The elf is off the shelf and flying back to the North Pole. And if you're a parent, you're going to get that reference. And if not, well, it's obvious when you look at the chart. Elf out to the upside here. Elf Beauty, 9% already. Clearly, the numbers must be good. Although, keep in mind here, the expected move was huge. Last time it was 14%. Expected move is 16%. So you still have a bit of a ways to go. This is a stock that's under a tremendous amount of pressure. It's attempting a breakout from the lows on Elf Beauty. Dara, still some heavy price action. It's not over yet, but the numbers initially must be good.
The EPS beat especially is, I think, worth noting here. So they reported adjusted earnings of 77 cents per share compared to estimates of 42 cents per share. What a beat. What about sales here? $301 million versus estimates of $285.76 million. That's also going to be a pretty significant beat. Now, we also got Lyft here. So Uber's competitor there, LYFT, they did beat here, a smaller than expected. Oh, wow, they're up 28% for LYFT. So they're getting lifted here to the upside, getting that Uber X to the upside here. Gap losses here of 3 cents per share versus a 4 cent per share loss expected. That would be a beat. Sales of 1.522 billion versus 1.44 billion expected. With Lyft, be careful. There was that time that it gapped up like 60% and then fell back because there was an extra zero that slipped in to its margin guidance, and that is not my wording. That is what the CEO said. So LYFT, be cautious. Has given up some of these moves before, but currently up about 30%. We also have Dutch Bros coming through here. 16 cents per share versus 12 cents per share expected. That's a beat for BROS. Sales of 338.21 million, also beating 325.14 million expected. We're seeing very few misses here, Neil.
Yeah, they're hitting them out of the park. That Lyft move, I mean, the year-over-year growth on the sales was like 30%. So I guess that's what they like. Hey, if you're growing at a good rate, that's going to be a positive. Bros is up 11% here, so that's another. This is 11% short float in addition to that. So Dutch Brothers, worth watching. 6 days to cover. It is breaking out, so there's obviously going to be some shorts covering if it can hold above what was a big resistance at 36. I mean, so far, I mean, with the exception of ARM, I mean, it's been pretty good. I mean, ARM is still down, but look, it just held 140. It's more middling in here. And you know what? Their sales growth, year over year, 5% on ARM. They traded a bajillion times earnings. Okay.
That's true.
Not a bajillion times, but ARM is very expensive. So you want that growth to be big. I mean, ultimately, you could juxtapose that with Palantir, where you got to have more than double digits on growth if you're gonna justify a higher valuation. So that could be a little part of it here with ARM, but definitely some big movers. It's holding on to that support level. That's the key. When we showed you guys on the daily chart that ARM had it's got support at 135. It's got the 200 period moving average down at about $132. So it did tap down into this. And if it doesn't break that level, there's a lot of institutions in there that are not selling their shares. And that's just how it is with ARM. But oh my, Adara, like this Lyft move, 30% to the upside. My first thought is, okay, well, how much of a benefit did Uber get from that? Because I own Uber shares. Only 2%, but Uber back to 75. This is bouncing off of its earnings play. But what a big move on Lyft. I think that one takes the cake a little bit here, 13% short float as well. They have a new CEO that's come in here. And to say it's impressive on the daily, like this is it breaking out the 200 period. You're right back into prices this stock hasn't seen since May on Lyft.
Well, there's also Bumble here that just came out. So we had Bumble. To be fair, their revenue actually dropped on a year-over-year basis. So they decreased by 0.7% to $273.6 million. However, this beat estimates of $271.869 million, so decreased year over year, but beating analyst estimates. They also announced here a 10% increase here on a year-over-year basis in their app paying users. Now, this number grew by 52,000 quarter over quarter. So increase here for Bumble app paying users, BMBL, on watch here. We also had MELI. I'm going to keep an eye here on Mercado
Yeah, that's not going to
Libre.
put a smile on anybody's face.
I'm not seeing those numbers yet. I'm seeing people saying they're out. I have not seen anything here on MELI from today.
They're out of the stock
Yeah.
is what's happening right now. Like on MELI, it is an absolute bleed, down 14% on MELI. So Mercado Libre not looking very good here so far. Again, I'm not really seeing the numbers hit the wire, but I mean, how could it not be out when you just dropped 2,100 to 1,800? So this is now down 14% and looking rather disgusting to the downside. Let's be real, it's not looking like it's very good. I know we're supposed to, I guess we don't have, do we not have AMC yet? Was that supposed to be
415.
Yeah, well, my first thought was AMC would be at 420, but we haven't had AMC out there. I know there's some people that are going to be interested to see what the apes are doing. This one not really moving just yet. But the big movers, obviously, you had a great move there in Qualcomm. It's actually sustaining the move. So the pullback, prior high in the daily, you're talking about 180. So you don't even dip to come close to retracing that. You're now holding the 190. You always want to see where the consolidation is after a big move like this. Qualcomm going to be a big bellwether. I do remember it was a couple of earnings ago. We had a gap up we had a move in Qualcomm to the upside on a strong earnings report. And then you came in the next day, all of the chip names were gapped up. Qualcomm was selling. So all of a sudden it's like, well, if they don't like to continue on Qualcomm, why would the other chips be good? And it ended up being a sign, and the rest of the chips eventually followed. So this is one to watch tomorrow morning in Qualcomm. We know it's a big bellwether out there. It's holding on to a lot of strength, up 14%. You're going to want to see continuation. If this loses the bid tomorrow, you're going to want to be able to look at that one for some trading opportunities. Market looking very good here, obviously, on a day like today. And with the exception of ARM, I haven't seen anything on earnings that's going to get us out of that. And if you want to, before I know we're going to go to Chris in just a little bit. Worth mentioning here, we took a while to get to it after all these earnings. NVIDIA holding the all-time highs.
Wow.
So this is going to be a big one to watch, everybody. NVIDIA just made the breakout. All we've done is hold it for one day, but if we can hold above this price, even consolidate here, I don't think there's anything that is going to stop this. And we haven't seen really too much that's going to cause me much concern. I know it had a little bit of a pullback there at the end of the day, but NVIDIA absolutely churning. I think Qualcomm is definitely going to validate it. I know we're going to have their earnings in a couple of weeks, and we have Fed tomorrow, so there's a lot that has to happen for us to sustain some of these moves, but certainly possible that we could. I'm just going to double check. Still nothing yet, I don't think, on AMC. 4:15. I guess it's only 4:13 right now. So we have a couple of minutes until we're going to get AMC, but we do have Chris Brecher coming on through. And when we get the okay, I think we're going to give you a little bit of trader talk with our good friend, Mr. Brecher. Chris, happy to connect with you once again. We've got Chris Brecher over from Simpler Trading. It's good to talk to you. Good day for everybody's long-term accounts, right?
Yeah, unless you're in house. Well, let me just preface that. When was the last time you saw the Dow up 1,400 points and the advanced decline was 400? Well, it ended up finally at 634, and that's only a last-minute surge. I mean, that's an unbelievable. Look at that.
Yeah.
All day it was like 400. So there weren't as many stocks up as you would have thought. You would have thought it would be up, net advanced decline 2,500.
No, you're definitely right about that. And obviously the condensation, I guess that would be it, in a lot of those bigger tech names. Certainly you had the chips do very well, led notably by NVIDIA. You're going to have Tesla with a blowout day, obviously. Chris, I look, regardless of what we what we looked for in the election. Once the result happened, it was absolute pandemonium in all of the names that I think you would have expected it in. What was your approach today? Were you sticking with some of the tried and true, maybe some of the ETFs? I know you like looking at IWM a little bit in there, or were you dabbling in things like Tesla and finding your way maybe into some of the miners? Because they were absolutely insane today. I mean, the Coinbase chart was ridiculous on the 15-minute. You saw some trends that I haven't seen in a long time, some of the clean trends, Coin especially. What was your approach going into obviously a crazy day today?
Well, the first thing is, it's definitely reacting after the event because there's more than enough to do. The way we made the most money was shorting the VIX yesterday, figuring that no matter what, the VIX was going down. So we shorted VXX yesterday via put spreads. So that worked out great. And luckily, I was doing broadcast on the close yesterday for 2 rooms and on the opening today for 2 rooms with about 700 people in. So I could try to humiliate myself in as many places as possible. But the VXX one was a good one. So from 250 to 470.
Yeah,
and so that made up for a lot of mistakes in there that we might have had.
Wow, that's a great look for sure.
That was our favorite idea, was to short the volatility.
And you know what? You always want to come in with what's that gold standard, or what's that first thing that you're looking for? Because on a day like today, you could have there's a million ideas that you could have had. And I think as a day trader, it's sort of easy to get overwhelmed. I was the first person to admit, I was looking at a couple of the 3 stocks primarily at the open with regards to Tesla, which was a fantastic long early. But then there was Amazon at 201.50, and I was picking and choosing between Amazon and NVIDIA for a breakout. The breakout on NVIDIA ended up reverting huge. The Amazon breakout was one of the cleanest things that you've ever seen. And so stock picking is always going to be important, but I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves because now we've got the Fed tomorrow. So we go from one big event to another. What's your reset looking like going from last night? Okay, so are you going to look at the VIX again? What's your approach going into the Fed? We have certainty this time. We actually know what we're going to get on this print as opposed to the last one. And of course, last night, the betting markets knew what was going to happen and priced in some of it, but there was still a big reaction. So what are you looking for the Fed tomorrow?
Well, the first thing is, I'm not sure the Fed's going to cut it all because now I know it's a tender subject. So everything I say is always what traders are perceiving. And they perceive that that deficits are going to go up. So 2 things have been hitting the bonds. One is the deficits going up, or the prospect of higher deficits. And the other is about a trade war in China. And China is our largest holder of bonds, foreign holder of bonds. And so they're worried about them dumping bonds. So I'm wondering if the Fed's going to loosen it all, considering the prospect of high deficits. So that's one thing. And the other is, and I've been watching this, the first thing is historical precedents. No pun intended with the election. Precedents, but historical precedents. And the precedents I've seen is almost every election, the markets go down. The VIX goes down after the election. Usually the markets go up. But the biggest thing I can see is the similarity between now and 1980, believe it or not, the year I went in the business, of Reaganomics. So everybody thought that the market would soar if Reagan got elected. Well, the market went up for a week. And the reason is because the interest rates were soaring. So believe it or not, when Reagan got elected, after the first week of gains, the market went down for 2 straight years, until Volcker lowered interest rates in August of 1982 and the markets exploded. Yep. That's when the 3 things happened, really interesting. Number 1, Volcker lowered interest rates. Number 2, that year is when the SEC allowed buybacks. And number 3, in March of that year is when they started the ES stock futures, index futures. So now you could move the market a lot with not as much money. So it's very interesting that all three things happened at the same time. So I think if interest rates, though, this time, if interest rates don't sell off or the bonds don't rally, then you got to look at some kind of event like 1980. I'll go back and show you. There's 1980. Very rare for the markets to go straight up into an election. Straight up. Now, they did go up for another week, and then they went down for 2 years. Believe it or not, I know that's sobering. But really, the way, if we're going to trade on the downside whatsoever, number one, you want to see, you be sure the bonds don't make everything back. But the other is you really want to see that trend line, defined trend line break. Now, you had this on a weekly here, and you had it on a daily way up here. And that's what a lot of people get wrong right now. In fact, if I go back to 1980, go into here, you're going to see in 1980, and keep in mind, everybody thinks Reaganomics. Reagan was pro-business. The market soared. It didn't soar at first.
Right.
It soared after 1982. That's your trend line that you're looking at right there. So you had a little trend line here. You had some trend lines in here. But once it decisively broke a more horizontal trend line, that was it. But that took weeks. I mean, it took months, actually. So it just never was the same after that initial election rally. That's all. It wasn't the same. In fact, the next month, December, historically strong, it actually went down 10% in December. So I'm just saying, you better see the bond market rally, or I think December could be ugly after the election, an election hangover. But for now, you don't have to worry about that yet.
Yeah, as traders,
until you see a rollover.
As traders, obviously, we're going to be in it day to day as day traders, but I mean, that's a great history lesson. Sometimes we do need to look back at some historical to find a little bit of precedent as to what could happen in the future. I will say this, if they don't cut the quarter point tomorrow, I mean, the market has certainly, it's kind of been priced in, the expectations near 100%. I mean, you could get an early start if they were to go against that trend. I just wanted to, just very quickly, I know for some viewers out here, AMC did report. I want to quickly jump to Adara, and then we'll come back for a few more thoughts, Chris. But look, we can go to Adara for the AMC report, as some people are looking forward to what might be an interesting number, but it's not moving up, guys.
It's honestly here. We have AMC. I'll just quickly go over. I'm reading the official report, so I'm not really going to compare this to estimates much. I'm just going to see how it compares on their basis on a year-over-year basis. They reported revenue of $1.348 billion for Q3. That is a 4.1% drop year over year. Their 9-month revenue, so the revenue so far for fiscal 2024, is down 10.2% year over year. So 10.2% year over year revenue decrease for the year so far, 4.1% decrease on the quarter. Now, their net loss per share here actually is up on a year over year basis. So they lost 4 cents per share this quarter. This quarter last year, they lost 9 cents per share. So the net losses per share actually an improvement, but revenue looks like a bit of a decline.
Yeah, there you go. And actually, I mean, it was up on the day today, but not a heck of a lot of movement. It's heading back in to the downside. Small move in AMC. I don't think it's a massive move there. But Chris, if we can just come right back to your to essentially your history lesson. I mean, right now the Qs are, we're through the highs. We finally broke out that top. And if you were to get some kind of a pullback, and it took a long time for it to play out, is there now? And again, I'm going to put you on the spot here because I know you were just doing a bit of a history lesson, and I was very young during the Reagan days. I can admit to that. Was there any kind of a leading sector or leading indicator to when the market bottomed out in that kind of a situation that if we were to see history repeat itself, we'd have a little bit of a tip if we were to break trend, what might lead us on the way back to the upside, or what might be the tipping stone? And again, just looking out into the future.
Back to the upside, I think you have to see the bond market really rally and have that positive divergence. But don't get me wrong, we're not short. I mean, basically, you gotta wait for that. Either like you see in GME, where you see up, and that blip up. That's one thing. And, that could, and then a consolidation after the first reversal on the downside. But I'll tell you right now, lack of, let's say, less regulation, because a lot of people are saying the market's going up because of less regulation. We're going to be able to talk a lot about looking for unusual option activity. Because of less regulation, you're probably going to see more insider trading. So unusual, two things. Number one, you'll probably get more takeovers because more things could pass. Regulatory scrutiny. Number two, you'll probably see it in the option market. So I'm definitely going to be scanning for unusual call activity every day in everything.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, like I recently got into a play, which I admitted at the time in Viking, I viewed them as a takeover target, and with the anticipation that it was going to be a more favorable market for larger deals to happen. And so I'm kind of hoping for the same thing. I wanted to get your thoughts on maybe approaches to, I know you've looked at Russell in the past and like a million other things that this is broken out. And before we get you out of here, I just wanted your thoughts on like the IWM, it blew it out today, obviously. And what might be your approach? I mean, if you don't think that they were going to raise or drop rates tomorrow and they were to have any kind of a change in the tone of the Fed, I would suspect there's going to be a move. If Powell just even comes out hinting that they were going to slow down, this just broke out in a big way. Is this something that you would look at? Because it's the first thing that came to my mind when you said, hey, maybe the Fed takes the foot off the pedal would be, well, what about the IWM that just broke out?
Well, I'll tell you, this time of year, those stocks go up a lot of times no matter what. And we've been actually looking for stocks that could go up no matter what, even if the overall markets go down. So we have like tiny hedges, or we'll do tiny hedges in the indexes on the downside, but we'll have larger like positions in things that the stocks are already starting to curl up. And just at this time of year, these things have a habit of just kicking in gear. The problem is most of them we're looking at have earnings tomorrow or next week. But here's one for you right here, that this might go up no matter what. It's already said they had better than expected earnings, sold off when everything sold off. So if the whole market sell off, we might look to buy it versus the lows. And there are a number of stocks like the ones you see on the middle left that we'll look to buy on dips, because usually these small stocks, they'll go up even regardless of the Fed. So I'd rather play individual stocks instead of the IWM after the Fed.
Gotcha. And that's what I love, and we appreciate you always giving us your time, is be able to put you on the spot there, because I was sort of curious about that. I know that's something you were looking at in the past, but individual names, things that are going to be a little bit more independent of the Fed, and we'll see tomorrow. I mean, obviously the tone that Powell sets is going to be an important one, and as you also mentioned, there's going to be a little bit more M&A. I think that's pretty much guaranteed with the sweep that just happened. You're going to see a lot more deal making. So some of these smaller names, which are appealing, much more likely that you're going to get some of these big bump ups and premiums, and faster closes is the other part that you're going to get with some of these deals.
You're also going to get a lot of these stocks going up on a Friday afternoon, because 80% of takeovers are over the weekend. And then if nothing happens over the weekend, they sell off Monday morning. So you're going to be able to get that kind of cycle a lot. It's a real profitable way to play. VKTX did it, where almost every day it would rally, not this week, but almost every day it would rally on the close on a Friday and then sell off on Monday after the opening. So we'll continue to try to play those. I think that's going to be a really great play for the next couple of years.
I agree. The old merger Monday, that's an old tried and true. I'm down with that as well, Chris. Always a pleasure having you on, Chris. We missed you last week, but glad to have you back. Best of luck with your trading. Let's enjoy the Fed tomorrow, and can't wait to talk to you again in the near future.
Yeah, thanks, Neil. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks a lot.
Bye-bye.
Oh, the merger Monday. I will never forget when Sean and I owned our own floor, and we had a trader who, may or may not have made a bit of a mistake on a Friday at the close and found himself short. And we're not supposed to. We're in an overnight position on the floor. And then I'll never forget looking at. I didn't even know the company at the time, and we pulled up I pulled up the Yahoo Finance. What are the latest news stories and just sort of reading up on it? Takeover speculation, takeover speculation, takeover speculation. And this was on a Friday. So over the weekend, I didn't sleep a lot that weekend. There was no deal, so everything was fine. But it's going to be interesting. We're going to have a change of tone when it comes to deal making. We're going to have a change of tone in the markets you've already seen today. Adara, it's been an absolute wild one. It's been a fun one as well. We did have a lot of earnings plays. Just to recap for everybody, ARM did not make a very good move, but it did manage to pull back. So ARM was down in the 30s. They pulled it right back into 142. So ARM is actually up on the session again. So up about 1%. Qualcomm absolutely blew it out. Lyft, what a move for Lyft. Up over 30% at one point. So there's a lot of earnings moves that we're going to be able to get into. But you know what we got to do?
We do.
We got to give a little bit of a thanks to all of our viewers out here, because without you and without this great community, Trader TV Live would be nothing. So when we do the roll call, it's always all about you. But you know what? If you want to be in roll call, you got to be in the chat. And if you want to be in the chat, you got to be a subscriber. So hit that like, hit that subscribe right now. Get your name in there so Derek can read it out for you in rapid fire fashion as she drops roll call. I'm always going to start it out thanking our entire team down the line, from Fabian and Ramin on the ones and twos. We had Andre making the videos for us today, doing a fantastic job. The Midday had Sataya and Sharif. We're going to have Obi tomorrow joining. We had Joe before. Thank him. Shout out to my main man Brendo on the news desk. And of course, Mr. Palantir, Mr. Katina at the desk. He's still chilling out watching some of these earnings, but can't do it without you, Bears versus Bulls, the best moderator in the business. So I always want to thank you in there. And of course, lovely Adara, who's about to give you the roll call. Get your name in there and throw them ones.
Thank you very much. And thank you as well. Yes, Bears versus Bulls, Neil, Sean, Sharif, Brendan, Sataya, Joe, Obi, Fabian, Ramin, Andre, everybody. I named everybody. Didn't. Let's get going. Michael, we have Why Not, Rivian, Millionaire, Jason, CompuCare Team, Dennis King, Mashworth, Christopher, Jabril, we got drop trades. We got my thing take me down there a little bit. CompuCare Team there, Chase Bands, Joe Smith, Elon Musk, Trader Rob, Aku, Bora Hout. We have Happy Zombie, Sophia, and David Cook, the other Zinc. We have Bears vs. Bulls, Gustavo SS, Christopher, Kevin the Piper, D. Westermeyer, Shop Villain, Apple Fritter. We have Jabril. We've got Carl Gruen. We have Jeremy Newman, Chase Bands, drop trades, Belizzi, Fernando Valle, Mark Preston, John Von Sowers, Demo Moore, Kiel Lynn, Isaac Williams, Footballer X, Pineapple Undies, New Few with a capital P. We have Finch Jane. We have Adrian. Oh, they're coming now. Guap 10, Happy Zombie Trader 10, Paul, Rivian Millionaire, The Realist, Pineapple Undies, Zero Gravity Zen, Luis Suarez, Sebastian, Robert Vitale, Bears vs. Bulls, Ed Clark, Footballer X, 11 Musk. I'm going to end with that fun little Elon Musk there. Hopefully your day was less sour than that lemon, and hopefully everyone has a great trading day tomorrow, because it should be a spicy one once again.
I'm hungry for an apple fritter after that. Great job as well, always on the roll call. But you know what? Let's be real. We've got a lot of fun tomorrow. We had a lot of earnings today. We got the Fed tomorrow, so it's going to be an absolute barn burner in the markets. And the best thing about the markets and the best thing about Trader TV Live is we get to do it all again tomorrow morning. So we're going to see you bright and early at 8:30 in the morning. We come on live and we cover everything that moves in the market, and we're doing it for you. So we'll see you tomorrow morning. We're Trader TV Live. Catch you on the flip.
See ya.